You are now listening to Mr. ZBlackneffect.
Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use. F it, we'll just do it live. We'll just do it live. Life is lifing. You know what? We're gonna go on anyway. All right, y'all. Y'all already know. I can't explain it. Don't put it in the comments. Y'all already know what it is. We went way past ZPT. Look, I have no excuses. I have excuses, but yeah. All right. So let's just start like this, and then I'll have to do what I have to do in the background while we are playing our reference clips. So like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. And let's get underway with Mr. Sanders.
The system is broken. So you have in America today where we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had in the history of this country. You have one man, Mr. Musk, owning more wealth than the bottom 52% of American families. One man, 52% of American.
Did you know that 50% of all spending in America is now being done by the top 10%? My name is Shoykat Chakrabarty. I'm running for Congress against Nancy Pelosi, and one of the ideas I'm running on is a wealth tax on the ultra-rich, because extreme inequality actually makes society less affordable. Let me explain. You see, when 50% of spending is being done by the top 10%, that means about half of all the things being made is for the top 10%, and it's being priced that way. So if this trend continues, you're going to see a hollowing out of affordable goods and services, because if you're a business, it just makes sense to make things that are priced for the group of people that have money. So over time, what we're going to see is extreme inequality, making it so that everything gets more and more expensive and you don't have anything left that the bottom 90% can actually afford. That's why it's so important that we directly tackle extreme wealth and income inequality in our society.
When the super rich get really, really rich, it has an impact on you. The rich getting richer and richer and richer, and ordinary people owning fewer and fewer assets. That affects you because the rich are competing for the same resources that you need. There's only a certain amount of things in the economy, only a certain amount of housing, only a certain amount of education, universities, doctors, dentists, physical space in the cities. As the rich get aggressively richer, they start to consume more stuff, and that means less stuff for you. And the way that you see that is generally the prices of things that you buy going up. The rich are also competing with you for essentially the ownership of your politics, your politicians, and your media. If your politicians are getting paid 100 grand a year, 150 grand a year by the people, and they can also get paid 10 million pound a year to work for the rich, who do you think the politicians really work for? And when the rich are super, 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 super rich, and your average taxpayer is increasingly poor, it gets harder and harder and harder for you to compete with them. You have basically found yourself in the same situation that Latin Americans and Africans have been in for a long period of time. You cannot compete anymore for ownership of your politicians with the super rich. And I think this is a classic example of why inequality matters for you.
The US economy is dependent on rich people more than ever. You can see where we were when the pandemic started, what happened during peak inflation, and then where we're at today. This article broke down while the majority, the 90%, are pinching pennies, the top 10% that make about $250,000 or more, they're splurging on vacations, designer handbags, all from the stock market gains, the real estate gains, and other assets that they've gained money from. And now that top 10% accounts for about 50% of all the spending. That's a record going back 3 decades ago to 1989 where they started tracking it. For reference, back then it was about 36%. And according to economist Mark Zandi, all this means is it's unusually reliant on the top earners. Again, citing that the top 10% accounted for almost 1/3 of all GDP. Between September 23 and 24, the high earners increased their spending by 12%, while you've seen the 90%'s excess savings dwindle away. That's why their spending dropped during the same period. So taken all together, the well-off people have increased their spending far beyond inflation, while everyone else hasn't. The bottom 80% of earners spent 25% more than they did 4 years earlier, barely outpacing the price increases of 21% over the same period. To put it in perspective, the top 10%, 58% more.
It's the buzzword on Wall Street.
On the K-shaped economy.
Something that economists call a K-shaped economy.
This economics report was brought to you by the letter K.
But what does it mean for Main Street? A K-shaped economy means some families are trying to find value where they can. a struggle Peyton Riley from Kentucky knows all too well.
We're buying, buying, buying. So I try to find the best deals when I can.
With a big family, she knows where to get the best bang for her buck.
It's getting harder. Definitely with 3 kids. I just think Walmart has a selection for all types of consumers. I think like what your budget is, you can find it there.
And the proof is in the purchasing, according to Heather Long, the chief economist at Navy Federal Credit Union. She's tracked this trend for the last year.
The Costco economy is back. We can see this massive shift to shopping more and more at Costco and Amazon and Walmart, as even people who earn $100,000 a year are really trying to make every dollar count.
Her team tells us they've seen a 7% jump in spending at wholesale retailers since 2024. So Peyton is not alone. The stress of shopping putting a strain on many consumers, all a factor of this K-shaped economy. So what does that even mean?
The K-shaped economy means that some Americans are doing just fine. They're in the top of the K, their incomes are rising, their spending is rising, they're living La Vida Loca.
And then there's the bottom of the K.
And that's obviously going in a different direction.
It's where the bottom 80% of consumers are just trying to keep up with price inflation, according to the latest data from Moody's Analytics. Meanwhile, the top 10% of that K-shape, their spending is up big over the past few years, up almost 4.5% in the first half of 2025. Moody's data shows the top 10% of earners account for almost half of all spending and is up by 36% since the early 90s. The big question, can it last?
A K-shaped economy is not sustainable in the medium to long run, and it's definitely not desirable.
With apologies to Sesame Street, sometimes economic analysis sounds like alphabet soup. There's the V-shaped economy, a sharp decline and a rapid recovery, similar to what happened during the COVID-19 pandemic, where the recession only lasted about 2 months, the economy and the stock market bouncing back quickly after that. Or the classic U-shape, where the damage of a recession leaves consumers treading water for a while, like the 1973 oil crisis and stock market crash, leading to an era known as stagflation in the 70s. Or an L-shaped economy, where the recovery stagnates for months, like what many of us saw during the Great Recession of 2008, when employment levels took years to return to normal. The implications of a K-shaped economy catching the attention of Fed Chair Jerome Powell at the Federal Reserve's last meeting of the year.
How sustainable is this so-called K-shaped economy, and what are the Fed's thoughts on whether that's a risk going forward?
So we do, through our vast network of contacts and just through our observation of what's going on in the economy, we hear about this a lot. As how sustainable it is, I don't know. Most of the consumption does happen by people who have more means.
Look, what's going to happen in 2026, whether there will be a recession, depends on the spending of the top 20%.
Christine Romans, NBC News.
Speaking of worries, as an American, here's what we spend most on. Whether it's food, housing, entertainment, there's a bunch of different categories. On average, 32% of our salaries go to housing, which is not too bad. I feel like I hear figures saying don't go above 1/5, which is 20% of your salary. That's really good though. All the way up to like maybe at a high 40% of your salary. The average American is spending about $77,000. About $637 are going on alcoholic beverages for the whole year. That's not that bad. Almost $5,000 goes into utilities. Oh, transportation. We spend about $13,000 on, well, any sort of transportation, whether it's gasoline or vehicle purchases, just buying cars. This is probably the biggest thing we could probably get down. People buy way too nice of cars. You can't really do much about housing. Personal insurance and pensions. Okay, well, pensions is fine, but $10,000 for insurances? Food is a big one. It's been really hitting us bad right now with the inflation. Like everything, all food prices are just so high. I spend $6,000 on food at home and then $4,000 on food away from home. I spend way too much money on food away from home. Household furnishings around $2,500. This is why I just go dumpster diving. I'm trying to buy brand new furniture for like $3,000. Entertainment, we're spending about $3,600, which is about 4% or 5% of our salary. $2,000 on apparel. Also tobacco. Whoa! 8% on healthcare, which, yeah, that is our number one problem. Like I said, I think the biggest bubble you can try to fix is either transportation or, there's not a whole lot we can do about our messed up healthcare system. You can cut down on a lot of this stuff, but you need food to survive. Here's an interesting part of the chart, though, showing exactly how much people spend depending on their income level. So sadly, the group with the lowest income are usually spending the most on just food. It comes down to percentages, of course. Rich people are spending hella on food. 10% of $200,000 income. Also, sadly, the further down in income categories you go, the bigger percentage are going to be based on housing. You're going to be paying on housing. Of course, that's all rented too. I guess it shouldn't be surprising to see higher percentage numbers. If you're making less money, you're going to have higher percentages on how you have to spend in each one of these categories.
We will need Chapter 1. Made in America, priced like it. There's a myth that reshoring means revival, that if we just build it here, the past will come back. Jobs will return, towns will thrive, dignity will follow. But no one talks about the cost, because building things in America is expensive. Our labor costs more. Our energy isn't always cheaper. And the world we once built to be efficient is now a maze of friction. The 65-inch TV that used to cost $400. It might cost $700 now. And that's before the tariffs. The medicine that came from India, stuck in a customs dispute. The sneakers made in Vietnam, back-ordered for 6 months, if they arrive at all. This isn't a policy shift. It's a reorientation of reality. We grew up in a world where things got cheaper, where Black Friday was a ritual of excess, where our sense of comfort was built on invisible networks of distant labor. Now, as those networks fall apart, we're going to learn what things really cost, and who can afford them. The new middle class will be defined not by how much they own, but by how much they can do without. Austerity, not aspiration. Durability over style. Repair shops instead of replacements. It's not just about bringing jobs home, it's about retraining desire. We've been conditioned to believe we deserve everything, fast and cheap. But the world is slowing down, and the price tags are growing teeth. A shirt made in Alabama is not a shirt made in Bangladesh. It carries with it a domestic supply chain and a public desperate for stability. That weight is passed on to the consumer, to us. We'll be told this is patriotic, that it's worth the price, that sovereignty justifies scarcity. But there's a quieter truth beneath the slogans. We're not buying less because we've matured. We're buying less because we have no choice. The new middle class won't be one of comfort. It will be one of survival with dignity. A class held together by quiet discipline, not consumer freedom. And if that shift unsettles you, if you've started noticing how every cheap thing is getting harder to find, then you already feel the tremors. This channel is a place where we trace those fractures, where we watch together as the scaffolding of the old world creaks. Subscribe if you want to follow the unraveling with open eyes, and if you want to support this kind of thinking before it becomes impossible to say out loud, join us on Patreon, where we speak without filter while we still can. Chapter 2, The New Identity of Labor. We used to ask kids what they wanted to be, not what they wanted to do. Because for a long time, jobs weren't just jobs. They were identities. You were a teacher, a doctor, an engineer. The title came with purpose, respect, and some version of stability. But globalization didn't just shift production overseas. It dissolved identity. Work became fragmented, abstracted, and, above all, temporary. The middle class became a sea of contractors, freelancers, gig workers. Titles faded, tasks multiplied. And somewhere in that swirl of resumes and passwords to resumes, we lost something. We stopped building careers and started juggling income streams. Now, in this post-globalization moment, the pendulum is swinging again. But it's not going back to where we were. It's heading somewhere unfamiliar. Labor is becoming physical again, tactile, local. Not out of romanticism, but necessity. Someone has to rebuild the factories. Someone has to manage the ports, drive the trucks, wire the grids, mine the minerals. The hands that make and move are in demand again. And yet, we hesitate to celebrate it because we spent a generation shaming those jobs, telling students to do better, to avoid the trades, to chase diplomas that now serve as little more than expensive illusions. And now we're desperate for plumbers. The new middle class will not emerge from universities. It will emerge from skills, especially those that can't be automated or outsourced. Welding, wiring, fabricating, maintaining. And here's the part no one wants to say out loud. These workers will matter more than most software engineers. They'll be the backbone of a nation trying to stand on its own legs again. But will we give them dignity? Will we let them build a new identity, or just quietly ask them to prop up a crumbling system for slightly better wages? That's the danger. Because if we fail to rebuild meaning along with manufacturing, we risk creating a new middle class that's materially necessary, but spiritually hollow. A class of essential workers with inessential lives. A middle class that lifts the country, but is never allowed to speak for it. There is still time to choose differently. But it requires that we let go of the old hierarchies. The belief that thinking is better than making, that abstract is superior to concrete. We will need a new cultural language, one that respects doing as much as knowing. One that sees labor not as something to escape, but something to build a life around. We will need a new cultural language, one that respects doing as much as knowing. One that sees labor not as something to escape, but something to build a life around. And if you've ever felt caught between these two worlds, if you felt that strange pull toward work that's real, but feared what it might say about your status, you're not alone. That tension is the new American condition. Let it unsettle you, because it should. Chapter 3, A Nation of Scarcity, Not Growth. Growth was once the religion. Every quarter, every report, every headline, always pointing up. GDP, profits, productivity, stock market indexes climbing like the sun. And with that growth came a promise. As long as the pie got bigger, you didn't need to worry about your slice. But now the pie is shrinking. Not temporarily, not due to a cycle, but structurally, deliberately. Reshoring is expensive. Tariffs are sticky. Demographics are aging. Global supply chains, once optimized to the molecule, are being torn apart by ideology and fear. And still we pretend this is a revival. That scarcity is just a transitional phase. But scarcity is not the exception anymore. It's the new normal. We're entering an era where less isn't a failure. It's the plan. Fewer options on the shelves. Fewer ingredients in the pantry. Fewer career paths. Fewer upgrades. Fewer illusions. This doesn't mean collapse, not yet. But it does mean transformation. Because when the culture of abundance dies, something takes its place. Scarcity reorders priorities. We begin to value resilience over efficiency, community over mobility, preservation over growth. And the new middle class will be built in that world. Their lives will be more local, not because it's trendy, but because it's necessary. Imported luxuries will become rare. Repairs will outpace replacements. Vacations will stay inside borders. And slowly, the identity of the middle class will shift from aspiration to endurance. They won't measure themselves by what they're climbing toward, but by what they've managed to hold on to. Their homes, their health, their time with loved ones. This shift will feel like a downgrade to those who lived through the age of growth. But to those born into this new reality, it will just be life. A life where stability is the prize, not excess. But even that stability comes at a cost. Because in a system that no longer grows, every gain is someone else's loss. And envy, once reserved for the elite, will seep downward. Neighbor against neighbor, town against town, region against region. Not over yachts or tax havens, but over fuel, land, opportunity. And maybe that's the cruelest part. The new middle class won't just be frugal. They'll be suspicious of outsiders, of change, of anything that threatens the delicate balance they've managed to rebuild. It's not a dystopia, but it isn't a dream either. It's just the next version of normal. And it will ask something of us we haven't been good at for a very long time: patience. Chapter 4. The middle class as a wall, not a bridge. There was a time the middle class held things together. It stood between the rich and the poor. Not just in income, but in values, in institutions, in identity. It was the bridge, the proof that progress was possible, that mobility was real. You worked hard, you moved up, you bought a home, you built a life, you crossed over. But in the new world, the post-global world, the middle class is no longer a bridge. It's a wall, a barricade between the survivors and the left behind, a fortress of stability in a landscape of uncertainty. Because in a nation of scarcity, those who manage to find security don't reach back. They defend what little they have. The new middle class will be defined not by generosity, but by vigilance. They will live in towns where outsiders are unwelcome. They will vote for insulation, not openness. They will teach their children to protect what's theirs. And they will have every reason to do so. Because everything around them will remind them how fragile it all is. How quickly comfort can vanish. They'll see it in the shuttered big box stores, in the empty malls that once sold cheap abundance. They'll see it in neighbors who used to be middle class too, until they weren't. In this new reality, the middle class won't dream of upward mobility. They'll fear downward collapse. This is not pessimism, it's recognition. Recognition that once the machinery of globalization is dismantled, we are left to build something more modest, more defensive, more grounded. The new middle class will not define the future. It will endure it. And maybe that's what we need. Not another myth of growth, but a reckoning. A pause. A cold, sober understanding of where we are and what's been lost. I sometimes wonder if we'll remember what it felt like to believe everything was getting better. That naive hum in the background of daily life. As if progress was inevitable. As if comfort was our birthright. We don't talk about it much, but a lot of people feel like that world is already gone. And maybe that's why this story matters. Because the middle class wasn't just an economic bracket. It was the narrative spine of a nation. And now we're rewriting it, line by line, with higher prices, shorter tempers, and quieter dreams. The question is no longer when things will return to normal. The question is, what kind of people do we become when they don't? If that question lingers with you, if you feel it in your bones, in your bills, in your daily commute, then you've already started to see the world for what it is.
It seems like a recipe for social instability and ultimately for revolution. That's what happens in other countries.
The distribution of wealth in America has gone just like this. Now what we have, for the first time in American history, the top 1% has more wealth than the middle 60%. It's never happened before. And we find for the first time starting in 2000, we find that American children can no longer expect to live longer than and be richer than their parents. That was what we all thought. We're going to be better off than our parents and we're going to live longer. That is no longer true. When I was in high school, top 1% had about 30 times as much wealth as the person in the middle. Now it's 72 times as much wealth. These crises that I've talked about, this transfer of wealth, absolutely is why Donald Trump was elected president.
Listen, the last 70 years are not normal, Stephen. The last 70 years are not normal. The last 70 years in Europe and the US, where ordinary people like my dad could work for the post office on less than average wage and buy a house and support family, it's not normal. It's not normal in the world, and it's not normal in history. Most countries in the world are not like that. Most countries have a small super rich elite and a very large group of extremely poor people. That's most of the country, and it's most of history in this country, and it's most of history in the US. You know, we talk about Charles Dickens. I read Hard Times, and this is written in the 19th century when Britain was like the industrial superpower of the whole world. And at the time, the government was talking about, should we tax these industrialists? And the industrialists were saying, if you tax us, we'll throw our factories into the sea. And it just reminds me, you know, the only time we've ever really been able to provide decent living conditions for ordinary working people was the period after the war where we massively redistributed wealth. And now we're losing that holding of wealth of the middle class.
Can you acknowledge, though, that that was a completely different time as it relates to being able to...
It was a different time, but, you know, I could, you know...
Because of technology.
Nigeria today, Brazil today, the UK 300 years ago, France 200 years ago. There is only one specific time that we have ever successfully provided broad living standards for ordinary people, and it was a period of time where we protected a broadly equal wealth distribution and taxed the rich at very high rates.
There's some new information, new data that just came out from the Federal Reserve about the job market, and basically everyone's worried, guys. Even people who are doing well and earning six figures right now are worried about the trajectory of the job market. People who responded to the Federal Reserve's latest survey of consumer expectations said that the prospect of finding a job if they were unemployed was the worst that it has ever been since the report began back in 2013. And the anxiety was even higher for people who earn less than six figures a year. And going back to what I was saying earlier, the increased anxiety surrounding the job market is leading a lot more people to be worried about voluntarily leaving their job for a different opportunity in fear of not being able to either make it on their own or be able to secure another job that would be sufficient. Also, along with the job market concerns are increased inflation expectations. The one-year inflation expectations moved up to 3.4% as of the December reading, up from the 3.2% reading in November. So people are continually expecting higher inflation than what we have right now, which is probably a very smart prediction. You know, people aren't stupid. People go to the store, they buy things, and they realize the price on many things is still continuing to go up, not down. And when you look at this chart here, you can see that the short-term inflation expectations, which is the orange line, is starting to creep back up. Although the long-term expectations for inflation are still sitting at around 3%, but that's the 3 to 5 year inflation expectation, guys. We were told that inflation was going to go back down to 2%, but people still believe we're going to be at 3% levels or higher within the next 3 to 5 years, which essentially is saying that no one believes the 2% inflation narrative is ever going to come back. Meanwhile, the Federal Reserve is still cutting interest rates at every single meeting that they've done over the past several months. There's a strong possibility they may continue doing that in 2026, which is going to bring these higher inflation expectations to life for sure. And the other thing that's helping people be more anxious in general about the economy and their finances, as people's expectations of possibly missing a debt payment are the highest level right now that they have been going back to April of 2020. And obviously back then, people were very worried about missing a debt payment because a lot of people didn't have an income anymore. A lot of people were forced to stay home. The stimulus checks and all that stuff hadn't really rolled out yet. And you can see by looking at this chart, on all accounts here, everyone is worried about missing debt payments coming up in the next few months. Most notably, the lowest of income people who make under $50K a year, which makes the most sense. The less money you make, more vulnerable you are to not being able to pay the bills. And like I was saying, it's not just low-income people who are feeling like this or experiencing problems. Even high-income Americans are starting to feel this economic slowdown. The latest survey is showing that higher-income Americans are now feeling pressure from the weakening labor market. The reason why that's such a big problem is because the higher income you are, the more money you spend in the economy, and the more high-income individuals that lose jobs, then the slower the economy gets because less of those people are able to spend like before. Also, consumer sentiment is plummeting extremely fast. Among adults earning over $100,000 a year, consumer sentiment plunged 10.5 points, showing us that the anxiety is finally moving up the income ladder, guys. So this is not something that's just affecting people who are working minimum wage jobs, who are earning the median household income. This is going all the way up the chain right now, pretty much until you get to very high income earners. And the problem is when people's wages go down relative to inflation, like we're seeing right now, what happens is it triggers recession-like behavior. And it basically is just confirming the recession that we have been in now for basically the last 3.5 years. And the data is increasingly leaning into the richest Americans supporting the vast majority of the economy. Guys, the latest figures show us that over 60% of the total U.S. monthly consumer spending comes from households who are earning more than $170,000 a year. So you're essentially in the top 10% of Americans if you fit into that category, and they now make up 60% of the spending. I remember when I first reported on this a couple of years ago, it was 50%. Now it's 60%. You know, how long can the richest Americans, uphold the entire economy? But this also means that the economy is extremely vulnerable because if there's a pullback in spending in any category, whether it's retail, travel, housing, or car sales, or service-based businesses, that's going to have a major impact on the economy. It's going to increase unemployment pretty quickly. But even people in this income category are starting to be squeezed, especially if they have a regular job, because these big companies that they work for that pay them big salaries are letting people go. These big tech companies have been notorious for massive amounts of layoffs over the past few years. Also, if you are still employed, there are fewer bonuses going out, fewer promotions happening, and when you do get a raise, they are smaller than before. And at the same time, inflation is still going nowhere but up. So you can see how that is problematic. And then once people in the upper tier of income start feeling like they're treading water like everybody else, you better believe that the spending goes down from there. Unless people just don't want to admit that reality and they just continue to doom spend and continue to take on debt and basically live paycheck to paycheck, even though you're making over $200K a year, which a growing number of people are choosing that route as well. And the last part of this problem of why so many people are kind of checking out and giving up is because a record amount of Americans now have to work multiple jobs just to be able to make ends meet. According to the latest data from the BLS, which hasn't been the most reliable and is probably severely underreported, but that's what we have to go by here. They're telling us that 9.3 million Americans are working multiple jobs as of November 2025, which is the highest number ever recorded, going all the way back to 1994, guys. I mean, how else are people supposed to feel besides burnt out and feeling like they're on a hamster wheel if you have more people than ever working multiple jobs and it doesn't feel like it's helping? That means 5.7% of Americans who are employed are now working more than one job. So that's the highest share in 25 years. And back in 1996, it was 6.5% of people working multiple jobs. But the kicker is the workforce back in 1996 was a whole lot smaller. So 6.5% of a much smaller population is a lower amount of people working multiple jobs than 5.7% of a much higher population. So you see why this is more of an issue now. And the other major shift between the mid-90s and now is that back in 1996, 2/3 of the people who held multiple jobs were not college educated. But now, fast forward to today, half of the people who have more than one job do have a college degree, which shows you not only has the college degree become a lot more worthless over the past couple of decades, but it also shows you how bad the job market is. People thought they were going to go to school and get these great jobs and have great salaries after they graduated. But now, the way the economy is going and how fast things are shifting, especially with the implementation of AI, it's kind of unknown. You know, if you thought you were going to have a good job when you started school 6 years ago, things have changed dramatically since then, and that job might be obsolete by now. Or it might not be obsolete, but the pay might have gone down if AI can take over, a good chunk of that role and your services just aren't as needed as before. But if you take a look at this chart here that shows us the breakdown, you have more people than ever who work 2 full-time jobs, which is just insane. You have more people than ever who work 1 full-time job and 1 part-time job. You have more people than ever who work 2 part-time jobs, probably because it's hard to find a good full-time job. So all of this is moving in the wrong direction for American prosperity.
Money affects us all, from the second we're born into this world to the moment we leave it. It shapes how and where we live, the opportunities we get, the choices we make. And yet, for something so central to our lives, most people are unaware of the glaring disparities in the wealth distribution across America.
What does wealth inequality really look like in this country? We found that most people have no idea.
The top 1% of Americans own nearly 35% of the nation's wealth. And if we were to expand that to the top 10% as a whole, they control about 70%, meaning the bottom 90% is left with just around 30%. And if you can believe it, that's not even the worst part. I'll get back to that in a moment.
The problem we're trying to solve is that there are rich teams and there are poor teams. Then there's 50 feet of crap. And then there's us.
Wealth inequality isn't just another problem in a sea of problems that Americans face. I think of it as the greatest problem threatening our country, and one that will affect every single one of us, whether we want to acknowledge it or not. But if that's the case, then why isn't it talked about like it is? Why isn't this a top issue for every American? Well, for one, most people are in denial about the facts of this matter.
How many pieces of the pie would you put on the middle class?
Put 4.
4, all right. That's the middle class.
But two, it's better if we're distracted so we don't really see the truth. Instead, we'll spend more time waging wars against one another over culture, identity politics, left versus right. We get caught up in battles that, in the grand scheme of things, don't change the fact that a handful of people own nearly everything, while the rest of us fight over scraps.
The Gulf of Mexico is now called the Gulf of America, and people get excited. Like, how the fuck does that help your wallet?
When we talk about wealth inequality, we aren't just talking about income inequality, although that is a concerning problem too. Income inequality is the unequal distribution of what we make, but wealth inequality is about the unequal distribution of what we own, and is often tracked by net worth, things like houses, stocks, businesses, savings, minus any outstanding debt. Now, studies have shown that when Americans are asked to estimate wealth distribution, they think it's far more equal than it actually is. There's a study from Harvard Business School that asked people how they thought wealth was distributed among different earners. And they divided the population up into 5 different categories: the top 20%, the second 20, the middle 20, the fourth 20, and the bottom 20. Now, 9 out of 10 Americans agreed the ideal distribution should look something like this. What they believed it looked like was this. They thought the top 20% owned about 60% of the wealth. Now, if we were to combine the top 20 with the second 20, well, they thought they would own about 80% of the wealth. But what it really looked like was this. The top 20% of Americans owned closer to 90%. And the top 1%, they owned around 40%. And the bottom 40% can barely be seen on the graph. CBS also did a study like this in 2020, where they asked shoppers to divide up a pie into 5 different categories. And the results once again confirmed that people significantly underestimated how much the ultra-wealthy hold, and that they also overestimated what the middle class had.
So can I show you what reality looks like?
Not like this, obviously.
Unfortunately not.
No one was even close.
So it's actually 9 pieces of pie.
Wow.
Yeah. 90% of the wealth is right here in the top.
That's terrible.
Now, this misconception benefits the ultra-wealthy because if people don't realize how bad the problem is, they aren't going to demand a change. The gap between the ultra-rich and everyone else wasn't always this obscene, but over the last 40 years or so, wealth inequality has gone into overdrive, and that's by no accident.
So I have a message for my fellow plutocrats and zillionaires, and for anyone who lives in a gated bubble world. Wake up. Wake up. It cannot last. Because if we do not do something to fix the glaring economic inequities in our society, the pitchforks will come for us. For no free and open society can long sustain this kind of rising economic inequality. It has never happened. There are no examples. You show me a highly unequal society and I will show you a police state or an uprising. The pitchforks will come for us if we do not address this. It's not a matter of if, it's when.
The Roman Empire once had a little trick called bread and circuses. They believed that if they kept the people fed and entertained, they wouldn't revolt. Today, it's culture wars, social media, and Netflix. And while we're binging the latest drama, the real drama is unfolding in Congress, where billionaires and corporations are buying politicians like they're drafting a fantasy football lineup. And while both parties are in on it, one side generally wants to promote trickle-down economics, which has been debunked time and time again. But I'll get back to that in a moment. Here's the truth. The top 1% don't work harder than you. They might not even be smarter than you. They were born on third base and convinced you that they had a triple. Or they got extremely lucky with opportunity, timing, or circumstance. Now, that doesn't mean they haven't worked incredibly hard and taken risks. But this idea that the CEO is working 300 times harder than the average employee needs to be smashed. According to the Economic Policy Institute, CEO pay has soared over 1,000% since 1987. Meanwhile, the typical worker's pay has gone up only 24%. Yeah, and before someone brings up the free market argument, let's be real. What we have isn't truly a free market. It's a system where the wealthiest individuals and corporations shape the rule in their favor. They exploit tax loopholes, use offshore accounts, hire teams of lobbyists to ensure policies work for them. They also have access to exclusive investment opportunities, hedge funds, private equity, venture capital, and high-return real estate options that multiply wealth far beyond what the average person could achieve with a 401k or a savings account. And even with public markets, they have the capital to take bigger risks and leverage tax-advantaged strategies. But the average worker? Well, they have little bargaining power. Union membership has plummeted over the years. Wages have stagnated, and essential costs for things like housing, food, and healthcare keep rising. Now, wealth isn't just about income. It's about who gets to grow their money and who doesn't. And those at the top have spent decades making sure that the system stays like this. Don't believe me? Who do you think suffered the most during the Great Financial Crisis? In percentage terms, it certainly wasn't the wealthy.
I have a feeling that in a few years, people are going to be doing what they always do when the economy tanks. They would be blaming immigrants and poor people.
Now, some will argue, but the rich do pay more in taxes. The top 1% pay 46% of all federal income taxes. And sure, if you look at income taxes, that may be true, but that's not where real wealth is. The richest Americans make most of their money from stocks, real estate, and business ownership, things that are taxed at a lower rate than ordinary income. The Heritage Foundation, which is a conservative think tank, the same people who proposed Project 25, posted this graph trying to make the case that the rich already pay way more in taxes than everyone else. Now, this graph fails to consider the relative tax rate, and it also fails to contextualize how much more money the top 1% make. Hell, even the top 10%. But this is also a graph of income, not wealth, as wealth is generally not taxed as high as income. Most wealthy people end up paying 15% on capital gains tax, while the highest possible rate being 20%. Now, this is far lower than the highest federal income tax rate. So while the ultra-rich can pay a higher share of income taxes, they are often benefiting from a lower overall tax rate on their wealth accumulation. And this isn't just me saying so. Warren Buffett, one of the richest people in America, has long proposed something called the Buffett Rule. And this is the basic principle that no household making over $1 million annually should pay a smaller share of their income in taxes than middle-class families pay. Warren Buffett has famously stated that he pays a lower tax rate than his secretary does. And he's long tried to convince Congress that enacting this Buffett rule would stimulate economic growth and decrease wealth inequality. Now, interestingly enough, this rule was included in a 2012 piece of legislation, but of course it never passed. It included a 30% effective tax rate for individuals making over $1 million a year. And this was particularly aimed at individuals who had large capital gains income. But many Republicans framed this bill as an example of class warfare. arguing that it unfairly targeted high earners and that this would hurt job creation, economic growth, and discourage investments in the stock market.
He thinks the government should take more from some people just because they're rich, even if the tax increases hurt the economy.
So why would taxing the rich help reduce wealth inequality? Well, for decades, we've been sold the myth of trickle-down economics. This idea that if we cut taxes for the wealthy, their prosperity will somehow trickle down to everyone else. In reality, this has never really worked. Instead of reinvesting their gains into job creation or higher wages, the ultra-rich tend to hoard their wealth. They buy back stocks and park money in tax shelters. Meanwhile, the rest of the country generally sees stagnant wages, rising costs, and fewer opportunities to build real wealth. The real driver of economic growth isn't tax cuts for billionaires and corporations. It's a strong middle class. When everyday people have more money, they spend more. That means more demand for goods and services, more business growth, more jobs, and higher wages. But it also means more people can afford to invest in things like homes, stocks, and retirement funds, which allow for them to build long-term wealth instead of just scraping by. When wealth is more evenly distributed, the entire economy is stronger. So what are you supposed to do with this information? I know it all feels rather bleak, but for me, the sole purpose of this video is to try to spread awareness around how out of control wealth inequality has become. The more I learned about this topic, the more I was confused as to why this wasn't a major issue for nearly every voter. And right now, most people aren't even paying attention. When they've given us the modern day version of bread and circuses, the people at the top are trying to make sure nothing ever really changes. Don't be fooled by the next tax bill that promises middle class savings while quietly handing the wealthy an even bigger break. They want us looking left and right so that we never look up. And as long as that keeps working, they'll win. So at the very least, don't fall for the distractions. If you feel like things are rigged against you, you're not crazy. If you feel like no one in power is actually trying to fix this, you're not entirely wrong. The wealthiest people in the country aren't sitting around debating this. They're writing the rules. And they're counting on the fact that we're too overwhelmed, too misinformed, or too distracted to push back. No one's coming to fix this. That's the point.
It's an unfair game. We are the last dog at the bowl. You see what happens to the runt of the litter? He dies.
The only thing that has ever really forced change is enough people refusing to accept the status quo. And that all begins with awareness. The more people who actually understand what's happening, the harder it will be for the top to keep pretending that this is normal, or that it will somehow just magically get better. It won't. The widening of the gap will continue. So if this video made you see things differently, share it, talk about it. Make sure people around you understand and start seeing the bigger picture. Because once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Damn, Z, so you're going to start your stream hours and hours late and hit us with a bunch of doomer stuff? Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Absolutely. Y'all know who Z is. Start the stream extremely late. Look, life was lifing. Yeah, we were a bit reckless towards the end of, well, we were a bit reckless in the beginning of the stream, and don't put it in the comments. Y'all already know life was lifing. Look, I fought for my life, everyone. Materials were ready to go. Everything was ready to go, but life lifed. Unexpected things popped up, pause. And yeah, and I just couldn't, I couldn't work around it. There was no speeding up. There was no way around it. Yeah, what happened, and I just couldn't work around it. So my apologies, everyone, for extremely late. We did everything we were supposed to do, but sometimes life, and there's no avoiding it. Sometimes that pothole just pop out of nowhere. You can't do nothing, right? So, all right. So what did we learn? What did we learn? We learned that the top 10% are now spending 60%. Well, damn. 60%. Well, right. So we learned that, you know, I don't see how this is, what was my phrase again? This is not sustainable. It's not sustainable. It really isn't. I think the temporarily embarrassed millionaire ideology, the American dream ideology has us in a chokehold as Americans. The idea of upward mobility, the idea that we leave a world that is better and more prosperous for our children than it was for us. And that will be the case for a few, but we may be living in an era where that won't be the case for the first time in a very long time in American history. The reason why I played Gary Economics is because Gary stressed something that, and I should have actually brought that up too, but I didn't have the time, that me and Black Uru had a conversation ago, maybe, well, I said a conversation ago, Me and Black Uru had a conversation, Black Uru and I had a conversation about some 6 or so months ago about a window. Maybe it was just a window in time, and maybe that window's closed. And that doesn't mean that nobody prospers and absolutely no one climbs up that ladder. It just means that the idea of upward mobility for the masses, maybe that's gone. And maybe that's what Gary was speaking about. Play it again, Z.
Listen, the last 70 years are not normal, Stephen. The last 70 years are not normal. The last 70 years in Europe and the US, where ordinary people like my dad could work for the post office on less than average wage and buy a house and support family, it's not normal. It's not normal in the world, and it's not normal in history. Most countries in the world are not like that. Most countries have a small super rich elite and a very large group of extremely poor people. That's most of the country, and it's most of history in this country, and it's most of history in the US. You know, we talk about Charles Dickens. I read Hard Times, and this is written in the 19th century when Britain was like the industrial superpower of the whole world. And at the time, the government was talking about, should we tax these industrialists? And the industrialists were saying, if you tax us, we'll throw our factories into the sea. And it just reminds me, you know, the only time we've ever really been able to provide decent living conditions for ordinary working people was the period after the war where we massively redistributed wealth. And now we're losing that holding of wealth of the middle class.
Can you acknowledge, though, that that was a completely different time as it relates to being able to...
It was a different time, but, you know, I could, you know...
Because of technology.
Nigeria today, Brazil today, the UK 300 years ago, France 200 years ago. There is only one specific time that we have ever successfully provided broad living standards for ordinary people, and it was a period of time where we protected a broadly equal wealth distribution and taxed the rich at very high rates.
Yeah. So as you heard Gary say, shout out to Black Uru. Black Uru has said this. That was just a window, and maybe that window's closed, and what you gonna do about it, right? We already know how the uber wealthy are moving. Yeah. So does that affect you and your money? Yes, absolutely. As said before, the price of things will just adjust for what the wealthy can afford. So Anna Kasparian has spoken about this. Anna Kasparian off of TYT has spoken about this also, which is the apartment complexes that are pricing your everyday person out of the apartment, and that apartment will be 30-40% occupied, and they'll just raise the rent on the people who can afford it and make up for the people who cannot afford it and who moved out. And so when you scale that past just, you know, property and apartment complexes and the like, you see that example all over the place, all over the market. Right? I've been harping on the top 20% since y'all first heard me. Since I first started appearing on BGS's channel, first started appearing on Charles Faulkner channel, shout out to Charles Faulkner Jr., first started appearing on the Roger Reports channel, first started appearing on Arna Immor's channel, right? Our New Styles channel. I've been harping on the top 20% because it wasn't just women pick the top 20% of men, and nope. That's where the money is. And I've mentioned this before, and I have to review it. I've done it before, but I have to do a part 2 to that. Dr. Richard Reeves' Dream Hoarders, right? Where he didn't just speak of the top 1%, right? Which is the conversation we often have. The top 1%. And that's easy and somewhat comfortable to have. It's a bit more difficult to have the top 20% conversation. Because even though when y'all hear Z talk, and actually I think this is important for me to break down. All of us that are working class people. All of us that clock in or sign in are working class people. But when I speak, I often break it down from poor working poor, working class, lower middle class, upper middle, rich, wealthy, elite. Now, every once in a while, I'll use some of the terminology interchangeably, and I'll kind of conflate some of this class with some of that class. But all of us that clock in, that sign in, that get salary or that get paid hourly, we're all working class. That's understandable. But there is a working class in the working class. Z, you sounding crazy, right? And the working class in working class is oftentimes attributed with under the middle class, right? Definitely under upper middle class, definitely under the upper middle class. And that's important to say, right? So continuing. It's difficult to have that top 20% conversation because a lot of those folks are working class people. Now, more often than not, that top 20% is your professional managerial class. They're not the top 1%. Some of them do live paycheck to paycheck. Although some of these folks, money in the stock market, generally living some type of or some part of the American dream, but they're not rich or elite. They're doing okay-ish. They might look rich when you don't have anything, but nah, they aight, right? It's difficult to have that conversation because do you really want to tell your uncle who making $120 a year, he ain't rich, but he ain't struggling neither, that he need to come up off more tax money? Really? See how it gets real difficult? Huh? Your cousin that's making $150 a year and he just got here yesterday. Huh? Your daughter that's making 160 something, 170 something. Do we really want to tell her that she's gonna have to come up off of that? See, it gets real difficult to have that conversation now, doesn't it? It's easy to have the 1% conversation because we know they're making 600 and something, 700 and something $1,000 a year. Yes, that's a real thing. Right? It's not just the income. We're no longer living, and we haven't been living in this era for a couple of decades now, where your labor equals income equals the ability to put a couple of those dollars away to equal wealth. It ain't happening. And that's a real difficult thing for Americans to accept because it's been equaling that for some give or take 70 years. That's what Gary Economics was expressing about the US and the UK. You were able to use your labor to turn into some type of wealth. That window has been closed for a couple of decades, but now there is no pretending anymore. The credit cards are maxed out. The gig economy is here. Exploitation unabashed is back. Gilded Age 2.0, here you go. That's why I played the K-shaped recovery, right? Yeah, we're here now, and it's looking ugly. Right? And it's looking ugly. What do you do now, people? Black men, Black manosphere, huh? And it's going to be difficult. It's going to be a difficult conversation to have for some of us, those of us. And you know the funny thing? Some of us that are doing well financially, we get it. It'd be the most fascinating thing in the world when you meet someone who is doing okay financially and they get it and you don't really got to explain much and they agree with you. And they're somewhat a class enemy of their own class. The funniest thing is talking to working class people, aspirational people, nothing wrong with aspiration, right? And when you start talking to them about what's going on in the money, especially in the Black community, boy, that hustle culture talk start coming up, right? The hustle bros pathology, shout out to Dr. Thunder, right? Right? It sound good, and we have some brothers that used to be part of this space, Black Manosphere adjacent, like I like to say. And yeah, they have some very interesting ways of speaking about the financial struggle as if their entire livelihood, is not because of YouTube. If we take that YouTube away, where you going, player? If we take them YouTube checks away, what happened? Huh? But when you listen to them talk, if you think I'm talking about a certain somebody, I probably am. You listen to them talk, they sound real antagonistic and mean and dismissive and crass and assholes about everyday Americans. I'm just saying, Big Mo, I'm not saying. I'm just saying, but I'm not saying. Huh? And he's not the only one, there's a couple of them. Promise you, Mr. Z, come up on some real YouTube money. It ain't gonna happen because I'm gonna have to sell y'all out. I ain't gonna do it. But I come up on some. I'm not gonna sound like this. This is foolish talk. People be making money off of social media and then they start talking like they came up with how to make powdered cheese or something. Like they came up off of like inventions or something like that. They created something that's crucial for the infrastructure of America or something. Right? Stop, cut it out. Right? There's a couple of these brothers. I'm like, bro, wait a minute. Right now, I'm not talking about before YouTube. I'm talking about right now. You owe your livelihood to social media. You talking real crazy to the people that listen to you. BGS been telling me this from the beginning. Shout out to BGS. BGS says, take the money, Z. BGS said, look, if they give you the proposal, Z, you better take it. Right? But it's important that we stress this. It's looking real ugly and dark. The money is funny. The systems are atrophying, crumbling, breaking, and there's elites that are running out the back door with all of our tax dollars. And yeah, they're spending it on military. I wanted to say infrastructure. That's a joke. And the rest of it, golden toilets and whatnot. Huh? Oh, man. Just saying. And what does that mean for the rest of us? Shout out to Lion, who inspired this series, the What Money series. What money? That doesn't mean that we're all going to be destitute. I don't want to go full on, yes I do, full on doomer. But it does mean we are going to have to adjust our appetites. And even Z cringes saying that. Right? I know it sucks having to hear. Trust me, it sucks having to say it. Yeah. We are going to have to adjust our appetites. For some of us in this space, that's not going to be too difficult. Not because we don't have, but because we hear these things, we see what's coming down the pike, and we are making adjustments. For others, they just go and get sideswiped by the 18-wheeler of life. Meow. Right? That's just how it is. Huh? Lion said downsize. You hear me? And Dr. Dunbar says, I don't mind eating at Outback Steakhouse. Z. Look, it might be a Dr. Dunbar ain't no more Roof Chris. Shout out to the ladies. Nah, baby, we can't go to Roof Chris. We gonna go to Outback and get this 2 for $30. Oh, they don't got the 2 for $20 no more. We'll get the 2 for $30. I'm gonna leave a good little $5 tip. that $200, $250, $300 bill from Roof Chris. Yeah, you can kiss that goodbye. We're gonna go Outback and spend this 2 for $35. Right? Dr. Dunbar said Sizzler. Not Sizzler. What's the last time I stepped in a Sizzler? Trail said Golden Corral. You hear me? Big Mo, that whole Cheesecake Factory. Look, y'all about to make Z go on a tirade. That whole Cheesecake Factory crap was amazing to watch. 35, 45, 55, 60,000, $65,000 a year women complaining and looking down on Cheesecake Factory because they're not talking about dating to get to know you. They're definitely not talking about courting. We're not even gonna mention that. They're not talking about dating to get to know you, or you put some effort in. You took a shower, you groomed yourself, y'all went to Cheesecake, right? Movie and a restaurant, movie and cheesecake. No, Cheesecake Factory. No, they're looking at these dates as a way to exploit your ass, as a way to have these experiences that they would have not had otherwise. They're looking at it as a way to test you to see how much money they could get you to spend on them initially. How much you're willing to bend over backwards and do backflips to find some exclusive nice spot in your city. It's gone beyond just quote unquote impressing her. Huh? But when we living in the era of what money, they're gonna have to adjust. And if they don't adjust, then they're still gonna have to adjust in that apartment with their homegirls, and that apartment with their literal girlfriends. Shout out to Cole Munching. No, that's just what it's gonna be. That's just what it's gonna be. Yeah, it's looking dark, as it should. No. It's gonna be a hard lesson. So, Mr. Z gotta do this. Sorry, y'all. Hey, shout out to all of y'all who felt like y'all won the culture war. Okay, fine, you did. What about the money though? Oops. I didn't have the time to find it. I played it once a few months ago. What Sagar and Jenny says, hey, this is what y'all signed up for. And he's low-key mocking the same people that voted the way he wanted them to vote. And he was like, hey, isn't this what you signed up for? And what he was saying is, but you signed up to win the culture war. You won that. What you don't appreciate is what else you've won with that. Oops. Just saying. Just saying. Huh? What about that money, though? I'm talking about that. And Black Guru says, and thank you for the super chat, this is a coming age of heroes. The powers that be are going to force you all to stand up to them for survival, and they are not going to fight fair. Oh, you're definitely right about that. You're right about that. I don't doubt you at all. I don't doubt you at all, Black Guru. Yeah. This is the coming age of heroes. Yeah, they're not fighting fair now. They literally use the women as a buffer class. Hey, ladies, if you're listening, I meant it. No, they're not fighting fair now. They're using the minds of the children and the minds of the women as the buffer class. Definitely the minds of the women and the girls. They've been not fighting fair. I don't even know what that is. Right? They've been not fighting fair. And I'm gonna play the economic circuit one more again because Mr. Z got to do something real quick. I'm gonna bring y'all up in a couple minutes, so y'all give Z a second on that. Let me play this. And yeah, Black, they're not fighting fair. And I agree with you on this is the age of heroes. I think Compassionate is correct about millennials, and I would say many of the Z's also, where our minds are cooked. We have a market ideology like a mug, and for the good and bad of it, bad of it. Yeah, and it's bad. It is bad, right? And it take, as we say in the Black community, decolonize your mind. I want to come up with a new term like demarketize your mind or something along those lines, because our brain and a lot of extras too, extras, you ain't safe. Our minds are cooked. We don't know an answer outside the market. Oh boy. Continuing.
Chapter 1. Made in America, priced like it. There's a myth that reshoring means revival, that if we just build it here, the past will come back. Jobs will return, towns will thrive, dignity will follow. But no one talks about the cost. Because building things in America is expensive. Our labor costs more. Our energy isn't always cheaper. And the world we once built to be efficient is now a maze of friction. The 65-inch TV that used to cost $400. It might cost $700 now. And that's before the tariffs. The medicine that came from India, stuck in a customs dispute. The sneakers made in Vietnam, back-ordered for 6 months, if they arrive at all. This isn't a policy shift. It's a reorientation of reality. We grew up in a world where things got cheaper, where Black Friday was a ritual of excess, where our sense of comfort was built on invisible networks of distant labor. Now, as those networks fall apart, we're going to learn what things really cost, and who can afford them. The new middle class will be defined not by how much they own, but by how much they can do without. Austerity, not aspiration. Durability over style. Repair shops instead of replacements. It's not just about bringing jobs home. It's about retraining desire. We've been conditioned to believe we deserve everything, fast and cheap. But the world is slowing down, and the price tags are growing teeth. A shirt made in Alabama is not a shirt made in Bangladesh. It carries with it a domestic supply chain and a public desperate for stability. That weight is passed on to the consumer, to us. We'll be told this is patriotic, that it's worth the price, that sovereignty justifies scarcity. But there's a quieter truth beneath the slogans. We're not buying less because we've matured. We're buying less because we have no choice. The new middle class won't be one of comfort. It will be one of survival with dignity. A class held together by quiet discipline, not consumer freedom. And if that shift unsettles you, if you've started noticing how every cheap thing is getting harder to find, then you already feel the tremors. This channel is a place where we trace those fractures, where we watch together as the scaffolding of the old world creaks. Subscribe if you want to follow the unraveling with open eyes, and if you want to support this kind of thinking before it becomes impossible to say out loud, join us on Patreon, where we speak without filter while we still can. Chapter 2. The new identity of labor. We used to ask kids what they wanted to be, not what they wanted to do. Because for a long time, jobs weren't just jobs. They were identities. You were a teacher, a doctor, an engineer. The title came with purpose, respect, and some version of stability. But globalization didn't just shift production overseas. It dissolved identity. Work became fragmented, abstracted, and, above all, temporary. The middle class became a sea of contractors, freelancers, gig workers. Titles faded, tasks multiplied. And somewhere in that swirl of resumes and passwords to resumes, we lost something. We stopped building careers and started juggling income streams. Now, in this post-globalization moment, the pendulum is swinging again. But it's not going back to where we were. It's heading somewhere unfamiliar. Labor is becoming physical again, tactile, local. Not out of romanticism, but necessity. Someone has to rebuild the factories. Someone has to manage the ports, drive the trucks, wire the grids, mine the minerals. The hands that make and move are in demand again. And yet, we hesitate to celebrate it because we spent a generation shaming those jobs, telling students to do better, to avoid the trades, to chase diplomas that now serve as little more than expensive illusions. And now we're desperate for plumbers. The new middle class will not emerge from universities. It will emerge from skills, especially those that can't be automated or outsourced. Welding, wiring, fabricating, maintaining. And here's the part no one wants to say out loud. These workers will matter more than most software engineers. They'll be the backbone of a nation trying to stand on its own legs again. But will we give them dignity? Will we let them build a new identity, or just quietly ask them to prop up a crumbling system for slightly better wages? That's the danger. Because if we fail to rebuild meaning along with manufacturing, we risk creating a new middle class that's materially necessary, but spiritually hollow. A class of essential workers with inessential lives. A middle class that lifts the country, but is never allowed to speak for it. There is still time to choose differently. But it requires that we let go of the old hierarchies. The belief that thinking is better than making, that abstract is superior to concrete. We will need a new cultural language, one that respects doing as much as knowing. One that sees labor not as something to escape, but something to build a life around. We will need a new cultural language, one that respects doing as much as knowing, one that sees labor not as something to escape, but something to build a life around. And if you've ever felt caught between these two worlds, if you felt that strange pull toward work that's real, but feared what it might say about your status, you're not alone. That tension is the new American condition. Let it unsettle you, because it should. Chapter 3, a nation of scarcity, not growth. Growth was once the religion. Every quarter, every report, every headline, always pointing up. GDP, profits, productivity, stock market indexes climbing like the sun. And with that growth came a promise. As long as the pie got bigger, you didn't need to worry about your slice. But now the pie is shrinking. Not temporarily, not due to a cycle, but structurally, deliberately. Reshoring is expensive. Tariffs are sticky. Demographics are aging. Global supply chains, once optimized to the molecule, are being torn apart by ideology and fear. And still we pretend this is a revival. That scarcity is just a transitional phase. But scarcity is not the exception anymore. It's the new normal. We're entering an era where less isn't a failure. It's the plan. Fewer options on the shelves. Fewer ingredients in the pantry. Fewer career paths. Fewer upgrades. Fewer illusions. This doesn't mean collapse, not yet. But it does mean transformation. Because when the culture of abundance dies, something takes its place. Scarcity reorders priorities. We begin to value resilience over efficiency, community over mobility, preservation over growth. And the new middle class will be built in that world. Their lives will be more local, not because it's trendy, but because it's necessary. Imported luxuries will become rare. Repairs will outpace replacements. Vacations will stay inside borders. And slowly, the identity of the middle class will shift from aspiration to endurance. They won't measure themselves by what they're climbing toward, but by what they've managed to hold on to. Their homes, their health, their time with loved ones. This shift will feel like a downgrade to those who lived through the age of growth. But to those born into this new reality, it will just be life. A life where stability is the prize, not excess. But even that stability comes at a cost. Because in a system that no longer grows, every gain is someone else's loss. And envy, once reserved for the elite, will seep downward. Neighbor against neighbor, town against town, region against region. Not over yachts or tax havens, but over fuel, land, opportunity. And maybe that's the cruelest part. The new middle class won't just be frugal. They'll be suspicious of outsiders, of change, of anything that threatens the delicate balance they've managed to rebuild. It's not a dystopia, but it isn't a dream either. It's just the next version of normal, and it will ask something of us we haven't been good at for a very long time: patience. Chapter 4. The middle class as a wall, not a bridge. There was a time the middle class held things together. It stood between the rich and the poor, not just in income, but in values, in institutions, in identity. It was the bridge, the proof that progress was possible, that mobility was real. You worked hard, you moved up, you bought a home, you built a life, you crossed over. But in the new world, the post-global world, the middle class is no longer a bridge. It's a wall, a barricade between the survivors and the left behind, a fortress of stability in a landscape of uncertainty. Because in a nation of scarcity, those who manage to find security don't reach back. They defend what little they have. The new middle class will be defined not by generosity, but by vigilance. They will live in towns where outsiders are unwelcome. They will vote for insulation, not openness. They will teach their children to protect what's theirs. And they will have every reason to do so, because everything around them will remind them how fragile it all is, how quickly comfort can vanish. They'll see it in the shuttered big box stores, in the empty malls that once sold cheap abundance. They'll see it in neighbors who used to be middle class too, until they weren't. In this new reality, the middle class won't dream of upward mobility. They'll fear downward collapse. This is not pessimism, it's recognition. Recognition that once the machinery of globalization is dismantled, we are left to build something more modest, more defensive, more grounded. The new middle class will not define the future. It will endure it. And maybe that's what we need. Not another myth of growth, but a reckoning. A pause. A cold, sober understanding of where we are and what's been lost. I sometimes wonder if we'll remember what it felt like to believe everything was getting better. That naive hum in the background of daily life. As if progress was inevitable. As if comfort was our birthright. We don't talk about it much, but a lot of people feel like that world is already gone. And maybe that's why this story matters. Because the middle class wasn't just an economic bracket. It was the narrative spine of a nation. And now we're rewriting it, line by line, with higher prices, shorter tempers, and quieter dreams. The question is no longer when things will return to normal. The question is, what kind of people do we become when they don't? If that question lingers with you, if you feel it in your bones, in your bills, in your daily commute, then you've already started to see the world for what it is.
This is not about if when things get back to normal. What happens when they don't? I messed that up. I butchered that. But essentially, this is the new normal. That's what he said. Wait a minute. I know somebody else that been saying that before even Economic Circuit said it. Huh. I wonder who that is. I know somebody who been saying that. This is the new normal. Ugh. I don't like it.
The U.S. economy is dependent on rich people more than ever. You can see where we were when the pandemic started, what happened during peak inflation, and then where we're at today. This article broke down while the majority, the 90%, are pinching pennies, the top 10% that make about $250,000 or more, they're splurging on vacations, designer handbags, all from the stock market gains, the real estate gains, and other assets that they've gained money from. And now that top 10% accounts for about 50% of all the spending. That's a record going back 3 decades
now
ago
60
to 1989 where they started tracking it. For reference, back then it was about 36%. And according to economist Mark Zandi, all this means is it's unusually reliant on the top earners. Again, citing that the top 10% accounted for almost 1/3 of all GDP. Between September 23 and 24, the high earners increased their spending by 12%, while you've seen the 90%'s excess savings dwindle away. That's why their spending dropped during the same period. So
talk about keeping up with the Joneses.
People have increased their spending far beyond inflation, while everyone else hasn't. The bottom 80% of earners spent 25% more than they did 4 years earlier, barely outpacing the price increases of 21% over the same period. To put it in perspective, the top 10%, 58% more.
Low-key, that sounds like what the U.S. did with the Soviet Union. Just spin them into oblivion. They ain't gonna try to keep up. They can't keep up. They don't got the economy we got. They just gonna drown. Oh, man, look. Shout out to all of you trying to keep up with the Joneses. Yeah. And you know, social media made it worse. Mr. Z is not one of those folks that blame social media for everything. I actually think that's weird when people do that. Blame TV and social media for everything. Did it ruin people's appetite? Oh, definitely. But the appetite was already ruined. It just made it worse. And yes, so as I've said before, these young folks, the women, are watching their favorite content creators and celebrities, and it's like they're living right next to them because they're watching them every day on social media. And they get to see the background, and they get to see the spiral staircase. And they get to see the 5-6 car garage. And their brain melts. Some of this stuff I'm gonna play one more again because I'm gonna take it off pause, and because I want to make space. There's a couple of short clips that I want to play one more again also. So I'm gonna play this one more again also, right? So that we could make a little bit of space. This is gonna take a couple minutes. So, and I'm gonna bring you guys up in a minute. I'm not stalling for time really. And yeah, y'all already know. And we're back, Reckless. By the way, don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments. But before we get to that, actually, let me read this from Leon before we continue. And Leon says, a clown ninja Republican was driving a 2018 Hyundai Tucson before YouTube. Let's keep it 100. Bruh think he is Stefan from Django Unchained when he is on Fox News. We know who you're talking about. I don't really want to go in on them brothers like that. What I am saying and what I am asking them, it is part of Black tradition, Black American tradition. As a child of immigrant, I get it. To have some of us say, yeah, F all that, yeah, the environment, whatever, but what are we doing, right? And hyper focus on what Black America can do to alleviate the pain, the struggle. I get it, right? And there have been Black folks throughout history that said, F all that, I don't care nothing about that. Negroes ain't perfect, so whatever happened to you, happened to you. We've had that. We also have the quote from Oscar Wilde that says, it's difficult to get a man to believe something, especially when his paycheck is depending on him not believing it. I'm paraphrasing. I think I might have butchered that too. With that, the couple brothers y'all think I'm speaking about, that I'm probably speaking about, they've exhibited that. They're not new in Black American history, that worldview. It's just something to consider as they speak. Y'all know Mr. Z likes to talk about the larger environment. You watch these people not ever really bring that up because, of course, they just tell you this is how it is and just, do better. See what I did there? Didn't mention it. And yeah, that sound good, but hey, King Louis and them and Marie Antoinette and them thought they were safe too, and they were talking real reckless too, and you see how that ended up. Hey, when we said it's cold outside and winter is here for everybody. For everyone. Shout out to BGS, and Jason Black even mentioned it the other day. Right? Mentioning Kevin Samuels. No, winter is here for everybody, and any and everybody could get God. That's the righteous and the unrighteous. There's a whole lot of people talking a whole lot of reckless. Didn't Robespierre still find his head and his shoulders separated? And you were the thinker of the French Revolution. Didn't matter. Just saying. So I get what you're saying, Leon. And true. We've seen it. We've watched us, everyday people, catapult some of these folks into celebrity status. And then I've said it multiple times. Y'all, I don't know if anybody ever said this like Z said it. Ain't nothing a Negro want to tell you more the second a Negro feel like he make enough or she make enough. Shout out to B. Simone. The first thing they gonna tell you is how much they don't care about another Negro's opinion. Once, whatever the number is in their mind, 1 million, 10 million, the second they hit that number, the first thing they do is turn back around to the Black community. By the way, I don't care what you Negroes think. Wait, we just helped to get you there yesterday. And so I get what you're saying, Leon. It's par for the course. You're gonna meet Black people. That's how they move. We're not part of any other community, so we don't really know how these other folks move like that. Or maybe we do, but it don't really matter. But it takes a special type of person to make it and still consider and care about what Black people got to say. And what's funny is these folks are still making money off of Black people. And they like to remind Black people how much they don't care about your opinion. It'd be the most funniest thing in the world. And Leon, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Lion says, as I've said before, it don't matter if she's a 4 or an 8. These venues ain't changing their prices to accommodate your wallet. Choose wisely. Say that. Say that. And I one of the things I loved Yvette Carnell saying is there's no black money. And what she was saying by that is like, it's not a different price because, when her and Tone first started getting into this conversation about black money and trying to dispel this idea of like the rich auntie, which we know they exist, but like this overabundance of the rich auntie or the uncle across town that and we know those people, the Huxtables do exist, but like there was this idea that they're over every corner, right? And everybody had a Bill Cosby uncle. And when she was when she first started having that conversation, and you would see people call in, and Yvette finally had to say, we don't get a discount for being black. Like, when y'all say like this black money, we can move like this and shop like that. And when you go to Walmart, actually, this is changing soon. Actually, it's changing now. I'm gonna mention that in 5 seconds. There is no different price for you than the white folk that just walked into that Walmart with you. That $8.99 is $8.99. That $12.99 is $12.99, and that's what Yvette was saying back then. Now going to that, I don't know if y'all been paying attention, but this dynamic pricing thing. So I watched something. Was it last week or the week before about this dynamic pricing thing and how what they had was a bunch of people sit in the same location, order the exact same things at pretty much the exact same time, and they all got different prices. And the one of the brothers, well, actually, it was a brother that got a kind of middle age, maybe a little bit younger than middle age. No, he was about middle age. Brother that got the most expensive. And but mind you, his bill was the most. Mind you, it was the exact same thing at the exact same time that was supposed to be sent to the exact same location, and somehow all the prices were different. So keep that in mind, especially black people. Keep that in mind, right? Black people in the hood especially, keep that in mind. Watch your prices. If you got a white homeboy or homegirl, go shopping with them or have them shop online, better yet, that's what I meant to say, and see if those prices are different if you have a close enough relationship with them. That's fascinating, right? So yeah, line, exactly. And no matter if she a 4 or 8, then prices are still the same, right? And Better You says, and thank you for the super chat, I ain't saying 2 something was right, but he was onto something though. Sometimes you gotta make a MFer find their religion for them to act right. Hashtag get the baskets. I wonder what's in the basket. What's gonna be in the basket? Better You already know what's gonna be in the basket. Just saying. Look, I don't status quoism. I think a lot of us got way too comfortable. We got way too comfortable with this society and the system, and that may not necessarily be a bad thing all the time, but then you don't know how to pivot, or when you don't live in that same era anymore, maybe it's difficult to adjust. Not even maybe, it's clearly difficult to adjust, right? I've used this quote a lot, but the general is always fighting the last war. I've said this, for us Xers who got a few more decades left on this planet, for us millennials, the oldest of Gen Z, that's about 29, 28 right now, it's going to be real difficult for us. The boomers are on their way out the door. The silent generation are pretty much gone, or yeah, right? It's going to be real difficult for us Xers, millennials, and the oldest of Gen Z to adjust to this new normal, especially for the Xers and the oldest of millennials, because this is what we know, right? Cheap big TVs, relatively inexpensive, not too bad automobiles, especially secondhand, right? And maybe we don't live in that world anymore, and that's going to be a hard ass learn, a hard ass lesson. And to the 2 cent was right. Look, we're right now, at least right now, we don't have the government that's going to go at these folks. This is not FDR's era or any of that, right? And y'all give us just like, had to sneeze, y'all. Didn't want y'all to hear that. We don't live in that era no more. Teddy Roosevelt and then his cousin FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. We don't live in that era. We don't live in the 60s anymore, right? We don't live in the 40s anymore. We don't live in LBJ's era. We don't even live in Nixon's America anymore. Right? And that's what neoliberalism really did. I would argue what it did that you can't really quantify is it killed the spirit of people thinking outside of the market. Right? And like collective uplift, the ability to think about something outside of just yourself. So and this is where Black Ulu come in, where this is the time for heroes, because, and maybe I want to put that Carrie Hilson and Nas song as a song reference, but you know, we're not in, at least I would argue for millennials and even Gen Z and Xers, I don't know how many of us have the mindset to sacrifice a little for the collective uplift. And that's asking a lot. It's not literally asking a lot, it's asking a lot psychologically. Like, people think, I gotta give a what? For what? Is it a guarantee? No! Right? Yeah, Better You. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. That's gonna be a hard one. Right? And Kunguru, give me a second. Let me play this real quick, and then we'll get underway, because I need to play this so I can make some space and then we'll bring y'all up in a minute.
There's some new information, new data that just came out from the Federal Reserve about the job market, and basically everyone's worried, guys. Even people who are doing well and earning six figures right now are worried about the trajectory of the job market. People who responded to the Federal Reserve's latest survey of consumer expectations said that the prospect of finding a job if they were unemployed was the worst that it has ever been since the report began back in 2013. And the anxiety was even higher for people who earn less than six figures a year. And going back to what I was saying earlier, the increased anxiety surrounding the job market is leading a lot more people to be worried about voluntarily leaving their job for a different opportunity in fear of not being able to either make it on their own or be able to secure another job that would be sufficient. Also, along with the job market concerns are increased inflation expectations. The one-year inflation expectations moved up to 3.4% as of the December reading, up from the 3.2% reading in November. So people are continually expecting higher inflation than what we have right now, which is probably a very smart prediction. You know, people aren't stupid. People go to the store, they buy things, and they realize the price on many things is still continuing to go up, not down. And when you look at this chart here, you can see that the short-term inflation expectations, which is the orange line, is starting to creep back up. Although the long-term expectations for inflation are still sitting at around 3%, but that's the 3 to 5 year inflation expectation, guys. We were told that inflation was going to go back down to 2%, but people still believe we're going to be at 3% levels or higher within the next 3 to 5 years, which essentially is saying that no one believes the 2% inflation narrative is ever going to come back. Meanwhile, the Federal Reserve is still cutting interest rates at every single meeting that they've done over the past several months. There's a strong possibility they may continue doing that in 2026, which is going to bring these higher inflation expectations to life for sure. And the other thing that's helping people be more anxious in general about the economy and their finances, as people's expectations of possibly missing a debt payment are the highest level right now that they have been going back to April of 2020. And obviously back then, people were very worried about missing a debt payment because a lot of people didn't have an income anymore. A lot of people were forced to stay home. The stimulus checks and all that stuff hadn't really rolled out yet. And you can see by looking at this chart, on all accounts here, everyone is worried about missing debt payments coming up in the next few months. Most notably, the lowest of income people who make under $50K a year, which makes the most sense. The less money you make, more vulnerable you are to not being able to pay the bills. And like I was saying, it's not just low-income people who are feeling like this or experiencing problems. Even high-income Americans are starting to feel this economic slowdown. The latest survey is showing that higher-income Americans are now feeling pressure from the weakening labor market. The reason why that's such a big problem is because the higher income you are, the more money you spend in the economy, and the more high-income individuals that lose jobs, then the slower the economy gets because less of those people are able to spend like before. Also, consumer sentiment is plummeting extremely fast. Among adults earning over $100,000 a year, consumer sentiment plunged 10.5 points, showing us that the anxiety is finally moving up the income ladder, guys. So this is not something that's just affecting people who are working minimum wage jobs, who are earning the median household income. This is going all the way up the chain right now, pretty much until you get to very high income earners. And the problem is when people's wages go down relative to inflation, like we're seeing right now, what happens is it triggers recession-like behavior. And it basically is just confirming the recession that we have been in now for basically the last 3.5 years. And the data is increasingly leaning into the richest Americans supporting the vast majority of the economy, guys. The latest figures show us that over 60% of the total U.S. monthly consumer spending comes from households who are earning more than $170,000 a year. So you're essentially in the top 10% of Americans if you fit into that category, and they now make up 60% of the spending. I remember when I first reported on this a couple of years ago, it was 50%. Now it's 60%. You know, how long can the richest Americans, uphold the entire economy? But this also means that the economy is extremely vulnerable because if there's a pullback in spending in any category, whether it's retail, travel, housing, or car sales, or service-based businesses, that's going to have a major impact on the economy. It's going to increase unemployment pretty quickly. But even people in this income category are starting to be squeezed, especially if they have a regular job, because these big companies that they work for that pay them big salaries are letting people go. These big tech companies have been notorious for massive amounts of layoffs over the past few years. Also, if you are still employed, there are fewer bonuses going out, fewer promotions happening, and when you do get a raise, they are smaller than before. And at the same time, inflation is still going nowhere but up. So you can see how that is problematic. And then once people in the upper tier of income start feeling like they're treading water like everybody else, you better believe that the spending goes down from there. Unless people just don't want to admit that reality and they just continue to doom spend and continue to take on debt and basically live paycheck to paycheck, even though you're making over $200K a year, which a growing number of people are choosing that route as well. And the last part of this problem of why so many people are kind of checking out and giving up is because a record amount of Americans now have to work multiple jobs just to be able to make ends meet. According to the latest data from the BLS, which hasn't been the most reliable and is probably severely underreported, but that's what we have to go by here. They're telling us that 9.3 million Americans are working multiple jobs as of November 2025, which is the highest number ever recorded, going all the way back to 1994, guys. I mean, How else are people supposed to feel besides burnt out and feeling like they're on a hamster wheel if you have more people than ever working multiple jobs and it doesn't feel like it's helping? That means 5.7% of Americans who are employed are now working more than one job. So that's the highest share in 25 years. And back in 1996, it was 6.5% of people working multiple jobs. But the kicker is the workforce back in 1996 was a whole lot smaller. So 6.5% of a much smaller population is a lower amount of people working multiple jobs than 5.7% of a much higher population. So you see why this is more of an issue now. And the other major shift between the mid-90s and now is that back in 1996, 2/3 of the people who held multiple jobs were not college educated. But now, fast forward to today, half of the people who have more than one job do have a college degree, which shows you not only has the college degree become a lot more worthless over the past couple of decades, but it also shows you how bad the job market is. People thought they were going to go to school and get these great jobs and have great salaries after they graduated. But now, the way the economy is going and how fast things are shifting, especially with the implementation of AI, it's kind of unknown. You know, if you thought you were going to have a good job when you started school 6 years ago, things have changed dramatically since then, and that job might be obsolete by now. Or it might not be obsolete, but the pay might have gone down if AI can take over, a good chunk of that role and your services just aren't as needed as before. But if you take a look at this chart here that shows us the breakdown, you have more people than ever who work 2 full-time jobs, which is just insane. You have more people than ever who work 1 full-time job and 1 part-time job. You have more people than ever who work 2 part-time jobs, probably because it's hard to find a good full-time job. So all of this is moving in the wrong direction for American prosperity.
I would argue, and we're back, I would argue that it's not just the kids are going to school for underwater basket weaving degrees. That is why half of them have a full-time job, or however you said it, where it went up 50% or something like that, that you have these college educated folks with a full-time gig and a part-time gig. That is a systemic issue, right? That is a systemic problem. That is not just kids going to school and they're just passing them through college and they can't read or they can't really comprehend. They just get the degree. That's not just that. That is definitely systemic, right? Continuing.
Money affects us all, from the second we're born into this world to the moment we leave it. It shapes how and where we live, the opportunities we get, the choices we make. And yet, for something so central to our lives, most people are unaware of the glaring disparities in the wealth distribution across America.
What does wealth inequality really look like in this country? We found that most people have no idea.
The top 1% of Americans own nearly 35% of the nation's wealth. And if we were to expand that to the top 10% as a whole, they control about 70%, meaning the bottom 90% is left with just around 30%. And if you can believe it, that's not even the worst part. I'll get back to that in a moment.
The problem we're trying to solve is that there are rich teams and there are poor teams. Then there's 50 feet of crap. And then there's us.
Wealth inequality isn't just another problem in a sea of problems that Americans face. I think of it as the greatest problem threatening our country, and one that will affect every single one of us, whether we want to acknowledge it or not. But if that's the case, then why isn't it talked about like it is? Why isn't this a top issue for every American? Well, for one, most people are in denial about the facts of this matter.
How many pieces of the pie would you put on the middle class?
Put 4.
4, all right, that's the middle class.
But two, it's better if we're distracted so we don't really see the truth. Instead, we'll spend more time waging wars against one another over culture, identity politics, left versus right. We get caught up in battles that, in the grand scheme of things, don't change the fact that a handful of people own nearly everything, while the rest of us fight over scraps.
The Gulf of Mexico is now called the Gulf of America, and people get excited. Like, how the fuck does that help your wallet?
When we talk about wealth inequality, we aren't just talking about income inequality, although that is a concerning problem too. Income inequality is the unequal distribution of what we make, but wealth inequality is about the unequal distribution of what we own, and is often tracked by net worth, things like houses, stocks, businesses, savings, minus any outstanding debt. Now, studies have shown that when Americans are asked to estimate wealth distribution, they think it's far more equal than it actually is. There's a study from Harvard Business School that asked people how they thought wealth was distributed among different earners, and they divided the population up into 5 different categories: the top 20%, the second 20, the middle 20, the fourth 20, and the bottom 20. Now, 9 out of 10 Americans agreed the ideal distribution should look something like this. What they believed it looked like was this. They thought the top 20% owned about 60% of the wealth. Now, if we were to combine the top 20 with the second 20, well, they thought they would own about 80% of the wealth. But what it really looked like was this. The top 20% of Americans owned closer to 90%. And the top 1%, they owned around 40%. And the bottom 40% can barely be seen on the graph. CBS also did a study like this in 2020, where they asked shoppers to divide up a pie into 5 different categories. And the results once again confirmed that people significantly underestimated how much the ultra-wealthy hold, and that they also overestimated what the middle class had.
So can I show you what reality looks like?
Not like this, obviously.
Unfortunately not. No one was even close. So it's actually 9 pieces of pie.
Wow.
Yeah. 90% of the wealth is right here in the top.
That's terrible.
Now, this misconception benefits the ultra-wealthy because if people don't realize how bad the problem is, they aren't going to demand a change. The gap between the ultra-rich and everyone else wasn't always this obscene, but over the last 40 years or so, wealth inequality has gone into overdrive, and that's by no accident.
So I have a message for my fellow plutocrats and zillionaires, and for anyone who lives in a gated bubble world. Wake up. Wake up. It cannot last. Because if we do not do something to fix the glaring economic inequities in our society, the pitchforks will come for us. For no free and open society can long sustain this kind of rising economic inequality. It has never happened. There are no examples. You show me a highly unequal society and I will show you a police state or an uprising. The pitchforks will come for us if we do not address this. It's not a matter of if, it's when.
The Roman Empire once had a little trick called bread and circuses. They believed that if they kept the people fed and entertained, they wouldn't revolt. Today, it's culture wars, social media, and Netflix. And while we're binging the latest drama, the real drama is unfolding in Congress, where billionaires and corporations are buying politicians like they're drafting a fantasy football lineup. And while both parties are in on it, one side generally wants to promote trickle-down economics, which has been debunked time and time again. But I'll get back to that in a moment. Here's the truth. The top 1% don't work harder than you. They might not even be smarter than you. They were born on third base and convinced you that they had a triple. Or they got extremely lucky with opportunity, timing, or circumstance. Now that doesn't mean they haven't worked incredibly hard and taken risks. But this idea that the CEO is working 300 times harder than the average employee needs to be smashed. According to the Economic Policy Institute, CEO pay has soared over 1,000% since 1987. Meanwhile, the typical worker's pay has gone up only 24%. Yeah, and before someone brings up the free market argument, let's be real. What we have isn't truly a free market. It's a system where the wealthiest individuals and corporations shape the rule in their favor. They exploit tax loopholes, use offshore accounts, hire teams of lobbyists to ensure policies work for them. They also have access to exclusive investment opportunities, hedge funds, private equity, venture capital, and high-return real estate options that multiply wealth far beyond what the average person could achieve with a 401k or a savings account. And even with public markets, they have the capital to take bigger risks and leverage tax-advantaged strategies. But the average worker? Well, they have little bargaining power. Union membership has plummeted over the years. Wages have stagnated, and essential costs for things like housing, food, and healthcare keep rising. Now, wealth isn't just about income. It's about who gets to grow their money and who doesn't. And those at the top have spent decades making sure that the system stays like this. Don't believe me? Who do you think suffered the most during the Great Financial Crisis? In percentage terms, it certainly wasn't the wealthy.
I have a feeling that in a few years, people are going to be doing what they always do when the economy tanks. They would be blaming immigrants and poor people.
Now, some will argue, but the rich do pay more in taxes. The top 1% pay 46% of all federal income taxes. And sure, if you look at income taxes, that may be true, but that's not where real wealth is. The richest Americans make most of their money from stocks, real estate, and business ownership, things that are taxed at a lower rate than ordinary income. The Heritage Foundation, which is a conservative think tank, the same people who proposed Project 25, posted this graph trying to make the case that the rich already pay way more in taxes than everyone else. Now, this graph fails to consider the relative tax rate, and it also fails to contextualize how much more money the top 1% make. Hell, even the top 10%. But this is also a graph of income, not wealth, as wealth is generally not taxed as high as income. Most wealthy people end up paying 15% on capital gains tax, while the highest possible rate being 20%. Now, this is far lower than the highest federal income tax rate. So while the ultra-rich can pay a higher share of income taxes, they are often benefiting from a lower overall tax rate on their wealth accumulation. And this isn't just me saying so. Warren Buffett, one of the richest people in America, has long proposed something called the Buffett Rule. And this is the basic principle that no household making over $1 million annually should pay a smaller share of their income in taxes than middle-class families pay. Warren Buffett has famously stated that he pays a lower tax rate than his secretary does. And he's long tried to convince Congress that enacting this Buffett Rule would stimulate economic growth and decrease wealth inequality. Now, interestingly enough, this rule was included in a 2012 piece of legislation, but of course it never passed. It included a 30% effective tax rate for individuals making over $1 million a year. And this was particularly aimed at individuals who had large capital gains income. But many Republicans framed this bill as an example of class warfare, arguing that it unfairly targeted high earners and that this would hurt job creation, economic growth, and discourage investments in the stock market.
He thinks the government should take more from some people just because they're rich, even if the tax increases hurt the economy.
So why would taxing the rich help reduce wealth inequality? Well, for decades we've been sold the myth of trickle-down economics. This idea that if we cut taxes for the wealthy, their prosperity will somehow trickle down to everyone else. In reality, this has never really worked. Instead of reinvesting their gains into job creation or higher wages, the ultra-rich tend to hoard their wealth. They buy back stocks and park money in tax shelters. Meanwhile, the rest of the country generally sees stagnant wages, rising costs, and fewer opportunities to build real wealth. The real driver of economic growth isn't tax cuts for billionaires and corporations. It's a strong middle class. When everyday people have more money, they spend more. That means more demand for goods and services, more business growth, more jobs, and higher wages. But it also means more people can afford to invest in things like homes, stocks, and retirement funds, which allow for them to build long-term wealth instead of just scraping by. When wealth is more evenly distributed, the entire economy is stronger. So what are you supposed to do with this information? I know it all feels rather bleak, but for me, the sole purpose of this video is to try to spread awareness around how out of control wealth inequality has become. The more I learned about this topic, the more I was confused as to why this wasn't a major issue for nearly every voter.
You know what got me was, and I saw it when it first published, where you're standing in the middle of a mall, and you have people using a literal pie spread the wealth in how they think the wealth distribution is spread. And you have people's ideal, then you have what people think it is, and even as bad as people think it is, it's even worse, right? And so we're posed with the question, so what are we going to do about it then? It's not just money, it's opportunity, right? It's health outcomes, it's debt. It's not just money, because that minimizes it, that kind of trivializes it when you just say money. No, it's everything from quality of life to the outcomes of your children, to life expectancy, to the ability to really enjoy your leisure time and see the vastness and greatness of the world. That's what they're hoarding, right? They're not just hoarding money. They're actually hoarding the ability to truly be, wait for it, in many respects, free, right? How many people would, we've heard this often, how many people would quit their jobs or do something else if their healthcare wasn't tied to the job, right? This is real. And not to mention that, if not the number one, but one of the primary causes of debt or issues that people have with their debt is medical debt. Whenever we hear folks speak about, saving and investing, and especially with Black people spending their money on frivolous things and why Black people are in debt, what never gets brought up is, well, medical debt. Huh? Telescope says they're hoarding freedom. You beat me to it, Z. Right? And it's true. Let me read this from Congruent. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Let's see where did I go, Congruent? And Congruent says, my two oldest kids are growing up in Africa with access to American everything. They are going to run circles around their roadblocks playing peers here in the States. Right. No, I think, and I watched whatever that Middle Eastern cat name is, I forgot his name, but I watched him and he was speaking about kind of the reorganization and somewhat of the fall of the West and the cannibalization, if I could get that word out, of Europe concerning America, like America cannibalizing Europe. And it's kind of this internal, white people conflict. And he kind of spoke to what you just said, Kanguru, which is what, quote unquote, the global South, that I don't remember if that was the term he used, but that's what I'm using. The global South, what they're producing, and how much nowadays, and it's been like this for a few decades, that they're the ones, a couple decades better yet, they're the ones who are investing in the West. They're the ones buying the soccer teams, football teams in Europe, right? They're the ones like Tata Motors out of India buying Land Rover, right? I'm mentioning that. He didn't mention that, but kind of going to what he was saying. And yeah, Kangaroo, I think we're going to see folks from developing nations kind of eat a lot of people's lunch. The elites will just lock the door behind them. Most of them, I would argue, are going to be okay, right? They'll find ways to perpetuate the income. They'll marry into up and coming elite Chinese folks, or it won't matter if your daughter's Nigerian and she's smart as hell and educated as hell and making good money. If she got a thing for white dudes, she going. We saw that with Onyeka, didn't we? Oops. So that's what they're going to do. They're just going to marry into the elites of these different groups of people, right? And they'll just find ways of perpetuating the wealth and the name and the status and whatnot. But for all the other Americans and Westerners, by extension, yep, that's a different conversation. So you said your two eldest. Let me see. Yeah, your two oldest. Yep. So yeah. That's something that I think your everyday American's gonna have to find a way around. You're not just competing against other people in your city or your county or your town or your state or your country. It's a global competition, funny enough, even though globalization is waning. The elites, on the other hand, and you see that with H-1B visas. You see that with those folks that get to like buy their way into citizenship in America. Yeah. And don't forget, more often than not, how those people think about Black people, right? You got some elite from India buying their way into America. What's the likeliness they see Black Americans through a positive lens? Right. So yeah, Kangaroo, I see where you're coming from. I agree with that. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Taco Mix. Thank you, Troy. That's what I was talking about. And yeah, he was the one who was saying, it's this kind of intra-racial war and conflict amongst white folks right now in the West, and what America is doing. And we've had this conversation about essentially, and shout out to Jason Black, who's pretty much said this too, which is like white Americans are pretty much saying, hey, y'all move out the way. Clearly y'all don't know what y'all doing. Either you're gonna get down or lay down. And if you lay down, you're gonna stay down. And that's what I would argue, and Jason Black is agreeing, and I see Talcum X is agreeing also. That's what white Americans are saying to the entire white, oh my God, I can't believe I'm about to say this, white diaspora, right? So yeah, that's yeah. Anyway, and Bernie, once again, I played this earlier. I think I only played it once, so let's play it again.
The system is broken. So you have in America today where we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had in the history of this country. You have one man, Mr. Musk, owning more wealth than the bottom 52% of American families. One man, 52% of American families.
But we're also...
I'm a yes and on abundance.
There we go.
Right. You got to do the abundance, but you also have to, and their focus on like you actually need to deliver, agree. But their lack of focus on you're going to have to confront capital is where that analysis falls short.
Right.
I think you're right about subsidies. And to me, though, I don't see that as progressive left. I see that as neoliberal.
Perfect. Yes.
We're going to do a tax credit and we're going to give you, Obamacare. We're going to subsidize it. Right. And look, better than nothing. Right. It's a Band-Aid, though. It's absolutely a Band-Aid. And if you're going to wait for your like conservative market-based solution, you're going to get things like a 50-year mortgage. We have left to the market instead of having our own values and priorities in the way that, for example, China has, we have said we are going to outsource our thinking and our values to the market. And all the market.
I'm going to play it again. Shout out to Compassion and Callous. What she just did was the long-winded version of Compassion and Callous saying we're asked out to the market. Shout out to Crystal Ball. When Compassion and Callous says, and now I say, asked out to the market, that's shorthand for what Crystal Ball just said. And no coincidence that Crystal Ball is also a millennial. Continuing. An older millennial, but a millennial.
But we're also...
I'm a yes and on abundance.
There we go.
Right. You got to do the abundance, but you also have to, and their focus on like you actually need to deliver, agree. But their lack of focus on you're going to have to confront capital is where that analysis falls short.
Right.
I think you're right about subsidies. And to me, though, I don't see that as progressive left. I see that as neoliberal.
Perfect.
Yes. We're going to do a tax credit and we're going to give you, Obamacare. We're going to subsidize it. Right. And look, better than nothing. Right. It's a Band-Aid, though. It's absolutely a Band-Aid. And if you're going to wait for your like conservative market-based solution, you're going to get things like a 50-year mortgage. We have left to the market instead of having our own values and priorities in the way that, for example, China has, we have said we are going to outsource our thinking and our values to the market. And all the market does is says, great, we're going to figure out how we can bilk you for all of the money that we possibly can and consolidate power and wealth among a very few people. And that's how you end up broadly with a system where the core building blocks of a middle class life, housing, healthcare, and education are wildly unaffordable because we can't as a country say, you know what? Put the profitability aside. These are things that are just basic goods and values that everyone should have access to. And we're going to do what we need to do to make sure that that is the case. So, your comment about subsidies is absolutely correct. I don't disagree with that at all. Where I would disagree is, so for example, with college education, Zoran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders wouldn't be saying that's why we need to, have a better student loan program. They'd say that's why we need free college education, free, public colleges that are free and available to everyone. On housing, they wouldn't say, that's why you need an extra tax credit for affordability. I mean, they may be on board with those sorts of things, but they would say we need more direct government building of social housing so that we can surge affordable housing into the market and don't have to wait for some developer to decide that it's in their best financial interest to do it. And by the way, when they do, they're going to build luxury high-end condos, not starter homes for young families. So, and on healthcare, obviously, they're not looking like, yes, they'll support subsidies in the short term, just so 15 million people don't lose their healthcare or whatever the number is. That's not their long-term solution, though. What they would say is Medicare for all. We have to tackle putting profit at the center of our healthcare system instead of health and care. So, to me, what you're pointing to is the failures of a neoliberal Democratic Party that doesn't want to confront capital, wants to deal with some problems and sees the pain and is empathetic, wants to deal with the problems, but doesn't want to confront capital. And that's where all of these weird subsidies and tax credits and, if you're this kind of business owner in this kind of town, weird, bizarre, piecemeal, non-universal programs ultimately come in.
Yeah, and
yep. So on that note, y'all, shout out to Ben Shapiro who showed y'all, look, once again, I got to stress this. And emphasize this again. A lot of folks, including some black folks, black men, I'm calling us out, not us, maybe us that's listening right now, but us as black men. A lot of us, we loved seeing, not Mr. Z, loved seeing Ben Shapiro go on tour at these different colleges and check some LGBTQ purple hair feminists or some know-it-all kind of limp-wristed white dude, 19-year-old, 21-year-old. Some of us loved it. That was the culture war. But when confronted, and he does it every time, it's not only that little slice of Europe he defends with his whole life. Every time we start having a conversation about the money and wealth disparity and income disparity and injustice, it's very clear which side Ben Shapiro takes, and it's always the elite side because he was raised elite, or at least wealthy, professional parents. He's always been about the system, period, point blank. Okay. Ben Shapiro is chef's kiss perfect example of what Mr. Z is talking about. Folks get real invested in the culture war. You get your little culture war victories with a Ben Shapiro, and then he show you what he's really about. So when confronted with the affordability question, what does Ben Shapiro say? He tell you, hey, maybe you just don't get to live in the city you was born in. So what if you 3, 4, 5 generations in? And move. Huh? Now he tries to pretty it up and say, no, Americans, we've been moving around and that's what we do. No, what is Ben Shapiro really saying? Those of us with the wealth, we want land. We want 2, 3, 4, 5 acres. Huh? So y'all go ahead, get priced out of these cities, move to the outskirts, right? Move to the next 2 counties over If we need you, we'll call you. And let us uber wealthy people own up all of Manhattan. Wait, wait, they're already doing that, Z. Oops. Huh? Yeah. So you saw this, and for all of us that remember Ben Shapiro making his rounds in the early aughts, and he was supposed to be the whiz kid, right? And he's just beheading verbally, beheading all of these little 19 and 20 and 21 and 22-year-old college kids, right? And he's saying low-key racist stuff, high-key, right? And there was a lot of people invested. They loved it. But now you see what he's really about. He was always about that. He just didn't have his back to the wall. The beauty of the era, we're in the era of exposure. We're in the era of being exposed, Mrs. He couldn't get it out, right? And that's the beauty of the internet. Also, as I've said before, the internet will expose us all. That's the era we're in. He lets you know what he thought about the masses. Appreciate that the masses of folks now watching Ben Shapiro are probably working class, regular, degular white dudes who ignored that he was small hat, because they don't rock with the small hats either. They're actually worse. We all know this. But it made it real difficult to ignore what he's truly invested in when it came to that little slice of Europe and what they got going on and who they massacring right now. And when it comes to the money, he lets you know where his bread is buttered. It was always that. But because of where this conversation has flowed concerning the masses of Americans not having enough money to tie their own goddamn shoes, he had no choice but to make it explicit. And now y'all got a choice to make, everyday Americans, including all you white dudes who follow him. Huh? Including all you white dudes who follow him. Y'all got a choice to make. Huh? And he's not the only one. There's a bunch of these dudes. Y'all sign up, y'all ride along with them because of culture war stuff. And that's why I always give that hypothetical, right? A lot of folks, all you want to do is be able to go to Christmas, gift unwrapping, or go to Thanksgiving dinner with all your family and look at your purple hair feminist girl cousin or your LGBTQ guy cousin and look at him and be like, huh. That's all. That is the whole reason that you align with what you align with. And that's okay. But what does it cost you? That's a real question. Right? That's a real question. Right? And so tying that to what Crystal Ball was saying, when you have nothing but market-based, quote unquote, answers and solutions, as Crystal was saying, they're not going to take an L unless they're forced to by the government. But your government's been captured. So their answer to you is, instead of 30-year mortgage, 50-year mortgage. Okay, so the mortgage price is too much. It's $3,500 a month. Okay, instead of doing that for 30 years, how about we drop it a couple $100 and give you 50 years? But in the long run, because of interest rates, your house goes from being an $800 and some odd $1,000 house that from when you pay it off. So you probably sign up for a $420,000 mortgage, $420,000 mortgage, and then by the time you pay it off, it was 800 and some odd thousand, maybe 900. Well, that's with 30-year mortgage. 50-year mortgage, bump that 850, 900,000, $825,000. By the time you pay it off in 30 years, it bumps that to $1.1 million. That is the solution that you're going to get from the market. Huh? This is the America that Ronald Reagan and the Chicago Boys designed, and then Bill Clinton codified. That is a Republican and a Democrat. Thank you, BGS. Chef's kiss answer. Perfect. BGS, that 50-year mortgage is exactly this. And BGS is, for all you that's listening, lifetime rent. That's all it is. If your average first-time home buyers, I've said this before, if your average first-time home buyer is 40, 41 years old, 50-year mortgage, 90, 91, we're dead. Stop it. Stop. Especially if you're a black man. You dead. You're dead. Right? Hopefully you got that type of situation where the house gets paid off when you pass, because you would have been passed damn near 15 years ago if you're lucky. Right? You out of here by 75, you got another 15 years left, 16. Right? But that's the market-based solution. That's what happened when you don't challenge. Or that's what happened when, as Compassionate and Callie says, that's what happens when you asked out to the market gives you this solution. This is the answer. And don't forget, and I was looking for it, I couldn't find it. Somewhere lost in my phone. Because I screenshot it and I had the video saved, but don't forget, median income in America, $43,000 a year. Average income in America, $64,000 a year. So if we're going up, okay, $64,000 a year, you're asking let's say both of the husband and the wife, let's say they're married, we're going to give them a pretty average life, but they're going to be married. Nuclear family, 64,000, 64,000. What's that, $128,000 a year? Okay. We're asking a couple that's making $128 before taxes, $128 a year. We're asking them to sign up for a 50-year mortgage. That's what we asking them to do? That's the American dream? To sign up for a 50-year mortgage with a combined income of $128 before taxes. Right? Let's say we give the husband a used car and the wife a new car. Her car 50 something, his car 30, 33, 35, I think is the average used car price. Right? So I mean, we're looking at $85,000 of car. Average monthly payment on a new car is what, $750 a month? For new cars, for used cars, I think it's like $5 and some change, $530 something. I think I saw. What's that average mortgage? Wasn't last time I took a check? I think it was like 28, but I know it's more than that now. Someone explain how this is supposed to work, huh? Well, it's not supposed to work, huh? So. Oh, I didn't even have to click it. I already know Arena Revise. Give me a second. Let me see. Where did that comment from Arena Revise go? I didn't even have to click it. I already know which one you put. And he says, my favorite Ben Shapiro meltdown. And this is the one when Ben Shapiro turned into a little 12-year-old. He didn't even realize the conservative British dude was on his side politically. But Ben Shapiro, because he debate. Him and the dude started talking. He got outsmarted for 5 seconds. The guy was like, okay, so what's in the blah, 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 blah. Ben Shapiro was the one who initiated it. And when he backed himself into a wall, and he kind of admitted this, he backed himself into a wall and he turned into a little 12-year-old. Remember, this is the facts don't care about your feelings guy. This is Ben Shapiro. Facts don't care about your feelings, right? Ben Shapiro turned into a 12-year-old. What did Ben Shapiro say? Well, that's why people know who I am and nobody knows who you are. In other words, I'm more popular than you. Grown ass, fast talking, nerdy voice, facts don't care about your feelings, Ben Shapiro turned into your standard loser ass, snarky white woman. White girl, 12-year-old white girl. I'm more popular than you. I've said this before. Let them talk. A bunch of these folks that everybody thought were whiz kids, smart as a whip, just knowledgeable, right? Stern, disciplined. Yeah, because you didn't press the red button yet. You don't know the thing yet. Whatever the thing is that they get unhinged, whatever the thing is that they become unglued, figuratively speaking, they start undressing themselves. You haven't found that thing yet. Huh? And it's only a matter of time. And when you see someone engage with them, someone that is on their level or above intellectually, and this is the same thing that we saw somewhat with Ben Shapiro and Ezra Klein with their conversation, and Ezra Klein was able to back Ben Shapiro up in a conversation, a debate, and get Ben Shapiro to pretty much admit, why do y'all want to teach these black kids this stuff? Essentially, their oppression over history. Oops. Which, by the way, is the same thing that Patrick Bet-David said to goddamn, I want to say Roly Poly so bad because of goddamn Jason Black and Tariq Nasheed and them. Roland Martin. I couldn't get his real name out because of goddamn Professor Black Truth and Jason Black and Tariq Nasheed. But Roland Martin, when Patrick Bet-David had that conversation with Roland Martin, he pretty much said the same thing. Patrick Bet-David pretty much said the same thing to Roland Martin. Why I want to teach these kids this stuff? More often than not, those college students that were having conversations with Ben Shapiro, doing back and forth, and we know they only had a few minutes, and they're 18, 19, 20, they're not media trained. They're, they think they know what they're doing. They're not ready for Ben Shapiro. And so Ben Shapiro washed them. Once Ben Shapiro take a couple steps above that, not even super professional, he get washed by the British dude. Well, no, actually the British dude is damn super professional. And Ezra Klein. Ezra Klein's pretty damn professional too, right? You saw the same thing, as I said, with Patrick Bet-David and Roland Martin. And we know Roland Martin ain't the best debater. So these people sound like they know what they're doing, right? These are the ones that want to give you all the, what you need to do is do this and move money like that. And all you got to do is marry your women and follow the law. Huh? Oh man. Trail says new is closer to 1,000, so we moving from 750 to 1,000 a month. That's insane. So on that note, y'all, let's bring y'all up for a little bit. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right, I'm gonna try to find this while we're doing that. And fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Yeah, I'm gonna try to find this. That was annoying. I was looking for this thing and I could not find it. Oh well. I'll try looking for it while I bring some of y'all up. Yeah, here we go. And the link is in there for those who want to come up. And shout out to Lion again for inspiring this. We might do it 3 and 2 because, look, I promise y'all, Mr. Z was ready, and then I wasn't ready. Look, I was fighting for my life, y'all, to try to get here on time, and it just was not happening. I can't tell y'all, but yeah, it was just not happening, right? So we got Lion up, and we got Arena Revised up. What's going on, y'all?
Yo, what's up, man?
What's going on with you?
Once again, what are you talking about? Money?
Why you sound like you about to cry? Lion's like, what money?
What are we talking about? What are we talking about? You know the irony of it. The irony of you doing this show, Z, because I'm flipping in between and I'm on Instagram, and what am I getting shared? It's Car Week in Tokyo. So I'm looking at all these cars.
And you wonder who's gonna be able to afford them?
Yeah, and I'm like, where's all this money coming from? Like,
that's for the top 20%.
Word, I'm seeing skylines out the ass, all slammed, looking like a year's worth at MIT. Man, like what money? Where? What are we talking about? I'm gonna need him to make 100K. Who?
Let me pause you for a second, Line. And BGS says Z's new book, My Reckless Life. Bruh. No, but I'm gonna be exposing too much if I do that. I can't do it, BGS, because I'll be saying too much. Exactly. And Relevant says Toyota GR 300,000. Yeah, but that's a supercar though. That's a supercar. That's the new LFA. That's the LFA replacement. Yeah, that's different.
No,
That's
but you got
different.
these other cars here souped up. Like a lot of these cars got Skylines. They just got more. The money's in the engine, so the car may not cost that much to build up, but that engine, though.
Yeah. All right.
that's at least 20, 30K under the
Hey,
hood.
let me say this. Where I not where I live, but how do I say this without y'all know what Mr. Z is saying? Places Mr. Z be, we'll say that. I see exclusive shit all day, every day. I see Raris and Lambos and the new electric Hummers and just all day, every day, all day. Raptor RF-150s, the Rivian truck, the Rivian SUV. When I say like I'm going through the list in my mind, I see McLarens, I see Porsche Cayennes, Porsche Macans, like it's damn near RAV4s. And yeah, let's just say that.
Yeah.
All day, every day. Yeah.
Debt to income ratio. Then 50-year mortgages. Shout out to BTS because that's exactly. I laugh my ass off. That is lifetime rent. That's what it is.
Bro, when he said that, Tone Talk said something similar. He was like rent to live, live to rent. No, he said you rent to own. No, you owning the rent. You owning the rent. Yeah, he said something like that. You're owning the rent.
You owning the rent. Now the thing is, you owning the rent. Now people will be like, "Oh well, you have more rights as when it comes to under that than as opposed to paying an apartment." I'm like, they can just raise your taxes. You can't do. You may be able to fix the rate when it comes to your mortgage, but you can't do shit about your taxes.
Look a better used name. He says unwaterboardable. There, I got the word out. I got it. Better you try to say I was waterboarding you? Oh man.
Yeah.
I didn't even show you any of the women's crazy stuff. Look, I still ain't talking about Amanda Seals and her cats and her dog and her saying she's at peace. I told you they be out here with these rose toys. And when what's her name asked her what's her name that got sued by Cardi B again?
Tasha K.
Tasha K. When Tasha K was like, what about intimacy? And she was like, what, I don't got a vibrator? I was like, I told y'all.
Yeah. That's what a lot of them suggest themselves to. Now we got this quote unquote. Now we got this trend because this trend about older women dating younger men. I'm like, yeah, because they got no fucking choice.
You don't got no choice, bro. Tell us. And I'm not saying that they're not attracted to them, but clearly, the issue is not whether you're attracted to him or not. It's the men of your age group skipping over you for the younger chicks. So you have no choice but to use this target practice. That's what we're saying. You could call it what you want to call it to make yourself feel better, but you are target practice for that young man, and you better have his PlayStation 5.
Exactly. GTA 6, the clock is
especially in this economy. Shout out to all them older chicks. I don't know what y'all gonna do in this economy. You ain't gonna be able to afford that PlayStation 5 soon.
Probably, yeah, because now you got rumors about like consoles prices might double, supposedly.
Ooh. I mean, but that's what Economic Circuit was saying. Hey, these things, we got way too comfortable with the 70-inch screen TV for $400.
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah.
And let me read this. And Irrelevant says LFA is a Lexus. True indeed, but remember Lexus and Toyota are one. So LFA was a Lexus. The new GR is going to be a Toyota, but they do have a Lexus EV supercar or hypercar. Better yet, it's not even a supercar, hypercar that they're in the works for. To me, it looked better than the GR, the Toyota GR. It looked better, but it's going to be an EV. So man, that's the drawback. It's going to be an EV. But yeah.
But you paying extra, and you paying extra for that Lexus brand name. It's that Lexus brand name that's gonna raise the price on it.
And the thing that made the LFA dope was that it was a V10.
Yeah,
it wasn't a V8 turbo. No. It wasn't a V6. It wasn't a V12. It was a V10, and arguably, it was one of the best sound. Not even arguably, it was one of the best sounding vehicles ever. Yeah. And it's hard to dethrone Ferrari, but you really right now you can't mention naturally aspirated, dope sounding engines without mentioning the LFA. The LFA is going to always at least in contemporary times is going to be there. A V10 from Toyota essentially sounding like that, right? So yeah.
And I'm talking to my boy because Shout out to my homie because he actually inspired the what money thing because we were talking about cars. He was like, "Who the fuck is gonna be able to afford this? Who's buying this car?
I mean,
who the hell?
We always
gonna
had
afford
exclusive
this?
shit, right? So there's
Like,
always been things that have been priced for the elites. But
Oh.
as you can see, and that's why I played what I played, is we're not even moving to it's not even just 10% spending 50% of the money. Now we're at 10% spending 60% of the money. And I'm pretty sure it's like an approximate, so it's like probably 59, 58%, but still rounded up 60% of the money. That is an issue, not because they have the money. The issue is that the rest of us don't. The issue isn't that they have it. The issue is that the rest of us don't.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Everything is moving in a way where we're gonna do for those folks and fuck what you got going. That's the issue. I'm not about.
But to dude's point, I'm like the economy. But your economy has always been propped up by the middle class.
Yeah.
So you say so if the new, but here's my thing though. If the new model is fuck the middle class, in the words of SWP, I hope y'all got guns. Get these carjacked.
Get carjacked.
I hope y'all ready.
Starts to get carjacked. And that's what it is. And but like Gary Economics said, that was a nice little 70-year window. Me and Black Roo have spoken about that. BGS has pretty much said this before too. And maybe we're going back to a model where we as everyday Americans, not the elites, they're gonna be straight, but we as everyday Americans come back down to live what other people, maybe not in the developing world are living or struggling, like, I'm Haitian descent, like in Haiti, but maybe we come back down to what your average Japanese person or European is living. Maybe you don't get the Escalade or the Excursion or they don't make excursions anymore, but maybe you don't get the Expedition. Maybe you get the K truck.
At this point, the way it's looking so drastic, it's like, you will not be able to get any extra cheese on that burger. No, you will not.
Right.
Maybe
maybe the fast food is gourmet now. Maybe you're not stopping at McDonald's once a week, twice a week anymore. Maybe you go to McDonald's once a month for to essentially reward yourself. Maybe that's where we at. I'm just saying. What was that? Was it Judge Dredd? Which one was it where Taco Bell was like gourmet now?
That's Demolition Man. Yeah,
That's Demolition Man.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
maybe that's what. Maybe Taco Bell becomes and even the the materials in the recipe gets better because it goes up market. And as a matter of fact, because something I had watched it a few weeks ago, they said Walmart is going up market now. Walmart is going a little bit up market to kind of catch some of those casual shopper, like bottom part of the upper middle class and top part of the middle class shoppers. So even they're saying, and they're saying it, our everyday people are tapped out. So we have to readjust and go for, and I'm paraphrasing it. I'm the one saying this part, but this is what they were essentially saying. Going for the top of the middle class and the bottom of the upper middle class.
But then you got Sam's Club, but more people go to Sam's Club because you can buy in bulk.
Yeah, for bulk.
Buying bulk essentially does help you save some money.
Trail said so Target essentially, but so remember they were going back and forth with Target, but Target was a smidge more upscale. I think Walmart has decided, okay, fuck it, we going at Target now. So yeah.
Let me ask this question. My bad.
Go ahead. You got it.
No, yeah. Let me ask this question. What's the age of what's pretty much universally considered the fighting age of men?
Pretty much under 50, 45 to like 18. No, 45 to probably like 15.
I thought the minimum.
15 to 45.
I would say 16.
I would say 6. I would say 18 on the safe side.
Okay, cool. So I use the benchmark of the draft. Basically, how old you have to be eligible for the draft, and what's too old to be eligible for the draft. Currently, it's 18 to 25. That's considered your fighting age men, typically from a military standpoint. And obviously, 30-year-old people can be older, but your
Leon.
Men is 18 to 25. This year was the last year for millennials. The youngest millennial is 30.
Yeah, just turned 30 this year. Starting to turn 30 this year.
Just turned 30.
Right. So from the oligarchs' point of view, yeah, they've accepted that they can't rely on the middle class like they have to prop up the economy. That's what the plutocracy memo says, right? Z. And they not really worried about no pushback, like you said, like SWP says, guns and all that, because the way they looking at the math, the millennials would be the only really people that would push back from this and are really at the age, and really we're kind of aged out of the fighting age males. The youngest millennials 30. So all they got to really do is wait another 5 years. The only people that would go grab guns and have enough sense to realize the finesse that's going on is us. But all they really got to do is float this for a couple more years, and we'll at some point men lose the vigor to want to overthrow a government, overthrow tyrants. And that's where, and because we're not replacing ourselves with our sons that are be young versions of us that will rise up and push back against Target or Taco Bell becoming gourmet. So the way they looking at it is like, okay, just wait out the fighting age males with the consciousness, which is increasingly less and less millennials pretty much every day, because there's really nothing stopping. There's no buffer like we talk about between the market and millennials. Millennials, all the solutions rotate around the market. There is no revolutionary spirit being taught from a family or the church or any other institution that's not market influenced. So they just got to wait us out. That's why I say millennials really are the last hope for reversing this idiocracy type of society that we headed towards. So we got a few more years, because the youngest millennials 30, because the Z's, I don't think they have, like you say, Z, we're marketized mentally. The Z's are 100%, 130,000% marketized. They won't even be able to have these conversations we have much of the time, especially on their own, without us leading the conversation. So it's a waiting game from their point of view. They've accepted, cool, we can't go off that large middle class model that supports the upper and the bottom class. We'll just sell to the rich people. And because we really don't need human resources can be conceptualized differently for the first time in human history with AI and robots, we can actually think of a future where we really don't need the small business owner, and we don't need the hardworking plumber necessarily into perpetuity like it's always been. So they can they can whittle us down to a point. Population don't really need to be that large from their point of view. And the only
we already adjusted because and I think that's you got it up to that turn around, because I think that's what Sim's trying to speak. We already adjusted. What Leon's up here. Leon, I think he knows the demographic numbers by heart of each generation, and so you just watch it go down and down. And Gen Z, I think it's going to be like the small Alpha. I think actually is going to be the smallest generation, because what happened? I'm 40. I don't have any kids. There's a number of us up here that don't have no kids. You see what I'm saying? So like the millennials, we were the ones supposed to be having what alphas. And maybe the absolute youngest of Gen Z, we don't got no kids. So you're watching that go down, and that, like you said, with what that's going to result to is they're going to hoard the wealth even more egregiously. It's going to be even more concentrated, and for the first time, arguably in world history, I've said it before. There will not be a link to your labor and to the elites. So the abuse that they'll be able to levy, and the callousness and the indifference. We like to talk about indifference in these spaces concerning the ladies. No, you ain't seen indifference until you've seen elite indifference, because they're no longer linked to you for wealth.
It'd be Elysium,
right?
It'd be Elysium.
Exactly, and that's why I bought it up. Exactly. Yeah.
And
So,
Z,
go ahead, turn around. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
You will not be able to afford a girl not be on your program. If the economy is getting that bad, how can you have a 50-year mortgage and a woman deciding to stay with you for 20 years? She needs to stay with me for the 50 years. She has to be on my program.
Tell the runner, I don't know if you're going to be able to afford a chick, period. Especially if she's not on your program. She's not on your program, she dead.
Tunnel, that's exactly the calculus they count on you to have. And what will average men do? Not even try to buy a property. And they won't even have to worry about you.
Hey, Z, can I piggyback off something Compassion said?
Go ahead.
I wanted to piggyback off something Compassion said in terms of the the fighting age of men. Another factor that some of us are familiar with, but we may forget in this conversation, the average level of testosterone for men has actually gone down by generation. So in addition
that's facts too.
in addition to the millennial age aging out, when it comes to the millennial age bleeding into some of the Gen Z, they're like, oh, well, these punks ain't gonna challenge us. So yeah.
Yep.
To his point, so yeah.
Check and mate. That's how they looking at it. Unless you pull off something miraculous like the Black Manosphere and start trying to reverse it.
Wait, Compassionate, do you remember how you said that the first time you said it, check and mate? Because I remember how you said it the first time. Do you remember exactly how you said it the first time?
I don't. I say it so much at this point. I don't even remember where I even.
You said check and mate, bitch ass nigga. I remember it like it was yesterday.
That's why they whisper in that as they see, they watch the society from the
sidelines.
And they say, yeah, checkmate, bitch ass nigga. Y'all are looking up in the fourth quarter of the game. Like, yeah, we this is exactly.
Meanwhile, they're in the box. What's that box called again? On the Saturday, yeah, they just the skybox, exactly. Thank you. The skybox looking at us like you fucking dumbass.
Yeah,
right. That's how they're looking at us. My bad, y'all. Go ahead.
Like, if I could piggyback a little bit off that, I think.
Go ahead, buddy.
The big thing about it as to why you won't get that type of resistance is because you have some people like the brother we was talking about earlier, who I won't name directly, but you have these people who think that they're part of that club. And it's one of those things where if I believe I'm going to be standing beside you, how hard do I really want to go at you? And they fooled a lot of people into, you said it before, thinking they temporarily embarrass millionaires. And we know that's not the case, but enough of them believe that yeah, they'll let somebody rob them blind because they think one day they'll be a robber.
Well, Negro, but and the money don't actually get you in the club neither. Vivek is learning that the hard way in front of all of us. The money don't get you in that club neither. Byron Donalds, Florida native, he's learning that the hard way too.
Hey,
the money ain't gonna get you in there.
So Z brought up the numbers, and I'm trying to explain to people, since Z knows me, that these numbers are the numbers. When you see what's really holding this country up, like you said, it's the top 10%, and on top of that 10%. Is we can say the social fabric that keeps your grandmas ticking, which is a healthcare system. You're still talking about the biggest population, even though they're decreasing, they're still the biggest population still. And as they decrease, even with the distribution wealth transfer, it means nothing, because you're talking about a population that was 30% immigrant on top of another percentage of Europeans that they brought over. And then Gen X is 30% immigrants, everybody. They're 30%. That's what most people don't get. When you talk about the American population, me and BGS kind of went over this, but Gen X, 30% is immigrants, first generation. Their babies are anchor babies. So when you're thinking about the Indian guy that was running for president, he's a millennial. His parents were immigrants. Kamala Harris' parents are immigrants, even though Jamaica, we can kind of try to determine what that means. But
but she's an extra, right? She's an extra, I think.
She's an Xer. So Xers, 30% of them are immigrants. Millennials and Zs are why they're trying to change these voting laws and how this stuff works, because Gen X are full-blown neocons and neoliberal believers. But when you look, why I'm not so worried, I'm worried about right now. I'm not worried about 20 years from now, because whatever takes place, takes place. But as boomers decrease, which they have 10 years on average, what you're going to see, because there's only 42 million Gen Alphas, they're 3 to 13 years old right now. 42 million for a country that can shut down 20 schools in a city and fill all the kids in 3 or 4 schools. That's what you're really looking at. So if you have 20 elementaries within 30, 40 minutes of each other, you can shut down 15 of them to fill classrooms. And I try to explain this, like, when you go out for Halloween and you go to your parents' house, do you see a kid every other house, or do you see a kid every 15 houses? In my mom's neighborhood, it is a kid every 15 houses. And the reason being, those are people that moved into the neighborhood and bought a house. Outside of that, everybody else is 55 years old or older. they're retired, chilling, and I'm talking to them. They're like, yeah, oh, my kids are graduated, blah, blah, blah. They're busing in kids to the schools they want them to go to. And as this gets worse, those vouchers and all that's going to be more important, because that's going to operate like a Chinese cast. If you score this, we'll give you a voucher. If your parents have some money, we'll give you a voucher, and they can pay the rest for you to go to this school.
To be fair to you, Leon, I got lucky with my parents, especially my mom, and I got lucky with the BGSs and the Black Foods of the world. But I agree with where you're going, where when you speak to your average elder, including your Black elder, they really don't get it, because they don't appreciate the window that they lived in and the window that we're living in. Yes, they had their struggles too, but I don't think they appreciate just the landscape. And I got lucky with my individual situation, but yeah, when you speak to your average elder, especially your Black one, they don't get it. But go ahead.
So they don't get it because it's a different feeling when you're working your ass off, right? And you're still not saving a lot of money, but then they open a Waffle House in your town, and there's like a 5-hour wait to go to the Waffle House, and they open a McDonald's, a Subway, a this, and you see all the boomers. We used to not get it when we were kids, these super long lines, and we still see it. Every time there's a new restaurant, who do you see? Older Gen Xers and boomers lined up, packed in a restaurant. You know what I'm saying? So their experience is the innovation, and they go to these places. It doesn't matter what store it is, but then they don't really see how it is when kids are born into it. Like, it's convenient for them to take the kid to McDonald's or take them to Chick-fil-A or all this type of shit. Then the restaurants and all that's all packed around, right? So our experience with it is different than theirs. So when you hit adulthood and you're seeing people post this shit online, and it's right next to you, and you see a girl and you can't afford to take her to that motherfucker, you're literally living a life that Tupac was talking about. Where you're window shopping. And like I said, right now is worrisome, but in 20 years, you're talking about 42 million. 42 million. I don't know how much the next generation is. My youngest son is 1. So the 0 to 3 years old, I don't know what their population numbers are, but they're possibly going to be higher, but it's not going to be 80 million. It might be like 45 million, maybe 50 million.
Let me do this, because this goes to something you said earlier, Leon. And Charles says, bought my house in 2009. About 70% of my neighbors were already over 70. As many, I think he meant to say, as many have passed away. Many of the homes were bought by corporations and being rented. Yeah, sound right.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you, Charles. I believe you. I know that shit's happening. It's so bad. They want to get my mom and my dad's house so bad. They call me and my younger sister. They be blowing up everybody's phone. They call me. They call my mom. They call my sister. I'm like, what the hell, bro? We ain't selling. But it's so bad. Like, we see the property at such and such, and no, we're not selling. Click. I mean, like, we ain't selling. Click.
So it's almost like they go the leftover structures of the boomers that are the largest generation. When they die off, it's going to be a fire sale to the corporations. They positioned the millennials not to take over those those structures. The school, like you said, they can close schools. They don't.
Harry, I got something. Finish with that compassion because I want to say this after because I'm gonna ask a question. Go ahead.
No, be real quick. No, so it's going the leftover infrastructure, like the unions, the schools, the houses, all this infrastructure that the boomers had access to and owned. Once they leave, the plan is corporate sectors vacuum it all up. Ain't gonna be no passing it down to millennials, and we gonna be window shopping, and we not gonna stop. Like that.
Well, yeah, we're already window shopping. It's like when I say you're living in a society where I can afford to take my woman out, you can afford to take your woman out. We can do all these things, but when you really gauge the reality of it, it's not like there's an Applebee's that just got built in your town, and you're like, hey, we're gonna go check this out. No, your kids are being born into this environment where there's a price on everything. We used to go to we're all 30, mid 30s, 40s. We used to go to the lake for free in middle school and high school. Now when you go to the lake, it's $10, $20 entry. You know what I'm saying? Everything is commodified with a price tag on it.
That's oligarchy. That's oligarchy. Absolutely. That's oligarchy because oligarchy toll booths.
But God damn it, Rainy Rivas, you beat me to it. But that's what I was gonna say. So, what is the quote that we kept on saying over? No, you good. That we kept on saying over and over again. What did Klaus Schwab say? You will own nothing, you'll be happy. In other words, you will literally own nothing. Everything will be subscription fee. They want a subscription the world. If they could pay you to, if they had to make you pay to breathe air, they would do it. So the goal here now is you will own nothing. They really meant that shit. You will own nothing. And the way they're tricking themselves into believing that you're gonna be okay with it is, well, you won't have to worry about the maintenance of it, right? You will be subscribing to everything. So your phone will practically be a subscription. Obviously, Netflix is a subscription. Your car, your home. You will not own homes.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Leon. Yep. Leon, you sparked something in my mind, brother. Because you were talking about how a lot of the elders, I think it was you, Leon, you said that you're talking about how a lot of the elders just don't get it, with the exception of folks like Uru and others.
That was me, but you could give it to Leon.
Oh, you?
I think it's more. I think it's more about how you explain it to the elders to get them to understand it. It's not like I enter into conversations, and some of like if I sat down and wrote down the majority of my thoughts, I would articulate them a lot better. But certain subjects like that, I can articulate it to an older person. This is already set in my mind.
No, but I get you. But here's what I was thinking about. Here's where my mind went. And it goes to every Black History Month is coming up in about a month, right? And obviously the Madison Avenue / Ronald McDonald version of Dr. King that they like to promote ends with the March on Washington and the Civil Rights Movement. But what they always leave out when they teach about him is that from that point on, King started talking about class and empire, right? And that's when he got marginalized. So a lot of it has to do, I think, with them either neutering, buying off, or killing off the revolutionary class of our elders. What do y'all think about that?
They did, but
we have one here.
Yeah,
they killed off.
They're not all dead. Yeah,
they killed off a lot of them. But my major problem, like the light-skinned brother that hangs out with Wally, what is his name? The academic. The light-skinned brother, real light, pale skin, Mr. Z.
Michael Eric
Dyson. I write what I like, or I say what I like. Blah blah blah.
Jared Ball. Jared Ball. Dr. Jared Ball. Dr. Jared Ball.
My biggest issue with these guys is they're trying to rewrite history instead of saying Black people are communal people first. So the capitalists, when you read about all our capitalists that got some big money, they built the town that the same people lived in. They built towns and they were recognized.
Company towns.
And so, they built these towns. The people lived in them. They were Black. they invested back into people, whether they were poor or whatever, and they were still working class. Stop saying communism and stop saying this idea of anti-capitalism. And I understand we're fucking communal people. That's it. So if you're not going to define no communalism, which you're going to have to use, all the capitalistic word and communist word is bullshit. That's how I look at it. Communal. If you can't start nothing with no communalism before those, just it annoys me.
Let me read this before we.
Do you have communal?
Let me read this real quick.
Go ahead.
Because I want to get presented. It's like that's 20 minutes late, and I have this time limit now. Thank you, BGS. And Eric Getman says it's not the P and the I, principal and interest, I think he's trying to say, on the mortgage that kills you. It's the property taxes and insurance that doubles your mortge.
Also, maintenance.
Yeah, property taxes are a mug. Well, yeah, maintenance. But I don't know. That interest is a mug, though. I don't know.
Interest is not that high, man. The thing is that the base price of your house is the problem.
$450,000. No, go ahead.
And interest takes up $2,000, and what goes to your mortgage is like $150 for the first 15 years or something.
The interest is less than 10%. Okay, so basically, interest is based on what the price of your house.
That's true. It's a function of your price of your house. Exactly.
The price of your house. The problem is not the interest. The problem is the price of the house. You guys got it backwards. And same thing with the insurance. The replacement price of the house brings up the insurance. All this stuff is all based on the price of the price of the instrument.
Can I ask you that?
Okay.
Make sure when you get your home insurance and they just tack a few dollars on there. Understand what's on there, because they'll sit down. Say if your house is worth $300,000, they'll give you insurance for $600,000. Okay. My dad told me, make sure, and he showed me he got back, $300 because they do it every year. Where if your house is worth $3 or $4, they'll double it. So you're actually paying more in insurance, and you can call the bank and do whatever you need to get the price down to what your house is actually worth.
You have to redo the system, man. The thing is, you can talk to the elders. Ain't got shit to do with this, man. Y'all have more than enough power, more than enough people to change shit. Y'all just, why you guys talking to elders? Okay, you guys is a problem. Okay, the thing is that how come modular houses can't be imported into this country? Okay, how come we don't encourage putting more money into what Musk is tiny homes? Okay, it costs 10 grand. That would significantly bring down the price of housing because the supply would go up. But nobody talks about this. It's a supply and demand problem. And the thing is that Congress just sold you out to the banks because your house is on the bank's balance sheet. It's worth to them to keep the price of the house up. But you got But what? I mean,
I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is we get kind of shoehorned into Elon Musk, where he's going to win anyway. But I do agree. It
doesn't matter who wins. Okay.
Well, no. Let me. I'm actually sort of on your side. I was actually going to bring up something that that came up recently, and I don't know if the brother saw the same thing, but. If Trump actually follows through on what he said a couple of days ago about stopping the multinationals from gobbling up in volume single-family homes, I'm a flame. I can fuck with that. I don't know. That's to your point, right? That's to your point. It's a supply issue.
That bill has been in place for the last 4 years, a Republican bill, by the way. That nobody talks about. I said that shit during COVID. Okay, when Biden came in, these guys are going to be for the people or for the banks. Guess who he chose? He chose the banks.
Well, I mean, they call Joe Biden the senator from MBNA for about 40 years now.
Yes, he is.
That's nothing new.
It's the credit card.
I understand that, but thing is, it's at some point, you millennials and Z's and even the alphas coming up or have to take a freaking stand, man. Okay.
There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that.
You know what kills civil rights, and this is something Craig Hewlett told me way back 30 years ago. Okay. What stops the guerrillas from fighting? It's called redress of grievances. Go back and read the Kerner Commission. All that crap that they put, all these programs they put out, all those special programs they put out, to buy homes and go to school and all that crap. That's the redress of grievances. Okay, that's how come you stop fighting. So you go, what are you fighting for? What are you burning down the houses for? You go to the community police and all that crap. That was your redress of grievances. Okay, and then after that, what they did was they brought the women and gave your educational system to the women, so this shit wouldn't happen no more. Are you reckless, Mr. Z? Is that you?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's you. Okay, that's all right. Okay.
And no, BGS, and I agree. It's not. It's not the elders. I mean, it's our responsibility. And what's just so amazing to me is when I really just look at, like Z played a video earlier where essentially it's a mindset issue. That's what you're speaking to. Why haven't y'all it's because we're centered around mobility. Like the shit said, we're centered around mobility. When I say we're talking about millennials.
Okay.
Boomers were more realistic. Even with all the flaws we may be able to point out, they were more centered around stability.
Yes.
We're not centered around that's why we don't even do the basic shit like ban corporations from owning properties.
When you as a boomer, when you fucking come up and you were lucky to get one fucking meal a day, you learn about stability. Okay, I ate government cheese. Okay, I drank powdered milk. I know what the fuck it feels like, man, to damn near be homeless. I know what it feels like to sleep three kids to a bed. Y'all don't know that shit. Y'all think y'all had it. No, my mother was a fucking sharecropper. Okay, that's where we come from. I remember poor ass white people. Okay, salt of the earth people. That's where they come from. Okay. You got like I said, you guys grew up with big screen TVs and Xboxes and all these video games. Okay, we were lucky to get a board game. Okay,
you know what it was, BGS, and I borrow a line from the white feminists.
Okay,
millennials we were inculcated and raised in a gilded cage.
Yes, you were. Yeah,
you're right. We didn't sleep three to the bed and really no government cheese. We was eating processed foods and McDonald's and shit.
Yeah.
We are essentially, we can't regress those, we can't address those grievances because, like I said, we in a perpetual state of we'll hustle our way out of. This is what we've been taught, and this is what we talk about by design. I don't think by design we were taught not to look at these as a structural issue where we need to be reasonable and pursue stability for as many people as possible. It was a Hunger Games, get that shit how you live, figure it out type of mentality that we all essentially, that's all we have now. We don't even know how to redress grievances. BGS, I have union.
You'll learn. You will learn. Okay, coming in the next 5 years, you will learn. Okay.
Let me say this. And that's my point. And that's the point I was making, is that it's not about blaming the elders per se, which is to my point, is that when you have elders and volume who know these things and you kill a lot of them off, right, or you placate a lot of them, to BGS's point, then institutional knowledge about structural issues doesn't get passed down. Remember, the people who are the oligarchic class, there's that line in terms of institutional knowledge of how to game the system goes unbroken. And so we have Larry Ellison to David Ellison, right? So that is by design. So yes, it is our responsibility. And by the way, I'm an older Xer, but I'm a little bit younger. So I eat the same government cheese in Los Angeles.
I got millennial kids and I got alpha grandkids. Okay, who do they listen to? They listen to the fucking teachers. Okay, they don't listen to us. They don't listen to us. because they think they think we're old and they're smarter. Okay, but like I say, like Hicks said, FAFO, right? Okay.
And what we were raised with was your freedom is that cereal aisle with the infinite different types of cereal.
Yeah, different
That
choices.
your freedom is when Trump was like, maybe they don't have how many dolls, they get two. So that was our idea of all the choice in the world. You go down the toy aisle and it's how many different Hot Wheels, and then for the girls how many different Barbies and whatnot.
Yeah,
And that's what freedom looked like. We didn't appreciate at 12 and then even 15 or 18 or 22 that was full freedom. Really, what they did was give you the cheap stuff. Exactly, they gave you the fast food version of freedom when they hoarded all of the real shit.
I say the boomers. The boomers. The boomers as parents, we made a mistake because we didn't want our kids to suffer like we did, and maybe that was a mistake. We didn't want our kids to go through the same shit we do. I didn't want my kids to come up in the fucking hood and fight and have to fight 4 bullies just to go to the goddamn corner store. Okay. I don't want my kids to grow up eating 1 meal a day or barely that. They have to, and have to sneak food. I used to give them midnight sneak food because I was hungry. Okay, they steal food. I should steal food out of my own cabinet because I was hungry. Okay.
Yeah, my dad had to do the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't want my children to go through that, and maybe that was because we said back then maybe we're making things too soft and too easy for them, and I think we were right. At the time. So so our bad, for not making it a little tougher, making our kids tougher. It's our bad, and most boomers will own that. Okay, we didn't.
I still think you're reading this wrong. No, you didn't raise us to be Luigi's. That's what y'all should have raised us to be on. That's the type of time we should have been raised on. Luigi time. You reading that wrong, BGS.
Luigi is when things have gone.
He's elite, actually.
No, he's elite, but the thing was when shit has gone too far, it should have never gotten to this. Okay, should have never gotten to this. A lot of
but we here now.
We're here now, but think that at this point, man, even the elite have no control over this bullshit. Okay, it's gone way too far because now they have to compete with the rest of the world. We grew up in a time when the government had that stuff because all this stuff was centralized, so we had it. Okay. We had it, even though they didn't want to give it. We forced them. We forced the elite to give us stuff. Okay, with FDR and after World War II, we forced them to give us stuff. So by the time you guys got it, it was already there for you.
Yep. And we didn't get that spirit of forcing them. Like you asked, why aren't y'all forcing them to pass that bill that's been sitting in Congress for 20 years?
Yes.
Because we don't have that spirit. We don't even know structured works that way. We don't even realize we have the power to do that. Again, and so it's like. We don't even behave. We aren't socialized to really play this game like the citizenry. We are
compassionate. I feel like you're missing something. We were raised that the lack of structure is the freedom.
Yes.
It's where you're taught by your.
We were taught to dismantle structure everywhere we found it, and then we look up and realize
because structure is constraining.
Yes.
Who does it sound like? That sounds like some feminists, does it not?
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is.
And it wasn't even nothing that the boomers could have done because these
institutions. Compassion, I gotta cut you off for 2 seconds. And you know what they didn't tell us, and this is why you see the resentment from all the young men is that, oh yeah, by the way, y'all men are gonna have to pay that bill. By the way.
On top of that, but you're in a time where your women are not on one accord either. Ain't that right, Ice Cube?
Yeah, you know what I was listening to my cheating story, and
BGS and these goddamn cheating stories. Go ahead, BGS.
And the last line of it was equality looks like oppression when you have to write the check.
Ooh, yeah.
Because this high finance chick got a divorce, and her house she had to pay her household husband alimony, and she got pissed. And it's the last line she said, equality looks like oppression when you have to write the check.
BGS, do you mind sending me that? I need that. I need it. Send that to me. Send that to me. We gonna do a whole stream on that one.
I'll send you the cheating story. Okay.
Az, did you see?
Go ahead.
It was 3 years. It was 3 years ago when Irmi did the breakdown on Ebony K. Williams, right? And he said he was talking about women who don't like to be collaborative, but he says, when so abuse can look like abuse, but if you're not used to discipline, discipline can look like abuse as well.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Yeah. Well, now discipline is trauma. Okay, that's what they. So regular childhood experience is trauma now.
Well, we have to appreciate they did all they did so that they don't have to listen to you. The whole point, and it's the same thing I say about some of them Negroes that get the money. The sisters are on the same type of time. Black women, quite frankly, are on the same type of time. But black women are the most egregious about it. Their money and their education, their status is to tell you, fuck off. And now all you are is an accessory. And which means I can take you or leave you. That's what the money and the status is for.
But the thing is, the accessories are paid for.
I didn't say it had to make sense, BGS, but you're 100% right. But on the other side, you're the accessory that pays for them.
What do you think? Because you're giving away. What did I say about your light and attention? Don't give that shit away for free.
Wait a minute, BGS. Look what the cat just dragged in. Well, we ain't seen this brother in forever.
Who is it?
I have been seen by the master educator.
Oh yeah.
I've been seen.
BGS don't count. I ain't talking about BGS right now.
Look at here. It's 55 plus up that count. You don't count. As long as I was to my elders, that's all that matters. And my elders do know of my existence. Howdy do, Z. Howdy do.
It would be a Texonian that says howdy do. A Texan. What's going on with you, AL? What's up with you?
Man, listening to y'all.
How's life?
Listening to y'all, paying attention, learning. You know what I'm saying? Hey, my ears stay open.
I've been wanting
we need a bunch of Luigis. I'm nominating Black Uru, AL, and BGS because they're the elders. So we just gonna follow their example and we just let them lead the way. On this Luigi type of time we got to be on.
I've been wondering about you guys about this for years, man. For years.
Hey, so Z, that means that what is it? Venus Williams worked that hard to make that kind of money so she could buy her man.
She bought a man.
No, literally. Quite frankly, yes. Yes.
He's an accessory. Yeah.
He's a grizzled.
Venus or Serena? Which one?
No, Venus.
She's $100 million woman.
I can believe
he's a
$1
million man.
She got her little, grizzled Italian dude, fairly good looking Italian dude. She did what she was supposed to do.
Aspirations. She met her aspirations.
No, she got her. That's her beard, man. She, Venus is asexual for the most part.
I heard she was a virgin, BGS, but same difference.
She's asexual. She's a 45-year-old female virgin is asexual. Okay, you don't want to have sex. Okay.
Isn't what's her name that too? The track star, the light skinned one with the eyes. Wasn't she a virgin? Isn't she still a virgin too? Somebody know who I'm talking about.
Jody something, Jojo something.
Yeah. Jojo.
No.
Jojo. I forgot her name.
Same difference.
Guys, y'all have to really think about what it would be like to sit down and deal with an unexperienced 40-year-old woman. That shit is crazy. Like,
the same thing as busting out a virgin, man. Ain't no difference, okay?
No, but it's the fact, okay, after you have so many experiences, you want to wait around for her comfort and all that and slow motion of it. BGS, what I'm saying is I want to spit on my hand and slap the monkey and get to work. I don't got time for all that.
But you don't need a virgin then, man. That ain't you.
Lolo Jones.
Lolo, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Arena. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
If you get to 40 years old or 45 years old, you never had sex, then basically that's not for you. Why are you worried about it? But the thing is to seem normal, and because your money comes from being in the public eye, you got to do what you need to do. Okay, that's what Venus did.
Yeah. By the way, Lolo's going to the turkey baster. In case you didn't know.
I'm not surprised at all. Zero zilch nada. The Arena Revives. I don't watch her interviews. Her weirdo ass.
I mean, that's a biological necessity for women. Okay.
You finally got the baby rabies.
I'm glad they kicking it off. I'm glad they doing this despite us. Anyway, Arena Revives, if you don't mind reading this, because I think you probably be best suited to answer this. But it's probably your age group that in specific that's trying to get at him. But if you don't mind reading this super chat for me, please and thank you.
Oh yeah. As a Gen Z, am I getting preyed on by old fat cougars? The short answer is yes.
Yeah. So what? They've been their way for long. They call them aunties and sugar mommies back in Africa. Okay.
Yeah.
The thing is, what do you get? What do you get out of it?
Yeah. They've always served a purpose in some form, and we go back to Mrs. Robinson and The Graduate in the 60s, where their job was to sort of teach you how to take care of a woman, and then they move on their way, and you look back on fondness, and now you know how to take care of your wife and your younger woman. They knew their place. They weren't trying to hold on to you forever, right? You know, let's practice, let's have a little fun together. You make me feel young for a little bit. I'll teach you the ways of womanhood, and I'm gonna move on, and you're gonna move on, because I know you're not gonna marry me, because my eggs are powdered. So, but now they don't care.
And she's gonna get tired of you because you're gonna become like a child to her. She's gonna get tired of you.
Absolutely. Hey, you know what? You know what's funny? Go ahead, brother.
I just wanted to say one thing. I just, I went, back from my African trip not that long ago. The sugar mama in West Africa is hitting real hard right now. If y'all boys, y'all got a little bit of bread and some time, but boys, they hitting. They thick, and them walls is very nice and pliable. I'm gonna let that be that, and I'm gonna hand walk off. I'm gonna let that be known.
Most African women don't have a high body count like American.
But it's almost running into like some virgin pussy out there. I'll be like, oh shit, like this is where we at now.
Their culture doesn't have a high body count like it does here. Okay, unless you're in that business.
Yeah,
hey, but
Zulu said he making his talk for itself.
But Chili's out there with her $13,000 man trying to get on Broadway with her show so that she can make some more money to support her.
Chili's another one. She paid for it too. She did say she creeped. She said she crept. That's what she said. She said she creeped. She said no. Hey, how you and the rest of TLC kicked off y'all started the no scrub movement, and bitch, you literally are something. You are literally subsidizing a scrub ass white dude. 13 years later, you are subsidizing.
Don't get me
started.
He white, so he not
By the way, Matthew Lawrence is 26,000. 13,000 is half a year. So I remember the video you got that for.
Yeah, don't insult my boy Matthew Lawrence. He made 26,000. Y'all gotta relax.
Hey, brothers,
but you got real quick, Arena. Let me say this one second, bro. You gotta love this because he's low key gonna federline her, and we all see it coming. Nigga, he got subsidized by the white Asian chick, whatever the fuck she is, before the one that he was married to before, and then now he getting subsidized by Chili. This motherfucker is he's Cameron Federline too. He said he's Federline too.
He got the magic stick.
R.I.P. David Carroll. That white.
He got the magic stick.
That white skin. David Carroll called it. That white skin covers so much.
Yeah, he must have a magic stick.
Mm-hmm. No, it's that skin color. I agree with you. Go ahead.
You went from Usher to Matthew Lawrence. You went from Usher to Matthew Lawrence
because Usher didn't want to keep her.
No,
he had options.
He likes cougars. But he don't keep them too long.
Chili really messed up because she really messed up with Usher because Usher likes older women. Most of his wives have been older than him.
Mm-hmm.
He likes older women, so that Chili really fumbled.
Well, just like Vivica.
He lives in Atlanta.
Yeah.
He lives in Atlanta. Being with an older woman sold him a good 1.5 million more CDs. Come on, guys, it's all business.
No, it makes sense. If he live in Atlanta and he like old women, she was gonna never keep him. I'm just gonna let that be known. This is the whole market.
Hold on, gentlemen. Back up. Did somebody say Chili's still trying to get hitched? Why? I ask.
Because she's a woman.
Because she's a woman. She's still a woman.
No, but she Kevin Samuels, Roger the Roger Report, BGS, Charles Faulkner, and others in the Black Manosphere we've told you, once they hit 30, unmarried, kids or no kids, they washed. We're not dealing with them. They're gonna be fuckable, yes, but we're not looking for relationships and long-term commitment with these women. But this is truth that's coming out. They don't like to hear it, but it's fact. It is what it is.
But
y'all are washed.
But this is
But
how
there's always
they
gonna
adapt. They start A, paying for men, or A, they start paying to have a baby.
there's always going to be a man baby out there. There's always going to be a man baby out there, and Matthew Lawrence is her man baby.
There's always a market for used cars. Okay, there always will be.
There's always a market for used cars.
Aftermarket parts, yes, sir.
Yes.
BGS for the win. For the win.
They'll start, but this is the new era where they'll start paying. They start paying for their man, or they'll start paying to have a baby. Ain't that right, Ebony Cat?
Because dudes can't afford them no more. Okay, so they got to come with something.
Hey, are you brothers actually? I love it when there's a moment where you see what we're discussing and what we've illuminated for many years start to seep into Madison Avenue. I just saw a commercial this morning because I'm watching the football games, right? And if you want to get messaging to men, right, you put in the football game, even if it's subtle, right?
Yeah.
Any of y'all watch the football game this morning? There was a Miller Lite commercial with Christopher Walken goading this young boy because this girl was turning back and looking at him a couple times. It's just, go up and talk to her. Go up and talk to her. And I'm like, all that messaging about women not being, it's seeping into the marketing in the Madison Avenue. They're trying to get these hoes hitched up, man. It's crazy.
If you want your civilization to survive, you're gonna have to do it. Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So they plan on selling you hoes, basically.
Yeah.
They're trying to show you what's available because most of these chicks are hoes. Okay.
I mean, they're doing what Hayden McDougal was talking about a couple weeks ago is what was in that commercial, essentially.
Yeah, they turn all the women into what was it? What was it? There was that series with 4 women in New York.
Women of Brewster Pace?
No, Sex in the City.
Sex in the City.
Yeah. Yeah, they grew up on all your millennials grew up on Sex in the City.
BGS,
you women. Hold on for a second. Okay.
Extras too.
Well, you extras too, but but all your millennials and your young extras grew up on Sex in the City, and that's the kind of life they want to live. So they grew up wanting to go from man to man like that. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Our brother asks, are they trying to sell us 304s?
Okay.
Yes, I just said that.
I'm going to explain it to. I'm gonna explain it to you like a state. Okay.
No, BGS. I know. I'm making a joke.
Okay. But the thing is, they have to show you what's available. Okay.
Oh, so they're selling you hoes then?
That's all you
they've been selling you. They've been selling. You're a black man. That's your life.
The thing is, they make hoes. They don't make wives anymore. The women don't even know how to clean no more. They're hookers. Okay.
Okay, BGS. I need an update. Okay, as of a while back, they were price of a cup of coffee. Has it gotten lower?
Not yet. 2026 is going to start getting lower because that's when the real.
You want me to give y'all the prices in Atlanta?
No, it's going to hit because AI to compete with everybody else. AI, automation, all this stuff is going to have to hit. They'll have to start laying off people, just like Mr. Z was saying with working 2 jobs, working an extra job, all that kind of that stuff. All that stuff they're going to start stripping that away. Okay.
See, I already know that. No, I'm saying because I was saying the price here is like $60, $80. That seems to be
that's high.
You paying that fucking
I know that they're trying to hold the price out.
Man, it's still less than $40 in Texas. Look at here.
It depends on where you shop, though. If you shop at the high end store, it's $60-$80. If you shop at the dollar store, it's whatever. Okay, it's $3 a quarters in the center console. Okay.
I guess I got a different kind of taste then.
But there's no income tax in Texas, so that's why. So.
And
$2 in quarters and 2 chicken wings. You forgot the 2 chicken wings.
Okay. When the base camp told me that the black fertility rate had dropped to 1.3, which has never been that ever. It's the lowest ever been since we got here. Okay. That means you're on par with Japan. You're on par with Western Europe. Okay?
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Then we're doing good, then, bro. We're doing good.
Yeah, but you won't have a society at 1.3. Okay.
See, no. I'm looking at it. You gonna have to rebuild this thing necessarily from like the ground up. So you gonna need different kind of women, bro.
How many civilizations, once they crumble, have been rebuilt?
But BGS, I gotta make a slight. I gotta kind of put this in there. So what they said is over the 50% income line. So pretty much the people that supposedly can afford to have the children are the ones that are less likely, clearly, to have the children, which is even lower than our white counterparts. So above the 50% income line, which is around that $45,000 a year mark, we're the ones who have 1.3 children per woman type thing, which is insane. And of course, you could do add the baby deletion into that equation. But also, once again, the Amanda Seals, who clearly said she's in her mid-40s, who said she's okay with being a cat lady, right? As a matter of fact, she feels like she's at peace with her 5 cats and her dog. She literally said that. So she's one of those, even though she's Caribbean descent, but she's one of them.
We're functionally going to become much like post World War II, the Soviet Union, where they lost 27 million men, right? And so they had to encourage a form of single motherhood because there weren't many men around, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, think about when you were in high school. When you first got to high school, you're 14 years old. Think of all the girls and their boyfriends in that age group. Then you go each progressive age group, each progressive year to a time you're a senior, and all the girls coupling up that are below you. Think of entire generation, and all those men are wiped out. So, and so they had no one to couple with. So what they're trying to stave off is us becoming functional like that, or as BGS said, like Japan. So. Yeah.
I mean, function. That's how come, that's how, and white fertility rate has been at 1.5, 1.6 for the last 40 years. It's not new. That's how come they were 90%. Now they're less than 50.
Well, Elon's fixing that, BGS, right? He's gonna get prima nocta. He's on his prima nocta thing. He wants to knock up everybody.
It's just
I'll play it.
It's like future, okay?
Yeah.
There's plenty of futures around, okay, and Cam Newtons, but they're not enough.
Absolutely.
Even then, they only have one, maybe 2 by the same woman. That's not going to help you.
Well, the numbers for us, particularly as Black folks, is those who are more upscale, right, or upper working class, or we're our babies are disproportionately at our poverty underclass. So yeah, it's
if you're going to see a woman that's going to have more than 1 child, normally she's going to be under $50,000 a year.
Yeah.
There's
only a few places in Africa that are growing.
Yeah, a few places. What are you talking about, man?
What, in Africa? There's a few places in Africa that's growing the children.
What's the average fertility rate in Africa, man?
6,
7,
5.3. Okay.
Yeah, 5.3.
What's the lowest fertility rate in Africa? Okay. South Africa, which is 3.
Okay.
It's the lowest. Okay, they're still growing. Okay.
They're still growing. So that's the only place that's growing. Most of the other places, all of Europe, all of America, and a lot of places in Asia are not growing.
Most of the only place on the planet that's still growing is the continent of Africa. Okay, everybody else is receding. If you go, Asia's the worst. If Korea is the lowest, which is 0.6.
I thought it was like at 1.3 or something like that. 1.3 or 1.1 or something like that.
Who's the Korea? South Korea? No.
Yeah, South Korea was like at 1.1 or something.
No, 0.6, man.
Oh, 0.6.
0.6. Yeah, 0.6. 0.06. Yes, that's.
This is.
I thought you were saying 1.6. I was like, wait a minute.
No. They've been under 1 for the last 5 or 6 years.
That makes sense.
That's like they're importing Filipinos now, because women want to have kids. Go ahead.
I've been trying to get my friend Steve to come up and talk to Z, because he's retired military, but he was born in Korea, and we've been having that debate. And you know their history. They don't want to assimilate with Japanese or Chinese, but their location.
Because the Japanese invaded them. That's why they don't want
Yes.
to.
Yes. But when you look at their location, and you know where they are on the map, it's like whatever. But my biggest thing that we've been debating back and forth is maybe you need to, merge South Korea and North Korea, because when you look at their history, they always took, the educated class and brought them to America, and that's pretty much what broke down the family lines when you don't have auntie, grandma, and all that.
It's called colonialism, man.
Yes, the colonialism.
Did the same thing in South America. So
I was trying to explain it to them, but theirs was such an accelerated pace because those boomers, I mean, their population in America is huge when you think about it. When you think about when you think about like aunties, grandmas, grandpas, and then that start breaking down your family lines. And I was like, yo, you and South and North just need to merge because they have the family lines and they have a population.
It's not gonna do. What's the fertility rate of North Korea?
Nobody really knows.
Yeah, they do know. They keep track of it.
They do.
It's less.
It's
higher than
it's low as hell too. It's still low. It's still low. It's still low. I look at North and South Korea as two different type of dystopian endings from the quote unquote communist side. We know it wasn't full, but communist side, and then the quote unquote capitalist side. Both of them are two different types of dystopian. Right? And it's interesting that one was more Americanized, westernized. The other one was more not part of the Soviet bloc, but inspired by that. And you can see the two different type of dystopian that they ended up. It's fascinating. I'm pretty sure somebody wrote a book about it. And there's no way nobody wrote a book about this kind of ending that they're both getting to. And it's even though they went two different directions. Right.
If America is dropping bombs on your head and you have to make a choice, I mean, that's literally all that was. Make a choice. We're going to drop these bombs on your villages, on your heads, and call you communists. It's going to split up your people. Some are going to run to America. Some's going to side with the free market. We're going to give this group of people machines, and we're going to split a country into two. You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly what it is, and it's a form of. You said it wasn't. They aren't part of the Soviet bloc in North Korea, but it's a cultural form of colonialism. In that they made the other choice, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. They did.
And the other part that you have to remember, this is what Steve was telling me. Without America's interference, they would not have a country. So part of their concept, and he says they have white worship, is because they have that country. Just without America even playing that, it wouldn't.
So how do you explain Africa's lust for white worship?
I wasn't trying to make that comparison, but I wasn't trying to make that. It was more of what Steve was telling me about.
You always worship the people that are in power.
And to your point, and to both of your points, BGS and the brother is Leon, right? One of the reasons they were brought over as the merchant class in many inner cities is because of that white worship. Remember, you guys know where I'm from. It's like when we started writing, a lot of it had to do with the Korean merchants too, because it wasn't just the Rodney King beating, but it was also Korean merchants shooting black kids in stores, right?
Yeah.
And they had that. They had that mentality about in terms of what has been exported about us as a people on really just that was part of their hindbrain. That was part of their hardware when they came over here, and the part of the merchant class that we used to be kind of a part of, but was ripped away from us. They were inserted along with the Pakistanis and the Indians to be part of that middle merchant class too. So because of the white worship.
Yeah, well, we're the underclass, okay, the designated underclass, and we get treated like that. Indians do the same thing to us.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, anti-blackness is just it's one of our biggest exports, man.
No, the thing is that when they get here, they're taught that these are the untouchables, these are the underclass people, and they react like that.
The Dalits of America.
We are. The two biggest caste systems in the world are here and in India.
Here's the kicker, though. That merchant class that Arita Revised was talking about, they learned the hard way that they still not in. You still not in.
Oh yeah, true. It's funny. It's funny if you talk to some of the Generation Z and older lower millennial classes of those Koreans, particularly in Southern California. Like I go there, and their attitudes are much different than their parents were. Like when I was coming up, man, just like what you saw in the movies, like what Ice Cube talk about, you Oreo 1 penny count motherfuckers follow me around the store. And when I got into my 40s, was doing events, man. Some of the people that I did business with were like Korean merchants that were like in their 30s or 40s or 20s, whose attitudes have changed for various reasons. It was a shock to my system, man, because we hated their parents.
Well, their parents, like Steve tells me, like the type of stuff that his mom was on. He wasn't scared of his dad. He was scared of his mom.
Mm-hmm.
She literally knocked out his teeth. He came home with it like a C, like literally knocked out it.
Yeah,
she hit him with a map. That lady crazy.
Mom. Yeah, the tiger mom.
She no joke. No joke.
Because your survivability is as an old person is dependent on that kid doing well. So if you want to have a decent elder life or retirement, that kid has to be successful. Otherwise, he's going to be poor and you're going to be starving. That's why they don't have a social security system. What they have is they depend on their children to support them. So the better that kid does, the better your elder life will be. That's why, especially women. That's why I say if you want educated kids, you got to get an Asian wife.
The odd thing about it is a lot of the Asians now that were in the store merchant class. A lot of them are into the business and BGS. You've seen this as well. They're in the business of black hair, right? Extensions, right? Extensions, Indian hair to black. And so it's like interfacing more with black folks there culturally has somewhat changed their attitude. They're still a merchant class, but that's kind of interesting dynamic there.
Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick.
They go to school now.
School. Look. So this goes to the little mini. It's a mini doc that Kevin covered before he passed, and that I also covered, where in going to what BGS was saying about how their kid has to do well because they don't really have that type of social security safety net. So that's why you see those 4B women that's living in those apartments, and it's all women. That's why they're trying to have the Korean government subsidize them into old age, because they're not married, never been married, no children. So they already know they're 20 years out of retirement, and they can already see, I'm not gonna be able to afford my life in retirement. So they're already trying to get the government to subsidize them, because they're dead set on not having children. They're dead set on not, and a couple of them look like they were same-sex loving, but even for the ones that aren't, either way, you're not. And like I say, it's the same thing with America. These women can afford their life. So the goal is to have the government or society badger the men to find ways to subsidize the women, whether she's with you or without.
Women need our surplus labor. Women need our surplus labor. It's a fact. They do. They literally need our surplus labor. Like Kevin said, pressure's made for shoulders, not for hips.
Yes. Yeah. And that's where Scott Galloway come in, and Professor Dr. Reeves comes in, and that's where they come in. Well, it's a man's job to overproduce, right? So they're doing their own version of real man. So the shit that we hear in the hood all across America, in the black community all across America, this is the elite white man version of, a real man, right? So yeah. It's a
sanitized version of protect, provide, and shut up.
Why do men overproduce?
For family.
For their family, not for their family. Okay?
Absolutely.
And in these snarky ass non-white women are not family. Okay, why overproduce for them?
Okay, BJ, I want to ask you a question.
Let me do this, because Black Peru hasn't said anything. If you want to say something, go ahead, Black Peru. If he's still here, I don't know. He might have dropped off again. But go ahead. Go ahead, do it. But I guess
No,
All right.
Go ahead.
Because I was thinking about going the African kind of route necessarily, but you saying you want to, like a very intelligent kid. Like, well, I'm not saying intelligent. What you say? What's the proper word? Intelligent kid.
Yeah.
Like go Asian necessarily, right? So is that just like specific kind of Asian, or just like Asian in general? Because
most Asians are slanted that way toward the Chinese model where they overstudy. Okay.
So why would the Indonesia went Thai? I can kind of get the same thing, or is it like I got to go Chinese?
The East Asian is probably the best. You don't have to go Chinese. You can go Japanese, Chinese, Thai, even Filipino. Okay, they believe in that.
Okay. Well, all right then, boy. I guess it's fried rice for the rest of us, then, boy.
If you're going African, then you need to go African upper class. You got to get some. Got to marry a city girl, and not.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Because I want to give me an African chick that's like on business. I don't want no,
You got to get a city girl that comes from educated parents, which is going to cost you more.
I'll be really thinking about that bride price. I'll be really sitting there looking at that bride price like with some real.
If they raise your center to good schools and got her a university education, you have to pay for that shit, man. It's not free.
And you have to understand what it comes with.
You can't have goonie goo goo from the forest. You got to get your inner city girl.
And you have to understand what
if you get a ghetto girl, as I call them, that only got up to the 8th grade, okay, she's a city girl, but you're out in the village. You might as well get yourself a village girl, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
If you want educated children, you have to get what I call a city girl, a suburb girl, like we call them suburban girls, right? Okay, you get a city girl that's educated, okay, educated.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I ran into a couple of them, but they got an attitude just like the ones over here, bro. They got like
shit.
I want to show
you got to kind of think about the outcome that you want and what you lose. So, like, my woman's studying with my son right now, and there's certain things that you're going to have to give up for a woman that cares about the education of your children. I'm just going to straight up say,
go to the village and find a woman that's a woman that's a teacher. Okay.
Yeah, that may be one of my best bets. Okay, because like that attitude.
It's the only way around it, because she's going to want to educate her children. But thing is, if you want to educate a city girl, then it's going to cost you. Okay. Whereas the ghetto girl, not as much. She likes nice things, but not as much. And the village girl, they don't, you get what you pay for. But most of them
at the end of the day, Goonie Goo Goo said, "You're gonna have to come back to me. You're gonna have to come back to me."
I don't know who Goonie Goo Goo is though, but thank God. Okay, I think I know where I'm gonna go at there because I'm having some real hard choices out here, man.
You don't know, she's gonna require half at the end of the day.
You talking about Mfufu?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about Mfufu, but she's talking about, man, I don't want you having no extra chick. I'm sitting here like, what you talking about, woman? Girl, you know where your daddy come from? Don't stop playing them games.
What part of the country again, brother? What part of the country again, brother?
Uganda, bro. You already know Uganda and Tanzania, so I'm just gonna say it like that.
You're in the continent right now. I thought you were in part of California, or I thought you were part
No. I'm part of the Georgia clan, if you want to say, but to be specific. But you know what I mean. But like my hunting grounds is
okay.
Over there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't give you any advice. You listen to these brothers here, so yeah.
I mean, I kind of already know. BJ kind of give me the advice I already know. I just.
Yeah, I asked him what I asked him. That's why I said there's 3 classes of women. There's 5 here, right. Street there. Okay, there's village. Okay, you know what you get with the village.
Village,
which is hit or miss. You got the city, which is the poor city dwellers. Okay, we call them ghetto girls, and then you got the
trying to make a little come up.
Educated. Well, the ghetto girls. Okay, I was teasing my girl in Uganda talking about about them messing around with boaters, okay? And
I would really say it's 4 if you want to be in my personal opinion, but that's just for my personal
what?
opinion.
A store? What? I can't.
It was 4. It's 4. It's 4 like types.
What's the fourth? What's the fourth type?
All right, I'm gonna call them like the I come from some money, but I don't come from some money, like class, right?
Those are city girls.
I would call it upperly mobile city girls.
Those are city girls. Those are city girls that come from educated parents. Okay, they're educated, and sometimes highly educated. Okay, they own property. And their thing is to advance their family. Okay, city girls have a certain attitude. Okay, you can tell by their posture because they're well spoken. They probably speak
3 different languages at least.
3 different languages, and the English almost sounds British when they speak English. Okay.
Yeah. It's always a British knockoff.
It's a British knockoff. You can tell that they've been highly educated. You can tell the difference. You can tell the difference between a ghetto girl. Okay. She's slightly educated. She speaks decent English, but the thing is, her level only goes so far. Okay, because she likes the club, she likes to drink, she likes all kinds of stuff. So she's used to being poor, but not dirt poor like in the village. Village is like country people. Okay.
Yeah, basically, yeah. See, I kind of split them like into 2 a little bit because like if you kind of know it's like the business owner class, they call it the international class, and you can kind of like see the difference. Like the business class that's within the cities or within the areas, it's like its own different world than the international thing. Because like if you really see it, it is 2 separate.
Yeah, there's levels. There's levels to the 3 different classes, but the thing is, there's 3 distinct classes in Africa, or the ghetto, the village, because it really ain't no welfare. So the village, if you ain't got no money, you go down to the village, okay? Or you raise,
basically.
And you got basically your dirt floors, or you got the if you're a little bit higher in the village, might have a floor, but the thing is, it's a basic house, not a shanty, but it's a basic house, okay? And your roads, your dirt, and all that kind of stuff. But the city girls, the ghetto girls, are inside the city, but they live in lower class housing, okay? And they're struggling, okay? Those are the ghetto girls, okay? But the city girls live in nice houses. They got nice parents. These parents are educated. They got to go to good schools, or sometimes even private schools, and they got to go to college, okay? Those are your city girls, okay? You can tell by how they use language, which one of the 3 that you got, because the village girls their English is horrible. Okay,
it is atrocious. It is atrocious.
And the ghetto girls are a little bit better at it. They got it's hit or miss, but they're a little better at it. And basically, the city girls are very educated. Okay, very sophisticated, and their tastes show it too. By what they drink, what they wear, how they dress, okay, how they walk, how they sit, all that. You can tell the difference between the 3.
Hey, brother, have you do you speak any French?
Me? No. I mean,
no. I'm talking to the younger brother that you're putting up on game.
Not French. I'm thinking I may need to go. I never went to think about going to West
Africa.
Like I
said, have you ever been to Senegal or Benin or any of those places? So.
No, I think he's Eastern Africa.
No, he's in Eastern. I just I was asking if he spoke French. Has he ever thought about venturing over there to kind of widen his horizons a little bit to widen his hunting grounds, as it were?
Yeah. I never thought about. I never thought about French, but because I've never really considered like West Africa. I just always kind of considered what I saw of it necessarily, and I was kind of like, I don't know.
Well, the thing is, the reason you go to Uganda or you go to the places like that is because one of their primary languages is English.
Yeah.
Why? If you go to West Africa, you're gonna go to Nigeria, you're gonna go to Ghana, you're gonna go to Gambia, places like that speak primarily English.
English, yeah. So I'm saying, because I mean, I could, but like,
some of the finest, curviest women I've ever seen were in Senegal and Benin, man. And also Sierra Leone.
What is it? The biggest race ratio is in Uganda.
Yeah, bro. Like, see, now West Africa is like lean and like elegant, sexy kind of thing. Then you go like, was it the east side? Like they built like tanks. Then in South Africa, I don't know what the hell they out there eating.
Oh, they're
Like,
big ass and big titties.
But Senegal is the exception for the Western coast, though. I mean, ooh.
I mean, you got Benin that speaks French. You got you got.
I'm talking about the hips.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, that's like the Ghana, that's your Nigeria.
I knew about 20 Senegalese women when I went to college, and my God, man, it's just like assembly line.
Yeah.
I wanted to show y'all something about when you get a woman that knows how to educate kids. My son just turned 4. He don't go to preschool until next year. You know what I'm saying? But what's his shape? What are the shapes?
Rectangle.
Speak up.
Many.
Get up and look at the computer. What's that?
Cone.
What's that?
Rectangle.
What's that?
Trapezoid.
What's that?
Pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
Cylinder.
What is that?
Rectangle, present. Cube. Hexagon. Triangle. Octagon. Rhombus. Circle.
Yeah, now.
Yeah.
What are the planets, man? Point to them. The planets. What is that planet?
Mercury. Earth. Jupiter. Uranus. Neptune. Saturn. Mars. Sun.
Where are we at?
Yes, if you don't mind reading this for me with that can.
You know what I'm saying?
I love it.
Wait a minute. How old is he?
It said TD Tellum says BGS.
He just turned 4.
Okay. It said
Let's do some more shapes. Unsigned soccer shapes.
Yeah.
You don't put me a little bit on Leon real quick. Let's just read this and then you got it.
TD Tellum says Asians are slanted that way. No pun intended. That's bullshit. That's pun intended, boss.
No, but you said it, BGS. He's saying you said that and you did. It was funny.
Well, yeah, basically, I said that, and in fact, the Capacity Cal actually played made a short out of it. You get the woman for what you want. Okay.
Exactly.
I call it utilitarian dating for black men.
For black men, yeah.
We got an NFL score update. Philadelphia 13, San Francisco 7 in the second quarter.
Oh, that's nothing.
I think I'm about ready to start. I think I got just about enough money too, bro, to go in here and make that move, bro. Just about enough. So
yeah, you do it, bro. You're gonna be a global citizen, man. We gotta don't even think about it as we gonna bounce around this bitch.
Yeah, you got time, man. You don't have to do it permanently. You got time, man. You're young, so it's.
I'm old. What are you talking about?
Let me play this for compassion and for the action about it also.
Jesus would refuse to be part of it, but he probably had a special place up there for whoever leaked a secret Citibank memo about their plan to rule the world. Back in 2005 and 6, Citigroup wrote 3 confidential memos to their wealthiest investors about how things were going. They reached the conclusion that the United States was no longer really a democracy, but had become a plutonomy, a society controlled exclusively by and for the benefit of the top 1% of the population, who now had more financial wealth than the bottom 95% combined. The memo gloated about the growing gap between rich and poor and how they were now the new aristocracy, and that there was no end in sight for the gravy train they were on. There was, though, one problem. According to Citigroup, the most potent and short-term threat would be societies demanding a more equitable share of the wealth. In other words, the peasants might revolt. Citigroup lamented that the non-rich might not have much economic power, but they do have equal voting power with the rich. One person, one vote. And that's what really scares them. That we can still vote. In fact, we have 99% of the votes, and they only have 1%. So why do the 99% put up with this? According to Citigroup, It's because the majority of the electorate believe that someday they will have a chance of becoming well-to-do themselves, if they just keep trying hard enough. The wealthy were pleased that so many people had bought into the American dream, while they, the rich, had no intention of ever sharing it with anyone.
I think.
Bingo.
Okay.
Damn, so you tell me I'm never gonna have my yacht then, bro?
And that's what I was speaking to, BG.
No.
Shout out to Bill Clinton.
Yep, that's the mentality that most millennials on average hold, which is by design. Like they said, all they really have to worry about is your collective action, and then collective action translating to political action. And I keep telling Z to do the goddamn the fucking Powell memo, because that ties in directly to essentially them planning this long-term, decade-long strategy to eviscerate any revolutionary spirit or consciousness, and have you just a chihuahua jumping at the goddamn table till you're too old to even matter.
Oh yeah, that's definitely it. That's definitely it.
Go back to my series, Feminize America. Okay, I broke that shit down. Exactly what they did and why they did it.
And this is why I get frustrated, and Z gets frustrated when people don't understand why we bring in relationships into these complex economic, political, resource discussions, because like the Plutonomy memo just said, the only really thing that the elite have to worry about is in a democracy is the one vote per person.
You don't get sick of these motherfuckers that think they know how the world's run and talk about economics and politicals don't know shit, and that's the problem. They don't even know the shit that they claim to know. I got tired of the so-called like brain trust. Okay, you talk about other stuff like politics and stuff like that. I don't even know that.
Yeah.
You don't even know that.
People reduce these complex issues to one game because it's easier to understand it by looking at it one-dimensionally, not realizing it's multiple games going on.
They don't even know the one. They don't even know the one dimension that they isolate on. Okay.
They delete all my comments. I guess they know who I am.
I wish they did. Okay. They don't even understand what Venezuela was about. Okay. They don't understand it. They thought, just about stealing. No, it's about your dollar, motherfuckers. I've been telling you that for like the last 4 years.
It's about proving.
No, BGS, you have to understand the average person really believes like the U.S. military just like that, rah rah rah. Like I'm telling you, I walk through these cities and I'm in the locals like Walmarts. They really believe like these people can actually go around here and just like yank a whole place like this.
Let me say this because I got to mute up in a second. Zulu, give me 1 second. By the way, everyone, there's a reason why y'all hear me tell y'all already know. Don't put it in the comments. Don't say it. But I have to mute up and then whatever. Anyway, we're super reckless right now, uber reckless. But yeah, no. So one of your colleagues, BGS, I checked out his channel the other day, and he was talking about Venezuela, and I couldn't tolerate it. I couldn't do it, and I was highly considering fussing him out, but he's an elder in this space, one of the founders of this shit, about Venezuela, because I'm like, nigga, your take is 100,000,000% wrong. You're so off. But he went down that lane. You know exactly what I'm talking about, BGS.
You talking about Valdez?
Nah, I don't even gotta say the name. I don't even gotta say the name. But I was just like, God damn, nigga, you are so off. And he was like, yeah, the liberals, y'all over here supporting a dictator.
Lamest journal.
I damn near wanted to growl at my phone. I couldn't do it. I couldn't take it. I had to turn off. Go ahead, y'all.
Okay.
Was it Lamest journal?
I don't even know who it was. Well, he should. I'm
just saying, you might get it right. I'm just saying, you might be wrong, but you might be right.
Z, email it to me, okay? Email it to me.
Okay, I will.
The thing is, okay, people undervalue what I do in this space, okay? They really do. Y'all ain't supposed to know this shit. You guys are not supposed to know this shit at all, okay? And you wouldn't know this shit unless I brought it up. I've been telling you guys that everything that I told you guys 5 years ago is now coming to pass. That's why it's no surprise to you. With automation and the dollar and the debt and the lack of jobs and all that kind of crap. I've been telling you shit was coming for years. Okay.
He said it. I'm a witness. I testify. He said it all. But y'all niggas don't listen. Y'all like to keep y'all heads in the goddamn sand.
BJ, you know what I keep on forgetting to tell you to do? Clip Kevin Samuel saying, you women got to 2025. That's what you need to clip. You need to clip that.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
I've been meaning to ask you forever to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Because 2025 hit, DEI gone, this gone, this gone. Yep.
Because we were building a roadmap. Okay, we started calling that back in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
That automation was going to consume most of their jobs. Okay.
Damn.
I mean,
got to rub it in from the grave.
It is what it is, and basically it's a slow churn. 2025 was just the beginning, the opening salvo. 2026, okay. Well, gonna have to outrun the bear. The bears are out in 2026. You can see it already. We were barely a week into it. All of a sudden, you have all these explosions because
but they're comfortable with the bear, BGS. Let them be comfortable with the bear.
Good. I had I had no problem with it. I said let them go.
Yes, and when
it's just like at some point you got to save yourself. Okay.
When you do it, BGS, I hope,
I'm crazy.
One time, who's first?
When you do it, BGS, I want you to do it like multiple times, like show DEI, then have Kevin say it again and repeat it again, then do another cut of economics and have Kevin do it again and say it again. Yeah, get him back from the grave. You know what I'm saying? I told y'all 2025 is coming.
Well, I said, what was my saying in 2019? Get right or get left.
You told them to buckle up in 2024. They wouldn't listen.
I know. What I tell you about politics in 2024? You had never seen it like you're gonna see in 2024, right? And say economics, okay, is gonna be beginning of the cracks, okay, and now it's gonna go on steroids in 2026, okay, because now now your banks are in trouble. The banks are seriously in trouble. Okay, and basically laying off people is not going to help you. It'll help you compete with the rest of the world as far as exports, but as far as income, most banks and most institutions live on what? People in the economy spending. Okay, guess what? Shit ain't got value if people don't have jobs. Homes don't have value. People don't have jobs. Okay, we already talked about the housing market in Southern California is already cracked.
I mean, already not being there.
You got 48,000 homeless people. You got 100,000 empty units. At some point, the banks won't be able to afford to hold on to empty units. It's going to have to start making money.
That math just ain't mapping, BG.
It ain't math. It's because it's artificial. Okay. And it's and I told in fact I was online with a woman that was taught about homelessness, and she quoted the quote. I said, you saw the quote, you didn't figure that out. That's why I get mad at some people. You see the shit, you didn't figure it out. Somebody handed you a gun, you got a gun in your hand, and somebody handed you bullets. You can't figure out, well, if I just put the bullet in the gun, I can actually shoot somebody. Okay.
Yeah.
Who's African music?
You can't hear mine.
Philadelphia 13, San Francisco 10. Deep in the second quarter, George Kittle's out.
Popped his Achilles.
Okay.
Was that supposed to mean something?
Popped his Achilles again?
Well, when you have a calf strain and you don't rest it for long enough, it becomes
a calf strain is a calf strain. They call it a strain, but it's actually a severe strain. Is actually a tear.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And if you don't rest it or you don't heal it, then it'll tear completely, and then it becomes an Achilles.
Yeah, people have to eventually get it. When you twist your ankle and then your ankle starts healing and you feel it in your hip, then you feel it You
Yeah.
feel it in your kneecap. Okay,
Yeah.
when you talk about a tear of the Achilles, you feel all of that because it transfers everywhere when you try to heal up.
But the
And
thing,
if you put pressure back on it,
but
you're gonna
it's
rip a calf, you're gonna rip your intermuscle, all that.
a severe calf
Mm-hmm.
strain. Okay, what's your calf attached to? It's attached to your Achilles tendon. Okay,
Achilles tendon and
Yeah,
the
that's what
other.
we're saying. That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying.
so
Yeah.
it's what's
Yeah.
attached to.
Mhm.
So a severe calf strain is a tear in your Achilles tendon. If you don't let it heal, it'll break completely. That's what happened.
Yep.
As someone who's rolled his ankle a couple dozen times from all the basketball, they tell you that it's actually better to break your ankle than to actually sprain it enough times. If you sprain enough times, the ligaments start getting weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. So.
Yeah. You stretch them out of shape. Yeah.
Yeah. As opposed to if you have a break, if it heals properly, it's sometimes stronger. So
it is. Yeah.
I almost tore a muscle in my lower back doing weighted pull-ups.
Well, the thing is, you have to slow it down. You have to lower the weight.
How old are you, brother?
40.
40. So you might have to start doing the assisted dips too.
I laid off.
Okay,
I had laid off
Usually,
and just let it be.
You lower the weight and you slow the rep down. Okay. In other words, if you count down from 5 on the way down, or however you do it, right, and count on the way up, you count up to 5. Okay, and lower the weight, you get the same effect and without the stress on your body.
I lowered it. I dropped the weight completely, and I just started doing singles. So now I just do like 50 pull-ups a day.
Okay. The thing is,
that people are forgetting now.
the thing is, the way you build muscle is time under tension. Okay.
Yeah.
Slow the rep down. Okay.
Yeah, slow reps. And
So
hold at the top.
And hold at the top, and basically the negative with the weight bearing part. Okay, really slow it down and put time under tension. Like say it should take you 5 to 10 seconds. Actually, go down to a full resting position. Okay.
Yeah.
It'll give you the same effect without the stress on your body.
One of the major things.
I was doing legs today, and I was doing leg extensions, and I was holding at the top.
Yeah.
Single leg.
When you're thinking about your lumbar area and how those discs tighten up through the vertebrae, a lot of people don't think about that's the main problem that you start having problems with, and stretching that area and working out that area is more important than pull-ups in the long run. So if you get a pillow and you put it on the edge of the bed, you lay your stomach on the pillow where your belly button is, and you lean off the bed. And that's one of the best ways to stretch the lumbar and decompress. And you should be really doing this 3 to 4 times a week if you work out.
Yeah.
Because once that tightens up, you start feeling pains in your upper cervical down, and it just keeps on going up and down until you get injured.
Yeah. You
have to constantly stretch that area of your back.
Yes. To the brother's point.
Dead hangs do it.
Yeah. And
you want to stretch it. You don't want to solely do dead hangs first. You want to wake up and look at the stretches for your lower lumbar area all the time. I do it 3 times a week.
You're starting to get to that age where we're going to have cervicular issues, particularly as men, and that creates nerve issues as well. So to the brother's point, stretching and flexibility of that area is because I have when I had frozen soldier and capsule issues a few years ago. I had to get when they did the X-ray on me, they started finding because I was wondering why I was having issues with pain radiation down my arm, and they said there's a small crack in your C5, right, up around your neck, but also in the lumbar area that happens as well. That's what a friend of mine a couple of years ago he cracked the bottom because he had so much weight. One of my high school teammates, he broke his, I think it was his L5, and he caught a bad staph infection at the hospital, and ended up passing away a few weeks later from it. So, so some of the guys who were bigger, like former offensive linemen, like my friend was, who didn't bring the weight back down, that starts to compress a little bit. So you're on your way, keep it in the gym, but keep that area stretched. Absolutely keep that area stretched, because it starts to become calcified at some point. So
yeah, I started doing a lot more dead hangs. Dead hangs definitely help. I actually feel the stretch in your lower back when you do dead hangs, especially it's even better when your feet are off the ground. So I'm over like 6 feet, so I gotta I got there's bars around where I work at, and they have handlebars, and it's like long enough off the ground so I can go there and hang for like 15, 20 seconds, 2 to 3 sets.
And weightless squats actually are good. Weightless squats are actually very good too. When you would, just do some actual squats and go as deep as you can. That helps as well because it keeps those glutes and that area strong, which actually transfers some of that pressure that's on the lower back. You want to transfer the pressure on the lower back into your glutes a little bit more because it's a much bigger muscle.
Yeah, I started doing supersets. I was doing deadlifts today. I was doing deadlifts today, and I was supersetting them with They have a machine here. Well, they have a state of the art. Like they invest a lot of money in these new machines. So it is a squat. It's a Squat Pro. It's called a Squat Pro, but it's built for doing squats. So I would do deadlifts, and then I would superset with squats, and I would do like sets of 12, like squat deep. So that's exactly what you mentioned.
Are you doing more deadlifts? Go ahead.
Oh, when you're doing hangs, you're still exerting yourself. Like if you're home, you can try this. You grab a pillow, put it 3 inches from the edge, put your belly button on the pillow where your stomach and your chest isn't touching the pillow. So you just want your stomach on the pillow. Lean over your bed and have your face facing down towards the ground, and you'll start feeling the stretch. Just solely on the lumbar. And you can sit down and be playing with your phone, looking at Google or YouTube video while you do it. Then go to the gym.
Face facing the floor doing that, because you said I'm like I almost bent.
Well, yeah, you have the pillow on your stomach on the edge of the bed about 2 inches back. You put your stomach on the pillow where your chest isn't touching the pillow, and your legs are laying on the bed, and you stretch down. And you can put your hands on the ground and take your hands off the ground and put your hands on the ground. When I tell you, if you try it for like 2 weeks, you're gonna thank me.
Do you do any hey brother? Do you do any bridges? I'm talking to the one who does the hang. Do you do any bridges?
No.
Okay, so if you're on your back and you have your knees up, you lift your hips.
Oh, your lower back, and you stick your leg. You have one knee on the floor and one stretched out.
No. You only your feet are on the floor. You're on your back, and only your shoulders, your back are to the floor, and you start off with your butt, your shoulders are back, and your feet to the floor, but your knees are up. So you got your knees up, and then you just lift your butt. What you do is you use your arms to stabilize you, and you lift your butt to the point where your legs are parallel with your torso, and so that gives a tight stretch. It's sort of like a thrusting position, right? And you hold it and bring it down. You can do it on the floor, but you can also do it with your feet on a ball and give a more pronounced bridge. There's got to be YouTube videos on it, but just bridges are really good because when I had my tendinopathy and I started working my lumbar to relieve my tendinopathy, that actually the tendinopathy pain I used to have about 6 years ago, I haven't had it much in the past 5 years. I had tendinitis in my insertion point in my hemi, and I ignored it for too long, and it became a tendinopathy. This woman showed me how to properly do bridges on a regular basis, and within like 3 months, it was gone. So, which is important for me because I'm also a CDL driver, so I'm sitting a lot. And I'm right on that spot. So, if you do some bridges, and when you get to the gym, before you even do your hangs, do some bridges. and you will definitely feel it, and it doesn't require any weight at all. So.
I think I know the stretch you're talking about. It's normally the one where you grab your knee and you put one leg over, but that does help with your lower back as well. Because I was doing those too.
Are your deadlifts Romanian or general deadlifts or Romanian?
General deadlifts. It's the other bar. The bar when you're standing in the middle of it. I forget the name of it. Huh?
The Smith machine?
No, it's not a machine. You're doing deadlifts, but it's it's a different kind of bar. It's perpendicular. It's in a perpendicular shape. The handlebars on each of your sides. The weight is obviously on your left and to your right, and then you're pulling up and doing deadlifts. So it's not a machine. The deadlifts I'm not doing the machine on, but it's the superset. It's the squat. The squat pro is a machine that I'm doing, that I'm supersetting with the deadlifts. But no, the deadlifts, no, they're not the traditional deadlifts, but it does require I am using the bar. I forget the bar. I think it's called a hex bar. I think that's what it's called. I think it's called the hex bar.
With the curve in it.
Yeah, it's got curves. It's like perpendicular, and you're standing in the middle of it.
Oh yeah. It's a
squat, bro. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Six curves hexagon.
Yeah.
I should have asked my son. He just said it earlier.
That's what I'm deadlifting with. The deadlift, I'm using an actual bar. That's not a machine.
Nice. So this guy right here, I don't know why they don't like showing people to hang off the bed for him, but this is the same thing, but he's doing it with his belly on there. But you can do it.
Yes, when you get a chance, answer this. Go ahead.
You can do it while hanging off the bed, where your legs are here and you're hanging off the bed.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that way. I was like, I'm laying on the bed and my back is like bent. I'm like bent over. My body is facing the floor, and I'm just on the edge of the bed, just bent over.
You can do it both ways. But the interesting thing is gravity. If your upper body's hanging off the bed and you have the pillow just like that, but you're in the reverse with your hands towards the ground, it does something different, bro. I'm telling you.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, look up glute bridges on YouTube and you'll find those. The one I'm talking about, not the one the other brother was telling you about, but the one I was telling you about. You can do glute bridges with your feet on the floor and also with your feet on a ball. To make it a little bit more, to get even bigger stretch. So,
yeah, just reminded me I'm about to put on my pressure machine for this leg day. I bought this. I bought this machine. It's from what's its name? Isometrics. What it does is apply pressure. It's a machinerized. So you put these they look like ski. They're almost like ski pads. And you put your whole foot and your whole leg in there, and this is a machine that's powered, and you just put as much pressure you want on it, and it just pressurizes to loosen up your legs.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's a pretty damn good recovery machine. I was like, yeah, if I'm gonna start doing legs, I'm gonna need to buy that. and I'm glad I bought it. It was worth every penny. Wasn't
you know what's a good machine that I a couple months ago when I was in Southern California visiting one of my cousins. He's my little cousin, but he's in his 40s now. So he just got out of the military, but he bought a tonal, and it's one of those things where it's like you have you can look it up, but it's like it creates like resistance through the air or something like that. It's very, very interesting. And I did a workout with him. It's like $3,000 or $4,000 system. And but he works. He has his bedroom, and man, I can't get as much weight as he does. But what it does is it starts you off by testing your tolerance and your strength level, and then it creates. And so we were all doing the same exercise. We were just doing it. We were just doing different at different tolerances, different strengths, right? And that's if I had the money for it right now, I'd get that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Working out's becoming modernized. Even working out machines becoming modernized to a certain extent. I mean, it still doesn't beat weights, but
absolutely. It is weight. So it is weight. It's just different. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just different. They're doing ways to apply it because they don't want you. They don't want
like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Y'all get gym instructions right now. Go ahead.
But yeah, as we get older as black men, particularly as black men, as we get older, resistance training. That's one thing. Give a shout out to Rolo. He was one of the first people that really put it out in the space, man. Do your resistance training, y'all, because that strengthens your bone. That strengthens your bones. So, in addition to your flexibility, you don't have to do, to be Jess's point, you don't have to do anything heavy, but keep those bones strong and keep that flexibility, man. You want to be able to make love to your lady at 60 years old, like my homeboy said. So,
right. But I'm just like, fuck it. This year I said, you know what? Well, I've been decided. It was like around August. I said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna get jacked. I want to see how far it goes.
There it is.
I want to see how far I want to see how far. I was like, I want to see how far I can take it. I've always been in damn good shape. But I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get jacked.
Yeah.
And I just want to see how. I want to see how it looks. I just want to see how it goes.
So you got your creatine, huh?
Oh yep, got my creatine. I got my non-flavored protein. Buy them in bulk. Yes, I do. Yep, I got that. Yep, and I got my protein. Got my protein. I'm sipping on a protein shake right now.
You trying to get on your Shannon Sharp, man? With minus the OnlyFans tricking.
Yeah, minus that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, but I'm just gonna get you. I'm just gonna get jacked and see how it goes.
Get it, brother. Get it.
What's going on, Jake?
So I'm doing like 4. I'm going like 4 times a week. So I'm only focused on arms and legs right now.
I'm actually leaving in about 15 minutes. I'm gonna have to drop on the stream, but I was supposed to do triceps yesterday, and I got to the gym too late. I thought they would close at 7:30. They closed at 7. So I got there at the last minute, fucked off my workout. So I'm a day behind. So I'm gonna have to do triceps and then biceps tomorrow.
I got lucky. My apartment complex has a small weight room.
Yeah, my apartment complex got a weight room too. But where I work I'm blessed enough to where I work. I have access to a pretty.
Yeah, and I actually have a couple of 15s in my apartment now. So.
I got a nice little setup in my house. Got a beautiful setup in my house.
Thinking about getting something to keep my leg strength up.
Yeah, but a lot of these dudes are not working out. Like I was bored and I went out last night to a singles event, and no homo. But I was looking at the dudes. I'm like, none of you motherfuckers work out.
And you're seeing that from a lot of the younger dudes too, man. It's just like we were talking about the lower testosterone. It's like.
Yeah,
there's some. I'm sure there are other brothers in the chat that can agree. Us brothers are some 40. I'm 53, right? But we can pull younger chicks, man, because they're looking around like y'all motherfuckers is slacking in their age group. And plus, we also remember, and this goes back to the commercial we saw from Christopher Walken. Is like you couldn't survive. You're an older millennial, and I'm a younger Xer. That period, it was like, your period is the last period where you understood that the only way you were going to get chicks is to have a little bit of a mouth game at the very least, right? You had to step to them because their heads were up and they weren't in their phones. So you got these young boys. Sometimes they're habituated to seeing chicks that always have their heads in their phones. It's all DM stuff. So when you go to an event, they're like a fish out of water, but it's easy for us. We know how to strike up conversation within seconds just based on what a chick's wearing, what she said with her friends. Some of us can approach 2 or 3 girls at the same time. It's no problem. You get the one that has the biggest attitude and disarm her first, and then and it's all she wrote.
I had just started randomly talking to a chick because I was looking at what she was drinking. I'm like, what the hell is this?
And that's all great.
Yeah. And let me say that you brothers make this way too complicated. Yo, I'm fucking an ugly friend stupid so she can tell her friends about it. Okay, end of story. Mission complete.
Silly ass.
Hey, dude, I believe in that referral sex, man. I had a homegirl in the 90s, man, and I put that thing on. The next thing she said, she was telling her homegirls, "Hey, if you need a sneaky link,
Yeah.
And she started pointing to me.
I was talking to a young brother who showed up to the event. He said he's 26 and he was on that like where the black women at. And I was like, listen, I'm not trying to knock you, but you might want to crack the window just a little bit and open up your options a little bit. I didn't want to tell them straight up raw like why they not here, because given this space and everything we see going on, the first thing I said to myself was like, yeah, because they can't afford to be here. They can't afford it. That's why they're not here. That was the uncut version I wanted to tell them, but I just left it. I didn't tell them that, but I was like, they can't afford to be here. That's why they're not here.
You don't want to bust the young brother's bubble. You handled it.
I told him, I was like, hey, man. It was me and another brother. We both said the same thing. He was like, listen, if that's what you want, I mean, absolutely go for it. But you might just want to, open up your options a little bit.
Yeah, but that goes back to the point where they try to say, y'all hate black women. No, we don't.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Y'all just hate black women so much.
I mean, no, it's real simple. It's real. You asked me about why, like about when it comes to black men. I was like, because most of you are single mothers and most of you don't work out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Those are statistical facts.
No, I'll go over the top. And most of you aren't good single mothers either.
Oh, it's that's a whole other thing.
Yeah,
Once I found you got a kid, and I'm hands off.
Yeah,
yeah. It's like Tom Likas said, take the fork out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Take the fork out of your mouth. It was real simple because he used to be a fat guy. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I got to work out.
Unfortunately, I got to be that dude to remind them, because there's a lot of women out here that see fit dudes and think I'm automatically going to be attracted to a big bitch. I'm like, no. I'm going to need you to touch them weights too.
No.
I need you to touch them weights too.
Like, and that one big back on TikTok ain't helping none of the big backs.
Nope. And y'all you big backs have gotten beside yourselves, so now y'all need to be reminded. A lot of big backs they have gotten beside themselves. So I was like, all right, nigga.
I mean,
hey, they're gonna get their mind right, and let's start at the side. I don't know if you were able to see kind of what I presented earlier, and I want to get what you and Arena Revise think about, like pretty much, hey, nigga, we don't got no money.
Ain't no money.
No money.
Where?
Ain't no what money. Where? Where? Is it in the couch? Where is it? Is it in the seat? It's in the glove compartment. It's in the glove compartment. Where's the money?
Oh no. Are we going back to putting money in the mattresses?
Hey, bro. Hey, I'm saying though.
Are we putting money in the mattresses again?
I mean, you're not making no real money by keeping it in the bank anyway. They want you to gamble that shit in the stock market.
Like, what money? Where is all this money that everybody's supposed to be getting? Because I don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it. I don't.
You're supposed to pull it out of her ass like they do.
I don't see it. Not from the women, especially not from the women anyway. I don't see it. But it must be going somewhere, because at the end of the day, women have a higher debt to income ratio than men do. So it's going somewhere.
Yeah, it's going to their credit card bills, and that's why they're looking for a they're looking for a parachute.
Credit card bills and credit card being spent on makeup.
Yeah.
Makeup's $1 billion industry. Just all this talk about money, and like, oh, the women need to pull. It's funny you bring up Scott Fagel. I can't even say it. I have a remix for his name, but I can't say it because it's too easy. Scott Fagel. Because I can't stand that motherfucker.
What,
I can't.
Scott Galloway?
Scott Galloway. Because one, he has. I don't know what is it with these new dudes, and a lot of these new dudes just have such a punchable face. It's like I don't know what it is about your face, but I want to punch
believe it or not. In his defense, he actually doesn't sound as bad as some of these soy boys that are on TikTok.
I mean, he's still bad. No, he's still bad.
I'm sorry, some of the soy
boys. The problem with Scott Galloway is he's such a Trojan horse. He makes it sound. What did Malcolm say about the wolf and the fox? Right. Well, he's the fox. Okay.
He's the fox. I'm like, I know you the fox. I'm like,
you still, because you're still talking about. My thing is like you still want you're enabling this traditional shit because he was on some video. I was just watching a short where he was talking about like, you should still pay because women still expect, women are still expected to pay. I was like, you know what? At this point, yeah, this is why we talking about this whole approach. This is why we talking about this new wave. I'm like, women just gonna have to start approaching. Women are gonna have to start asking for first dates.
Yes, they are.
Y'all gonna have to start asking for first dates. And yes, and if you're and according to y'all, whoever asked for the first date should pay. I'm like, cool. So y'all should ask for the first date.
You know, so you're trying to take it back to when we were, 16 to 25, when she's already in your bed and you hit 3 times and she's like, you should go on a date. And you look at her like, payday's in a week and a half and I got to pay my rent.
Yep.
We can go after. We need a straight
the way my bank account is set up.
Man, I just grew up pumping like Tom Likas said. Dating is reserved for somebody you're already fucking. So that's how that's how I look at it. The dumper, the young brother dumper, he says, stop taking these. I mean, I got spoiled. I was a late bloomer. I didn't start actually having sex until I got to college, my first year. But once I figured out the fucking game, like the first girl I ever betted, man, I didn't spend a dime, man. I met her at a game. We talked on the phone for a week. We made out. We talked on the phone for another week, and I hit it the next week. I was spoiled for life. I didn't spend literally a dime. So it's just like, you have to spend money. No, that means she don't like you.
I have slept with some women. in places I shouldn't have slept with her, but ask her if I take her on a date. Nope, no, I did not.
Brad, my wife knows exactly who I am, Brad. Okay.
Yeah.
We moved out a particular city for a reason. Okay.
Leon had a rep.
She knows exactly who a nigga is.
Leon had a whole rep.
Okay, no, let me break it down. Okay.
You got a roll.
T, I hit T, I hit her sister, I hit another girl in JRTC. Then I got kicked out of that particular school. This girl name that starts with Z says that, if you didn't fuck T, you could have been fucking me. And I was just waiting for her dad to be gone. I hit that. Then I got kicked out of school. So I went to another school. And that's when I started dating my wife. I was at a JRTC event. And that's kind of when people really found out, because we're separated by a street. If you're on this side of the street, you go to this school. If you're on this side of the street, you go to the other one. The only reason he's with you because he wants to fuck. That's why she got with me. Y'all told her. Yeah. But she already knows exactly who I am. And so it goes on even into adulthood. Like I've had chicks walk up to me, straight disrespect her and just look at her and walk away. And BGS know where I live, so he knows the deal. Yeah, that's how it works. Like you gotta get the word of mouth.
Yes, exactly. I always say that one of the most red pill albums was the first couple of TLC albums. That's why, because they were talking about girl talk, right? The girls are talking. If girls start talking about your stroke game, it's like shooting fish in a freaking barrel, man. There was like a 3-year period when I was in Tucson where I didn't have to find pussy at all. I just had a couple of girls sending it to me. Girls with your body count is an attractor for women. That's why they try to make us different, but we're not. We're very different.
I think that's the problem when you start to get into the workforce and you start focusing on working and your I don't want to say community, but like your free life kind of breaks down, and then you go out and like you're spitting game to randoms. But it's like if you go back home, she'll say she likes you in the 10th grade and y'all like 35. And if you dated a friend and she say that, you hit. Just don't say nothing. Don't say nothing too much and you're good. You know what I'm saying? But that's just how I see it.
I want to kind of add on to what Leon's saying. No, it's true. If I would have not met my lady when I met her, if I would have met her now, I really don't know how it would work. Because if you're a productive man, you don't have time for all of this foolishness.
Yeah, you're right. No, but not this.
And I'm saying I'm more of a lane now. I'm more of a lane now. It's just because between kids, work, COVID, then all that. And I didn't say it before. I don't wear my ring to work for reasons because some of these bitches are petty. So I don't
They're
wear it to work.
vultures.
Yeah.
They're vultures.
Wait, say that
They're
again,
fucking
Leon. I missed
vultures.
that.
I don't wear my ring to one of my jobs at the hospital. I wear it to my blue collar job. I do not wear it at that job because they don't even know I'm married. And my experience is it's usually hostile when they know you're married. It's even more hostile. I don't know why, but that's just my opinion of being a black guy.
Real talk. You have
You're
what they,
better off,
some, yeah. They there's something that they resent about you, especially at a hospital, man, because we already know about nurses' reputations, right? So
yeah.
Let me shut up.
Yeah.
Use a hoe.
Yeah, they loose with it, but I've literally I'll go to a social worker because I'm cool with her. Same lady I bring up, and I told her about something that happened before, like right before COVID started, and she didn't have an answer for it. So if a girl just whips your junk out in the lunchroom, taste it, then just walk off, you know. Should I? No, I'm not even going to HR about it. You know, so. And I talked to her. I'm like, and she don't even have an answer. Because who are they going to believe at the end of the day in the story?
True. Speaking of jobs that were offshored or automated, did any brothers ever work at a call center? Some of you brothers are a little bit older.
Not anymore. I used to a long time.
That's what I'm saying. You remember it was like a nightclub, brother. It was like four or five chicks to every dude at them call centers because it's an easy job, right? It's about talking, right? And there's a lot of females there. Did you experience like a sort of like a lot of romantic intrigue from what you saw, what you heard? Because I mean, getting laid was easy for me at the call center, man.
I didn't work at a call center. I worked at
at the time I
restaurants.
was married. I wasn't paying attention that much because at that time I was married.
Okay, gotcha.
So I wasn't paying
I
attention.
worked at restaurants, not call centers. So restaurants is just as bad.
Oh
if
yeah,
not worse.
Yeah. Restaurants is bad. Yeah, restaurants is bad. But I did work. One place I did work where I used to work when I was working retail security in Manhattan, and I was working retail for Virgin Megastore when it was there. Oh yeah, it was a mess. Yeah, it was a mess. But I can't talk shit because even I partake in some of the foolishness.
Okay, it was fun. Yeah,
I've worked
not
at
judging.
two firms, at two big ass firms, and bro, you're talking about 20-something year old, 30-some odd, 40-something year old, married, not married, everybody, not everyone. Let me know, but man, any and everyone was getting it in. Yep. Married, not married, woman, man, it didn't matter. Single, not single, kids, no kids. But bro, you are, and we're talking about professionals. We are literally talking about attorneys, paralegals, or whatever. And and none of that mean nothing. None of that means
worse. That's one thing you notice when you get older. It's even worse in the professional realm. It was like it makes like when you were younger look like freaking preschool. The way they act as grown, like you supposed to be a grown professional. You nasty, dirty. Like that'd be the wild part. It gets even worse. They're even more unhinged.
Backstabbing. Men are backstabbing. Women are backstabbing.
Yeah.
People are backstabbing on somebody's wife, bro. It'd be crazy.
I'm talking about like you supposed to be in a professional setting in a quote unquote military setting, and y'all smashing in the parking lot.
Military, bro. You know where I live. Come on, bro.
Oh yeah, military. Even former military too. Just Lord, just God in heaven. No decorum. Just no decorum.
None.
And I love saying like these are supposed to be adults. We're just grown children, bro.
Grown children doing the most. Oh my God. Yeah.
Except this time you don't got to worry about a literal spanking when you get home. So that's why motherfuckers be acting a fool. 30-some odd years old, acting a goddamn fool at these people firm. Type in anything that walk if they can.
Worse, even it's bad on this side, on the government side too, because they smashing in the parking lot. Meanwhile, a hotel is 5 minutes away. Like,
I mean, it's
like,
about the adventure.
What are you doing? There's a hotel.
It's about the adventure, bro. You gotta have some shit up in the
YOLO.
backseat multiple times. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All that bedroom hotel. That's like
that's played
that's
out.
like when
adventure.
No, that's like month 4. That's like month 4, month 3. You know what I'm saying? You know, but we, you
like taking the hotel. I'm not
if
trying
you
to.
pass if you pass up the car.
It's like I ain't taking no hotel. I ain't trying to make love to you.
if you pass up the car, that means you can screw up a conversation. So if you right there and it's in the moment, you know, fuck it.
Fuck it. We'll do it live.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we
I miss
at
those
now.
days, man. I'm a lame now. Shit. I'm fucking lame.
These days, hey.
But you're lame with great memories though, right?
Yeah.
I'm a lame.
These days being lame save your life.
Mm-hmm.
Man, absolutely, because they don't fight at the club anymore. They pull out straps and knives and all that. So stay in the house.
Yep, stay in the house. I got a gun too. I will use it, but hey, I gotta plug somebody. I know it was a bad day.
It's like I ran that phase as a kid, man. It's like at this age, the best fight is a fight you never get into.
Yep. But that's what I was talking about. Like
but be ready.
It's just a damn shame now, because back then there was a time where dating was fun, and you weren't so outcome dependent. You just you had a good time. Something happened. Hey, it was fine. Either way, you had a damn good time. Now it's like, women ruin everything. Ruined. Everything's ruined.
I just go to music-based events where I know I can get my groove on and dance a little bit, do a little karaoke or whatever, where I know I'm going to have a good time. And if I meet somebody, it's all great.
Yeah, I go to a singles event every now and again. But it depends on what they're doing. Like they'll do like a trivia night, or they'll do a night at Dave and Buster's. Just like it's a fun event, I'll go. Other than that, but yeah, I do music. I like to go to music-based events too.
Me and my lady been doing comedy. We've been doing comedy shows. So we've seen Corey Holcomb, we've seen Godfrey, we've seen Eddie Griffin, we've seen.
You ain't gonna watch that T.I. show?
Oh no, hysterical! I heard that was bomb. Yeah, we've seen
awful.
Who else we've seen? We've seen
What's the some more?
No. That's one of the female comedians I want to
really
see.
Good.
I really want to see.
Really good.
What's the brother name that be doing the animal voices on Instagram again? He was on all their digital.
Bert.
I forgot.
Bert Russell.
Wait, say it again. No, not him. Oh my God, not him. Tony Baker. We seen Tony Baker.
Oh, Tony Baker. Yeah.
Tony Baker was funny. But Tony Baker's funny is like, it's not all that vulgar funny. It's like it's a different. It's like it's not so cerebral. He don't go too far with that. We tried to go see Josh Johnson, but his tickets was sold out early. Fuck VIP. Them shit was sold out. And me and my lady only do VIP, but all the tickets were sold out. So yeah, we do comedy. We do comedy shit. But yeah, bro, I'm kind of glad I'm out the dating scene right now, bro. Shit. Honestly, I don't know how to maintain some shit. Number one, number two, bro. My tolerance level for like the little snark that's supposed to be like enticing and kind of flirty, bro. My tolerance is dead for that shit. I see it for what it is. That shit testing. I don't have no tolerance for that shit.
Me neither. I don't either. I don't have I have no tolerance for that shit, or the snarky, or the corny jokes. I'm like, I don't know who told these women that they were funny, because all this talk about I need to do with personality. Yeah, because you have none.
No, bro. Listening to women talk, you think we live in an alternate universe, bro. You think we live in bro? When they say, oh, the men lack personality and they don't have no character or bad character, I'm like, Have y'all seen y'all?
For real,
bro? I spent 2 hours, give or take, earlier just fucking talking about the economy. These hoes wouldn't know nothing, and if they did, they would have fell asleep on this shit.
Like, you don't think none of this single shit is your fault?
No, of course not. Nope.
You don't think none of this single shit is your fault?
None.
Maybe a little bit.
Zero, zilch, nada. None, bro.
Like
None.
maybe a little bit. Like
None.
you can't be serious.
Oh, we got a new Derek Jackson, y'all. It's the okay. So that clip that was going around a few months ago of that white Italian guy that was telling black women, "Hey, stop calling me, stop hitting me in my DMs. I'm married. Y'all got I'm married, and she's listening right now." Like that dude. So I didn't know until recently that. So he has a whole Instagram channel placating the hoes, and he's literally doing his own white Italian version of Derek Jackson. It is fucking scary because you're like, oh, he's really doing like literally doing his white Italian version of Derek Jackson, and like the women are eating it up. And one of the comments that got me, and this is why I'm gonna stream about him in the next couple of days, is one of the women said something like, "Well, how is it that you eat every time, you hit it on the nail every time?" And I'm like, it's because he's saying what you want to hear.
Like that's saying what you like.
That's the dumbest question in the world.
Men, the template's already been set. The template's already been set. That's why he's observed other people. Yeah. That's where the bag is.
The craziest thing in the world is like it's not simply that he's saying what you want to hear. He's saying what you want to hear, and it's not real by evidence of your own life.
Yeah.
Right?
Because you can't get that. The funny thing, yes, you love hearing it from him, but you can't get a guy to tell you that in real life.
And here's true, and what adding on to that, the craziest thing in the world to me is it's like pretty much going where Lion was saying. Not only can you not get a man to say that to you in your own life, how explicit does it have to be for you to realize that's not how men tend to move? And very importantly, it's not character flaw in us. We're human beings like you. The difference is we don't get to claim moral high ground and hide behind the misbehavior of the opposite sex. Have you ever considered that you are a real human being with flaws, and it makes it real difficult to like your ass? A whole lot of women talk like men are unlikable. I'm like, bitch, have you ever seen you?
Yeah.
Wait, y'all think y'all are? It's crazy listening to X chromosomes speak. Like they're so likable.
Yeah, that kills me.
That's insane.
I'm like, so what you're telling me is there is no man may have not said that to you verbally that you're unlikable. Like that never registered to you. It never registered.
Men don't say that. We just pipe and leave. Or we
but
and the women are right about this. We'll instigate some shit, make them argue with us, and give us a reason to break up or stop talking to them. But because we know there is no. Go ahead.
We won't say it verbally, but you still out here. So clearly.
Well, they tell themselves that they out here because they want to be. They tell themselves that they're single because they want to be. They tell themselves they tell themselves that. And the difference between men and women, and I've been part of the Black Manosphere for years, is that even if we go in the wrong way, we don't necessarily advocate for other people, other men to do it. And we don't protect our position if we know we fucking up, right? The difference between the women is, look, I'm single, but I'm single because I want to be. Like, bitch. So none of y'all are single because you are a fucking horrible girlfriend or wife, or you just are a selfish asshole. So none of y'all will ever say that.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? Go ahead.
Hey, sometimes we don't even stick around to pipe. If you think about, sometimes they're so turbulent. It's like, you know what? You're screeching my ear. You just. I feel my soul just dying every time I have to spend another minute with you. So I'm just gonna exit stage left, right? I'm not even gonna hit.
It's frightening. I've had that situation a couple of times in my life. Not multiple times, but a couple of times in my life where the vagina was on the table for me practically, and I act like a 12-year-old, like I didn't get it. Like, well, you got cooties like a whole 10-year-old. Can't do it, bro.
Z should have. See, Lion, I just proved it. Z should have just hit it in the car. In the store.
No. Can't do it.
You missed that part of the conversation.
you know where that's gonna lead to. You know, and like you want to. It's not like you don't want to, but at this point, I was already my brainstem developed, right? My brainstem developed. I'm over 25, so I really don't have excuse at this point.
Z,
Right?
you could have this is how it would have developed. You could have put her leg out of the 350Z to make sure you can get a good angle. Okay.
There was no piping going on in the Z, not in that tight ass shit.
I just went to my Google hard drive because I was trying to find one of these messages. This is from like 2017. I'm gonna play it, but it's a funny recording. To understand, I'm not joking. Wait, hold on.
If I was to ever say who never changed from high school, it would be your ass, 100%. Nigga, you would have got on my nerves to a point and I just wouldn't give a fuck no more. So you would have been fine to be shared with everybody else. Secondly, fuck no. Hell to the no. What were we in 10th grade? Hell no. Who the heck is Stephanie? You got Michael? And I already knew about my sister. I'm very pissed that I have 2 tunnels with her now. Am I missing anybody? You're Aggie. Go marry that girl. I mean, shit, what you do?
This is like 2018. I saved it. I told her I saved it because it was funny. Yeah.
But that's the thing.
I shared 2 tunnels with my sister. Yeah, I've done some wild shit.
But you ain't shit, Leon.
You ain't shit. But that also brings up a double standard that I've picked up on long ago. I'm like, men are supposed to deal with trade-offs when it comes to dealing with attractive women, but women don't think they have to deal with trade-offs when it comes to dealing with attractive women.
They refuse to unless it's at the height, unless it's undeniable. That's one of their biggest issues now. That's why they put the bar to the moon. The whole game, and I'm gonna make sure I repeat this on a stream. I'm gonna try to remind myself to repeat it. The whole game now, and I've said this. I think Arena Rivas actually shouted me off for this. Is to badger us to give them for the free ski. The whole goal now. That's why they're saying, "Oh, you lack personality. You lack charisma." Is the whole thing is most women can't afford their life. So they need you to come back to the table for the free ski. So she gets to be who she is, still an asshole, overweight, maybe with children, maybe not, college loan debt and all that. And you're supposed to subsidize her anyway for nothing.
Absolutely not.
For the free ski.
Hey, they understand trade-offs. They understand trade-offs. I said they understand trade-offs. They just pitch a fit about it. Like you said, it's not fair.
That is not fair! That is not fair!
Exactly.
I mean, do you remember the song? Do you remember the song from the '90s called "He's Mine" by Moke and Steph? He's mine. You might have had him once, but I had him all the time.
I know exactly. Yes. Yeah. Yep.
There are ladies who haven't they all understand it. It's just are they mature enough to resign themselves and be and not pitch a fit about it?
No, they do pitch a fit, but it's different forms. So you have to pitch a fit Amanda Seals, which is y'all won't do what I say. I don't care how crazy I sound. Crazy is good because crazy, it's artsy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to resign myself with my 5 cats and my dog, literally her. So you have that temper tantrum. You have the Ebony K. Williams temper tantrum, which is the fuck it, I don't care what y'all say. I'm gonna go get my test tube, baby, because I'm not gonna allow for you men to limit me. So you elite men that ain't choosing up on me, and you bum ass dudes, or who I deem as bum ass dudes, who I think I'm better than, who I will never touch, or at least do anything more than get piked by on the low. Y'all won't limit me from having children, so I'll do it through science. So that's the temper tantrum. You have
you're still a loser, by the way, by doing that.
Yeah, but it's the biggest middle finger, because I didn't allow, if this was 50, 60 years ago, then I would have been stuck. But I'm not going to allow you to dictate whether I have children. So that's a temper tantrum. It's a bunch of temper tantrums going on.
Yeah, you brought up something, Z, that I want to give you a little bit of pushback on your stream a couple of days ago, where you said we were speaking about Ebony K and her daughter, and he's like, I hope you don't hear this year 18 and blah blah blah. My position is, I hope she hears it when she's 12, because what's going to happen is, at about 5 or 6, she's going to be going to her private school. Her friends are going to be talking about my daddy, and then she's going to go out to get picked up, and she's going to be seeing little girls getting picked up by their daddy, and she's going to look at her mom and say, "Where's my daddy? Do I have a daddy?" Yeah, exactly.
I said the same thing. I said that. I was saying that. I mentioned that to Z before when that got leaked. I'm like, yo, I hope them kids do not find out how she was born, because man, woo.
A couple of them kids in her class, depending on where Ebony's gonna decide to raise her, whether it's LA or New York, a couple of them kids is test tube babies too. She's not gonna be the only one. It ain't gonna be most. It's not gonna be worth noting. But a couple of them, it's gonna be 1 or 2 of them. She's not gonna be the only one. But I definitely see where Arena Revised is going. Where for correction purposes, it'll be better if she hear it. But once again, she's still a minor, so that's why I'm saying 18. But once again, it all of that is temper tantrum. All of them are throwing the biggest temper tantrums in the world because they refuse to accept what all of this cost them, what their freedom and liberation cost them, what giving us the middle finger cost them, what earning more than your average man, even that costs you. Earning more, that look, when men earn more than women, well, regardless of what men earn, we know we gotta pay. Bitch, how you earn you earning $250,000 a year? Well, how you think it's gonna work in your life? You don't think you're gonna have to pay for dick? Especially if you earning some $500,000 a year. Who in America earns a cool liquid $1 million a year? If you're a woman earning a cool liquid $1 million a year, you don't think you paying? Shit.
Yeah.
All right.
And here's the thing with Ebony K. Williams. I'm like, you've been around those men, so you've seen the women that come around there. Do any of them look like you in age? Do they look as old as you? Exactly.
But Ebony's throwing a temper tantrum. All of them throwing temper tantrums, bro.
Let them throw a temper tantrum, because at the end of the day, like, my thing about Ebony K, you had the nerve to want to try and call men mediocre. You literally failed to do what men and women have been doing for a millennia. Have kids the old-fashioned way. I don't want to hear nothing.
I'll give you another one that was throwing temper tantrum. When Brittany Renner, when we first really learned about her, when she was recording herself in that car, saying, "Oh yeah, these NBA players, they let you, they hit a raw, they do this." That was her throwing a temper tantrum. Fast forward a couple years later, when she's recording herself and she's mocking the mothers, telling their sons don't date her. Like, I know you mothers, you're telling your sons don't date me and that. She was throwing a temper tantrum. Then all them hoes, whenever the shit don't work out the way they want, they frame it like they're victims. Women, oh, you better believe a whole frame it like she's a victim of you. She might have murdered you and still she'll be in court, be like, well, he did. Anyway, so they're always gonna frame it like they're victims. But go ahead.
Yeah, but even if you bring up Brittany Renner, like, I don't know if you saw that video of her and her mother going back and forth with PJ Washington because they putting the kid in the car.
Yeah, like,
I saw that. Was a temper tantrum too. I'm like, but you had a
she was throwing, and remember what she mentioned something very specific, that he done got a new contract and that's some big money, and you could tell that because she brought it up. And you got this hoe with you, and you spend it this much, and I'm like, oh, there we go. You mad? He got a new model. And he got that big ass. He making big money, and he done moved on. And you out here, you was being a little toy for Kevin Gates for a little while, and now you back out here.
Yep, back out here. Well, supposedly she got this new picture surfing.
I seen that shit. Stop it. Stop. Shout out to all you niggas who are perfectly okay with being man number 18.
For real,
37.
I don't get you niggas, man. I don't get you guys.
Hey, bro. Hey, I hear you. You feel like it's your turn. I can't tell you where your pride should be. That ain't my place. But all right. Hey, anyway, the countdown commences.
You can have your turn, but this whole couple photo shit, nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
What Brittany is running into is the influencer wall, right? If you don't have any real talent or any real branding skill, aka maybe the Kardashians, if you don't have either of those two things, you're going to get increasingly desperate. We saw her peak desperation when she wore the hijab with Kevin Gates, but he sent her back to the streets where she belongs. And now she's trying to she's bouncing from thing to thing to thing, like a flibberty gibbet. Shout out to the Sound of Music, right? But she has no skill, she has no talent, she has no focus, and it's going to end very, very, very badly for her, I think, unfortunately.
Kim Kardashian.
She's Superhead. Yeah, if you see Superhead right now, if you see
she did the same thing Superhead did.
So Superhead is another one. She got her little thing. She sound crazy, bro. When you hear Superhead talk, you like, bitch, you had the ghost of Dick's past is fucking your mind.
For real.
Because every time you hear her talk, she sound fucking unhinged.
You've had
you gotta get an exorcist, bitch. Excuse my language, because most of my subscribers ain't used to hear me say bitch that often, but yeah, exactly.
You've had too many slongs clacked on that jaw, ma'am. You
Seriously.
need to go somewhere.
When I think of Brittany Renner,
go ahead.
When I think of Brittany Renner, I think about everything that I tell y'all about Mississippi and why I refuse to even engage in a relationship with and getting my grandma back. So, understanding that she's white, well, her mother's white, and how, people in Mississippi are extremely colorist, and that black males in that Mississippi are concubines and serfs. I think, like, even her idea of who she is, she perceives herself as already superior, because that's how they grew up in Mississippi anyway. So the way she talked to those guys is like she's doing them a favor, because that's how they socialize in Mississippi. Like, straight up, like, it boils down to money with her. That's all it boils down to. That if the guy was from Mississippi, she could have kept on talking shit to him, and he would have kept on giving her money. She don't have no room to put him in jail, so that won't work. He paid all the child support in advance, so that won't work. So what do you have left? Just acting like an unhinged animal. And none of it works. Why? Because you're not in Mississippi.
Let me mention a couple of other people that be talking out of spite and out of temper tantrum. K. Michelle is another one. What's her name? Amber Rose is another one. Every time you hear them talk, especially about black men, especially
Amber
K.
Rose
Michelle.
is interesting.
K. Michelle, little bum ass. Once again, these are K. Michelle is another one. Whenever you hear them talk, it's out of spite, and it's some damn. Just shut up, bro. It's bad because I know women. I literally know a woman who said the worst thing Amber Rose ever did was open her mouth. That's a woman saying that, a black woman. The worst thing Amber Rose did was she was so much cuter when she didn't talk. That's a black woman saying that.
No, that's my saying. She cute till she starts. She looks good till she starts talking.
And when Amber Rose said that thing about Kanye West about we could have been the power couple, you could have had my babies instead of hers, and I was just like, what in the
who said that? Who said that?
Amber Rose.
But who told Amber Rose she was that interesting? Who told Amber Rose she was that interesting?
For real, I don't know why.
Bitch, you were with Kanye, you were with Wiz, you were with 21 Savage, who was with this other dude that you lost to Cher, bitch. Isn't that the same? Isn't she the one who lost the dude to Cher?
Oh yeah.
Wasn't that Amber Rose? Okay then.
I think
my craziest one is how people memory is really bad, but I don't even know why people pay Melissa Ford any attention.
Me neither.
People need to go back and find that interview where she was talking about when she got in the car accident on the highway, and how nobody showed up to the hospital to see her while she was hospitalized and recovering that whole time. And she tried to shame people. But that's something that people need to present, because that destroys every single argument. Like, you're in the room when you're pretty. Otherwise, you're not really that fucking important. You're injured and you're out of commission. Nobody even, the people you rock with, they don't even come visit you because it's always attached to business.
That would explain the bitterness.
Yeah, all your relationships are attached to business.
She's an ice queen. She's very much an ice queen.
She is I like to call her the epitome of a hypergamous failure.
Yes. Well, this is something that, especially for younger Xers in millennials, Gen Z, that the men are gonna have to, because we say we okay with it, but we'll see. We're gonna witness women dying by them fucking selves, bro. Like, yeah, we see some of the some it happened with some boomers, but boomer women, but we're gonna see all these spiteful hoes that never got married, never had kids, thought they was rich auntie making $62,000 a year. We gonna witness these women die, no children, no kids, bro.
We don't have to go.
And that's
You don't have to take it that far. You are going to. I mean, yeah, that's one thing could be reality. No, you're just gonna have to be cool with making them chicks carry their own groceries.
that is one thing. It's one thing to carry your own groceries at 20 something, 30 something, maybe even 40 something years old. It's a whole different thing as a 65-year-old, 72-year-old. You know, the muscles ain't the same at no 72 as a woman.
Mm-hmm. The only one helping you is the working staff. You ain't got no uncle. I mean, you ain't got no cousin or nothing. Yeah.
And to be fair,
I talked about
especially
the working staff.
Real quick, Leon, real quick. The thing that really is going to make that sad is going to what Lion just said. Remember, Xers didn't have kids like that. Yeah, we know everybody got an extra uncle with fucking 8 baby mamas. Okay, whatever. But Xers didn't have kids like that. Their kids are Gen Z, right? So the crazy thing is, you're going to witness a lot of Gen Z just be out here going to what you just said, Lion. They're not gonna have not fuck siblings. They're not gonna have no cousins. Many of these fucking Gen Z kids don't have no cousins.
Yeah.
So you're gonna be aging out the game. No, never had kids, never got married, no siblings, barely. Who's your next of kin? A great cousin you don't know?
Yeah.
There's not going to be any old people's homes, bro. Like, people got to be realistic about this. Okay, people are now seeing how expensive putting your parents up costs because they're all privatized and owned by corporations. Like, you talk about
fucking private equity,
$5,000 private equity, $5,000 a month, and the price can adjust at any given damn time. You talk about nurses coming in your home when there's already extreme shortage on nurses, and these nurses don't last 2 years anymore before they're trying to do something else. And like when I tell you people are going to be willed in and willed out, they're going to swipe their debit card, and right when that shit decline, they out in the street. Okay, this is not what y'all. Remember, Z, I said it like what, 4 years ago. They're gonna swipe your debit card. That shit's gonna decline, and they're gonna will your ass out of that home. Okay, this is not the place for older people, especially with how younger people feel about shit. Tell you, as soon as that card declined, do you got a credit card? No credit card, will her out.
Yeah, bro. It's
a lot of what you guys are speaking to, and what these women have to encounter and carrying their own groceries is like, sadly, that's my mother, and to the point where a lot of us don't have kids because a lot of us who are like single sons of single moms, we're very burdened as we get older sometimes, right? We have to play a lot of that husband role. And it's just like we're doing so much damn emotional labor and sometimes physical labor because our mothers mismanage their wombs and their relationships.
Mm-hmm. And that's a open kept thing in the Black community. It's not just the familial labor of women, it's the men that nobody wants to talk about, which is what Arena Revise is speaking to. And that's something that goes, well, really unspoken of. We don't really mention that. We don't really talk about, as you said, sons taking care of parents, right? And like that financial, emotional burden. My bad, y'all, for the background. But yeah, that burden, and yeah, it's gonna cost. It's gonna cost us. To me, that wouldn't be the end of the world. What we have are just a bunch of selfish assholes that want to be self-centered, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when you scale it
It's nothing wrong with that individual being self-centered. It's when you scale it and you got tens of millions of individuals being self-centered. That's when you got a problem. Eh, yeah. And I would argue that's the West. You see it going, and I'm glad that South Korean clip I played some months ago, and these women are trying to figure out who's gonna pay for them when they retire eventually.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Never had kids, didn't get married, and y'all like Kevin was saying, you're a florist. You make an our equivalent of like $38,000 a year.
You're a florist.
And even if you're making 40, 42 on a good year, how the hell is this supposed to work when you're 67, 70? The math don't math, bro.
Like,
when you scale it, it don't math.
Yeah, y'all not trying to take care of no man. So it's like, well, no man's going to be taking care of a woman who's like, it's like, why?
We're not doing it, bro.
No,
to
like,
put it simply, we're not. And especially when you get to a certain age, like I see Tim Scott just got married in I think it was August. Me and my lady were mentioning him earlier, and she was like, "No, he got married." I was like, "No, I don't think so, babe. I think he broke up with a homegirl, the white homegirl. Come to find out, he got married in August to another white homegirl." And I didn't realize how old Tim Scott was. He's 60. Oh, and I'm like, "Oh, okay." And she was like, "Well, maybe if she's in her early 40s, maybe he could hurry up and have a case of emergency break glass baby." Homegirl 48. It's done. It's done. It's done.
Yeah,
it's done.
That was funny because I mentioned I was at a singles event, right? So I was just having a conversation with the hostess and me and this other man, and she was like trying to get us to show up to the like the 40 and up like speed dating event. And I already made that face like, yeah, I'm not in. I was like, yeah, I'm not interested in older women.
That's Desperado Corner, man. Speed dating? No way.
Like I'm not interested in. I would go if there was younger women involved, but I'm not going with women. I am not attracted to women my age. I'm not.
They're hitting terminal velocity to the wall. Yeah, you don't.
I'm not attracted to women.
That's why they structure those speed dating events by age, because they know that a lot of these younger women will jump up to some of these older dudes.
Let me answer Terrell real quick. Yes. And Terrell says, didn't Cory Booker get married last year too? Yes. And that picture looks so, bro, if she's got his beard, Cory Booker. Listen, Cory, we don't believe you, bro. We don't believe Cory Booker, old. I'm not going to say it. I respect my elders. Cory Booker, bruh.
Who'd he marry?
Terrell, you know what I'm saying. Some Hawaiian looking lady. She's cute enough. But, if you see the picture, you're going to look at it. You're going to look at him like, bro, we don't believe you, bro. Go ahead.
Put up my picture.
Cory Booker. Let me see. Probably on Instagram.
Put up my picture.
I got you. There you go. Oh, you got a picture with Cory Booker. How long ago was that?
2 years ago.
Bruh. I can't take the smiles, bro. It seems so inauthentic, Louis. Look, your face look normal. You look normal. Home, I can't, bro. I can't do it, bro. I can't.
I was living when he was the mayor of my city back in the day.
Yeah.
So we all know about Cory.
Brothers, I'll bid y'all adieu. I'm about to hit the gym. So peace out to y'all. All right.
All right, Arena. Thank you for coming up. Louis, I can't do it, bro. Shout out to Cory Booker. I ain't talking crap. I'm just saying.
Yo, I want to give a little insight what my man said like a couple of minutes ago. In my store, like we have certain days where the elderly people come in and they get bussed in to our store, and we have people walking them around, and the ratio between male and female is heavily female, and majority of the items that they buy is either ramen noodles or the plain Campbell's soup. Just plain stuff because that's all they could afford. And it's nothing to rejoice in. It's just a hardcore reality of how this economy is right now, where they're on a fixed income. And a lot of people, we talk to them, they don't have no support system whatsoever. And a lot of people today think that cannot be you.
It could be any one of us,
Yeah.
men and women. It could be any one of us. Hey, I agree what BGS said, what I'm saying, what Jason Black said a couple nights ago. Hey, winter is for everybody, bro.
Yeah.
Winter is for everybody. Hey, man or woman. We just know what it means over here. The ladies, all right. Hey, all that spiteful talk shit sound nice. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Z,
Yeah,
Mrs. Z,
is
like,
that real quickly? Isn't that what them hood niggas say? Hey, bro, we'll see, bro. Hey, fuck all that shit. We'll see. Go ahead, Leo.
I think people don't really
And then you got it after that.
understand.
You got that. You got it after that, Louis. Go ahead, Leo.
All right.
I don't think people really understand when some older women pass away and somebody finally smells a stench or they say they haven't seen her in a week and the ambulance comes. Usually, if she has cats, they already started eating off her face, but they don't talk about that a lot.
That's a real thing, by the way.
Well, I used to work at a funeral home when I
He
was in high
knows.
school, and we used to do a lot of house removals. And when there's a house removal, that means somebody died at home, and most likely it was someone elderly. We have to put on something like scrubs, so the fluids, and we'll put that stuff under our nose and put a mask on. And once you move that body, you start hearing this gurgling sound. That's the fluids um, moving in the body because you're moving the limbs and stuff to put them on the stretcher. And the stench is crazy. And it was always older women, always older women living alone in the house. So yeah.
Louis, you was doing that as a teenager?
Yeah, it was
No wonder
like
Louis got ice veins. Louis, God damn, Louis, go ahead.
No, she was one of my mentors. Her family is the third oldest African American owned mortuary service in the nation. And
Okay.
One of my regrets was that they wanted to pay full ride to college to put me into mortuary services. But
Don't worry, one of my second cousins do
it. And I am like, and this is a woman. She's one of my mentors to this day, and I always give her flowers when I see her. And she's one of the reasons why what little success I have in life is because of her. Besides the Marine Corps, I always give her flowers.
Yeah. You could have been making a good, I mean, not even trying $250K a year, buddy.
No.
Without even trying, because my cousin, not my first cousin, he's like a second cousin that does it. Just bank. And he
you
went to the
would never go out of
military.
business.
He can bum
Everybody
bodies.
dies.
He can bums bodies and all that. Light 250. Crazy.
Okay, so I'm on Cory Booker. Is this a politician of some sort? Light-skinned dude, light-skinned dude in the suit?
Yep, he got some money from that small state.
I'm looking at his wife. I'm like, yeah, she ain't bad looking.
For a while, he was dating that Jewish female comedian. I forgot her name. Sarah Silverman. He was dating her for a while.
You mean the funny, corny lady? She's corny as fuck, bro.
Yeah.
I'm looking
dry
at his
ass
wife
humor.
now.
I get dry humor, bro, but there's dry humor that's not funny, and hers was that.
No. I'm looking at his wife now, Z. She's not bad looking.
No, she's not bad. Did you see that damn proposal picture though? Jesus Christ.
With
his smile on the beach. That's bro. I can't do the smile, Louis. I can't do it like I can't do it, Louis. I can't do it like that. That shit looks fake as hell. I look. Oh, I can't do it, bro. I get it. You're a politician, bro, but god damn. Okay, I saw it.
He is the epitome of the stereotypical politician.
Yes. You could tell Cory Booker was practicing his politician smile in the mirror. You could tell.
He was groomed. I'm gonna keep quiet.
Yeah, his wife is 30.
I get you, Louis. I get you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Like he's 56. His wife is 38.
Oh, okay. They can have an in case of emergency break glass on baby. Okay. Yeah. I thought she was a bit older than that. Okay. Yeah. He could still he could last call for alcohol baby at least one. Yeah. Okay.
No, they can find a woman to carry the egg. Good 30
Yeah, that's true too.
to 60,000.
That's true.
I'm telling you, most of the time, the problem isn't the egg. Like your egg doesn't utilize none of the mitochondria energy. It doesn't use it. It's like in a solid frozen state.
Trell over here making jokes, yo. Trell said people are dying to get into the funeral industry. Hysterical. I see what you did there.
Yeah, they're dying. They're literally dying. Like it's in a frozen state because the thing. If women were able to tap into that energy, they would look 21 when they're 50. And then they'll be like gambling with the quality of their eggs. So their body doesn't let them do it. Mother Nature doesn't let them do it. So their progesterone goes down as they get older and their estrogen goes down. That's why they can't hold a pregnancy. It has nothing to do with the eggs. The eggs are pretty much still fresh.
Okay.
Yeah. Isn't the progesterone, which it affects the uterine liner to hold the egg in? Yeah.
Yes, and the estrogen is what builds up the mucus around the membrane. So
yeah, that's what Ebony K had to go through. She had to get those shots in her uterus.
Yeah, because that's really what's taking place. The women can't hold a pregnancy because of those hormones. Plus, their body's already stressed. Then, when your hormones are low anyway, your body is more stressed. So your feelings and your emotions with bad hormones create an environment for you to drop a pregnancy. Because both of them, it's like a feedback loop, pretty much. Your emotions and your hormones out of balance, and it just continues the same feedback until you have a miscarriage. So the egg is not really the problem.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, if women could tap into their eggs and utilize that energy, you would have some of the most psychopathic women in the world. I'm serious. Just think about one egg.
Wait,
and
even more than now? How's that possible?
It's that's what I'm saying. It's like Mother Nature made it to where they can use all their body energy until the mitochondria gets tired and stops working, and that's when you die. But think about if a woman's 21 and she can tap into each one of those eggs and use some of its energy.
She take her ass to the gym while she's at it.
They probably wouldn't have to go to the gym. They would be burning more body fat and everything. They would be glowing and working like 5 more hours to outpace men, but they can't tap into it.
Well,
I'm just saying they'd be looking 21 when they're 50, talking about I might have a baby next month, and they're looking at the percentages of leftover energy in those eggs. I'm serious.
Well, there's that.
That's just crazy.
I'm saying no. Let it be. Like I said, I'm on import status. I just date domestically just to check the temperature.
Yeah, if y'all think I'm joking, y'all can look at science research.
No, I don't think you're joking.
They're literally in a frozen state.
Oh well, I'm sure Ebony K found that out.
Yeah.
Well, I'm about to start charging women silver for my time.
Silver?
Yeah, because the silver price of silver going up. So
at what price?
Yeah,
96?
whatever the going market, whatever the market is, dick for silver. So
dick for silver.
I think I shot Mrs. Z those prices as soon as I saw them jump. I think I sent it to BGS as soon as it started, and the stuff that's going on in Mexico and China. That it's getting interesting with that. Tell you that.
And you know what's funny, Leon? The average person does not
Doesn't
know
know.
what is really going on. Everybody, everybody's talking with the typical CNN or Fox News talking points. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yo, oh, it's because he's a dictator. Nah, this economy is about to crash.
Yeah.
And we're trying to
Dictator.
maintain,
Stop.
Yeah, trying to save it.
Then
Even though
then
it's
they're
gonna happen
acting like
anyway.
what's killing me, even my friends, I had to point out. So you see people cheering in the streets. Were they paid? As soon as I said that, they don't know how to answer the question. So you just see you you see people cheering in the street. Do you know who those people are? Do you know what
And they
party
were
they're attached to? Do you know what they're aligned with? Because they're not showing you those people walking out with AKs protesting on the other side now, are they? They're not.
yeah, just
You're
like
just
when
seeing the people from the sky cheering that he's gone. But who are they?
mm-hmm.
look, just like when we had overthrew Saddam Hussein, and you had that small group of Iraqis following the servicemen, celebrating. They
Yeah,
were paid. They were paid off.
Yeah.
yeah. I don't buy into no celebration to where they're saying, well, it's his fault that the economy is bad and all this and the crime. And so I was an avid preachers server the other day. They're like they're like, look at the per capita. I say, yo, what's the per capita? They're like 101 to 100,000. I said, okay, so let's look at America, 380 per 100,000. I said, yo, so you feel safer in America than you feel there? Well, it's all over there. I said, well, that's not bad if it's 101 and it's all over the country when it's really just in 2 cities.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel safer there and just avoiding the hot spots, just like you avoid any hot spot in the United States. What's confusing? It's propaganda, bro. You just buying into per capita. Anytime, I just hate when people do that. Like it makes my skin crawl. Per capita. Good Lord, you're not even white.
And
Stop
they
that shit.
stay. I said I can't stand. They stay using the per capita because they want to use that against black people. I'm like, but y'all lead in everything else. Like when it comes to
That's small
crime,
hat propaganda. That's small hat propaganda.
yeah, like that's small. I'm like, if I'm like, I got the FBI crime list right here. Y'all lead in
That,
everything else, even when it comes to crimes against children.
yep.
Y'all lead in everything else.
But
Y'all
this
just
this
not
wasn't even a
survive
white
when it
guy,
comes to robbery and homicide. It's a gap, but it's not a wide one. But in every other criminal category, lapping us.
bruh. The stuff that you like. What's that one channel that shows all the white murders and there's always some crazy story to it? He was a good fella, blah blah blah, and
Mm-hmm.
the grandmother had some life insurance and she owned a ranch and
Mm-hmm.
they offed her and this person paid 600. There's a
Mm-hmm.
billion stories of that.
They got
Yo,
A
documentaries
billion.
Leon.
all over HBO Max. Every Max got there's like 3 murder documentaries on here that I've been meaning to watch, by the way.
Well,
Yeah.
Leon, in a short while, when the ish hits the fan, you're gonna see the true barbarism come out of all these people. You're gonna see
Oh
the
yeah.
true nature. Because people are only as civilized as their environment will allow them to be. So, and
Yeah.
especially coming from a group that was given a head start and was always even in a state of privilege, even when it was the lower class, and they
Mm-hmm.
believed in this false reality, you're going to see their true nature come out. So
Yep. Yep.
That's fine.
I just laugh, man.
the
I'm just
good book, Iceman
Me,
Inheritance.
I remember that Dusty Renegade interview. I remember that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, Iceman Inheritance. Yeah, shout out to Gusty Renegade.
I was just surprised that it was coming from a guy that wasn't white. And I'm just like, look at the per capita in the United States. Well, those are hot spots in certain states. I was like, but if you can sit down and say certain cities, certain counties, certain states, you have to give them the same argument. Because once you say that, you're actually agreeing with me without knowing it. So now say the same thing about Venezuela so I can prove that you actually agree with me instead of just making stupid arguments. And he just kept on going because he didn't want to agree with me even though I was right. It's interesting.
No, it's typical. In typical fashion. We'll see how this goes as far as that's concerned. Because from a operational government standpoint, I saw that happening too.
But they've convinced themselves, Leon, that they're the ones who civilized the world. They've really bought into the white man's burden. So when you hear that, and even if who you're speaking about is not white, they've bought into that. So that's how you're able to talk about us the way you are, right? Or talk about anybody around the globe the way they do. It's because they bought into they're the ones who civilized the world, right?
You know what I tell my mom, right? I tell her, Mom, me being a slave for 400 years couldn't civilize these motherfuckers. She started laughing. You weren't a slave. No, I'm just talking, Mom. I'm saying even slavery couldn't civilize these people.
Well, when reality smacks people in the face, they you know, they gonna see how things really are. So let them stay in they circle of delusion, you know, and when they get their proverbial wake up call, then people will see.
Y'all have to pay more attention to what's going on in the UK. I'm just like, because I had a few of those guys in one of my gaming groups on and it's like I'm like, yo, do you not see it? Like you're talking about kicking Muslims out of your country. Look at the numbers. Oh, that's they're siding with that's the bureaucracy and the rich people putting out those. I'm like, no, it literally states that basically if you walk down the street and there's 100 houses, 25% of them are P files. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, y'all worried about these Muslims and these Pakistanians. I'm like, they make up less than 1%. And I mean, they're putting particular people in areas to piss y'all off on purpose. Like
But
these
Leon,
people that they're doing it on purpose.
but you know what's funny, Leon? Like if people know the history of why the Pakistanis and the Caribbeans are in the UK, they never got. Yeah, well, they fucked up their countries, but also they brought them there to bust their unions and to be cheap labor, to be cheaper labor for their civil services over there.
Yeah, and I told them, y'all better off utilizing the Muslims to produce product for you, and you can have 20 more business owners in your communities, straight up, where y'all not dependent upon these corporations just for particular stuff. But y'all are fighting against it while simultaneously not having a birth rate. So y'all going to empty out your country. You're going to empty out your country, and your idea is everything's going to be bliss and wonderful right when those people are gone. Fuck out of here. I'm like, y'all smoking dope.
And those people are making kids. They're making children. The white tea over there below birth rate. They was talking about I think it was 6 out of 10 kids named for baby male first names were Muhammad over there. Like, yeah, because the Muslims are having babies.
Yep, and they're hyper focused on the Muslims that they sent over that are marrying little 14-year-old girls. It's like y'all doing this on purpose. Like y'all listening to elites tell you, and he played some video of some rich lady, and he said, "See purple," and I'm sitting there, okay, the first thing I did, right? I Googled the lady. I Googled to see if I could find stuff from 2015, 2014. Nothing. So you're out here now in 2024, 2025 saying this stuff. Like this is who y'all want to put trust in? Someone that didn't say anything until it was cool? Like that's what I hate. Like at least Google these people and see what they were doing previously. And they weren't doing nothing. but sitting on their ass making money, and now they're fueling your belief system. Just because she said it, y'all rock with her. That is crazy.
Hey, Mr. Z, do you get what I sent you to the phone?
Mrs. Z on some missions right now.
Oh, he in the drive-through at Popeyes.
No, I think
Hysterical.
he's working.
Hey, regular stream. Hey, we ain't saying all of that, Leon. We just saying regular. Yes, I get your emails. I get your text. Yes, Leon. Like, Louis, yes, I get
Z,
your
cut that shit up, bro.
I'm like, damn, what the hell are you, Z? You a block party?
Niggas in a tunnel with alarms going off and shit.
Like, what the hell are you, Z?
You know what Z doing? He walking in one of those storage cabinets.
There's a whole party going on, a whole raid.
He closing the storage cabinet, man.
God damn. How are you?
I'm off work today. This shit is funny as hell, though.
I'll be back on tomorrow.
Same. Yeah, 1 week.
Be back on tomorrow. I'm gonna go ahead and I've been trying to finish this damn fucking anime series all week.
What you watching?
Black Lagoon.
Oh, okay.
A friend of mine suggested it to me. It's not bad since I already watched the first 2 new episodes of Jujutsu Kaisen. So,
Wait, do anybody know when the 3rd season of 1,000-Year Blood War coming out?
Damn, I forgot that is coming back, isn't it? Nah, they should be able to find. They should put the release. They should probably put the what's his name back on. They probably got a release date for you. You might have to look it up. But yeah, Bleach. Oh yeah, forgot about Bleach.
I never even heard of the 1,000-Year Blood War. I'm gonna check it out. Hell.
Yeah, that's from Bleach, but 1,000-Year Blood War comes after I think Bleach is 2 seasons, 2 or 3 seasons. Then the 1,000-Year Blood. Yeah,
they milking it like Naruto and Dragon Ball Z. There's this guy.
I can't get into it. I can't.
I like it.
I tried Naruto. I can't get into it. I don't know. It's not clicking for me.
I've been binge watching. You have to get in to the second part, but I'm on like episode 399, like season 7. I'm just like, yeah.
Okay.
This is good. The story's good, but the just Naruto, the first version, it's okay, but the second version is pretty damn good. Especially if you avoid the ad filler, going back in time, because they go back into time basically to justify them having more power than they actually did. But that's a whole nother topic.
Okay.
But yeah, I like it. I like the story. I like it's the yin yang. It's the matter of fact, if Nameless was here, I have him say all the words and the meanings and shit. He'll do that.
But I tried Naruto, but then again, I'm the same person that gave Attack on Titan, and it took me a minute to get into Attack on Titan, but I eventually got to it.
Man, Attack on Titans is good, but
it's good. It was just dragging. Some of them
episodes it dragged. Freaking FD back in, I'm not even subscribed to his shit anymore. But when he was trying to talk about how the ending was and all this, and it's like, yo, if you listen to the guy, he was always insecure. He just did what people wanted. Like he didn't even want the show to go on that long. It's just people kept on begging for certain shit, so he just continued it.
Oh yeah.
Then ended it how he ended, being an insecure guy. That was the point.
Well, same thing with Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the remake of Fist of the North Star. So,
are they going to do a remake of that?
Yeah, they should be launching soon. Did the remake of with the TV series, the old TV series, Fist of the North Star. So,
man, watch JoJo season 1. JoJo season 1. You be all right.
JoJo Bizarre Adventure.
Yeah,
I got all the video games.
Man, that 3rd season was amazing. The rest of them, they're all right, but that 3rd season was just visually amazing and just
I gotta watch. I gotta get into Full Metal Alchemist. I didn't get into that yet, but it's on my list to watch.
It's I don't know. I watched the whole thing like when I was in my 20s, and I don't know. I think it's just too late for that. But the story's great. But then you have to watch both stories because there's 3 different stories plus movies, and it's just like,
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just waiting for Solo Leveling to come back. So
there's this guy on YouTube. I guess he came back to YouTube. He's about like 40 some years old, and all he does is shit on Dragon Ball Z fans. And I've been listening. This guy shits on Dragon Ball Z fans because there's so many people. There's so many artists that waste their time drawing Dragon Ball Z when they could have damn did their own fucking anime, and they just keep on. It's like how do you expect those people to actually make an anime if y'all just keep on making these fake storylines and putting them on YouTube?
yeah,
None fucking
that's
stop.
how nothing new. That's why nothing new happens.
Yeah.
That's how
And then
nothing new
all the
happens.
people claiming new content is coming. I'm watching this guy and I'm just laughing with him because the shit is funny.
Yeah. Yeah, Big Mo. I watched Demon Slayer. I watched the movie. It was good.
I still haven't watched a new one.
Yeah, the new movie was actually great. I went to see it in theaters. It was really good.
Right.
It was really good. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is actually a damn good TV show. Honestly, I think their animation rivals. I think their animation rivals Jujutsu Kaisen. Those animators put in work too.
Yeah. Was it the last season that was slow, or was the season before when they were doing all the training?
Yeah, they were doing all the training. It has those dry spots too. Demon Slayer can drag too. It can.
Yeah.
Demon Slayer can drag too. It's overall good. It is an overall good show. But when they're fighting, when they actually lead in action, oh yeah, it's off the chain.
I like. Oh my bad. Go ahead.
Nah, but yeah, go ahead and give that a watch, and then definitely watch the movie. The movie. Well, they made a lot of money off that movie, but that movie was really good. But you should give that a watch. Demon Slayer is good.
I like when the demons pass away and the stories behind them. That's what really makes me stick to the show. Like when the demons pass away, you find out how depressed or what they were lacking in life. That's possibly.
Funny you mentioned that.
I'm not saying it's my favorite part, but something to say like it's a positive thing. But it's something about those stories.
Yeah, the backstory. But it's funny you say that because in the movie, because if you watch the show, he does come across this high level demon, but you never got his backstory. But then the movie they just released, they showed his backstory and his road to becoming a demon. And the way you met. So speaking of what you said, you would love that. You would love that.
That's really my favorite part about the show.
Yeah.
The action is cool. The story is cool. The characters, they're cool. But it's something about when the demons finally pass away and you get their story.
Yeah.
That's my favorite part of that.
They do that in the movie. In the Demon Slayer movie, they do that. They give a whole backstory to this guy. And yeah. You understand. You understand. Because what happened with him, it was rough. You understand.
Yeah, because me and the wife, we basically, she up like 2 o'clock in the morning pumping. We just be binge watching Naruto.
Yeah.
Since they have everything on the English now, just binge watching it. I'm like, okay, you got to go to sleep. How about 15 more minutes? He's like, all right, 15. I look, it's like 2:15. I got to be up at 7 in the morning.
Yeah. I'll watch Naruto. I'll give it a watch. I was trying, but I'll see what. I need other animes to watch after I finish this Black Lagoon.
You're gonna be good, right, when you get to Naruto. However they pronounce Shinabu, whatever it's called. Right when you get to that series, that's where it takes off, bro. That's where it takes off. Then the story is just really good.
I'll give it a watch when I finish this Black Lagoon because I'm almost done with it anyway. I got a few episodes left. So
Naruto Shippuden. That's how you pronounce it. Shippuden.
Yeah. Just the Naruto.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, Shippuden. Once you get to that series, you're gonna do exactly what I'm saying. You're like, okay, I'm gonna watch like 15 minutes of this episode.
It gets good. It does get good.
But when is that later though? How deep I gotta go to get there?
Let's see. Let me see how many. I would say just skip Naruto and just go to that.
Okay, I can do that. I can get.
No, You know, because the way it builds on itself, I would thug it out. It's pretty much like One Piece. Like One Piece starts off super goofy, and it kind of stays goofy in a bit for a while, but it gets really good, and when you get invested, you get it, and it pays off with certain arcs and certain stories. So yeah, that's Naruto. Naruto, the action to me is well worth some of the kind of goofiness. Yeah. For me, what I'm waiting for is Gundam Wing, or Mobile Suit Gundam Hathaway Part 2. I'm still waiting on that. I'm waiting on the Part 2 for Cyberpunk 2077 Season 2.
Yeah,
I'm waiting on that.
Anime. That was actually really good. That was a good show. They actually did a damn good show.
Those are some of the stuff I'm waiting for.
You don't watch
what other anime?
You ain't watching?
No, I haven't gotten into it.
Oh yeah, you should watch that. You should definitely watch that. That and Solo Leveling.
What else would I say is a dope? Yeah, Bleach is good. Bleach, Iron Blooded Orphans is good. I said Iron Blooded Orphans. Sorry. 1,000-Year Blood War arc. I did not start it, even though I read a bunch of stuff and watched a bunch of clips. I did not start watching it yet. So I kind of cheat myself in that way sometimes, where I kind of like watch little fight clips of the series and whatever. And it's like cheating. It's like, damn, I saw this fight already. I should have never watched it. But you know, yeah. So yeah.
I jumped straight into 1,000 Blood because I was like, oh shit, I jumped right into this shit. And I ain't watched the old shit.
No, but trust me, the rest of the series is good, and it, you know, jumping into, I mean, but yeah, but Bleach is good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Bleach too. But my all-time favorite is still Cowboy Bebop, but that's me though. Cowboy Bebop.
Now the anime that did it for me, and it wasn't my first, was Outlaw Star. Outlaw Star did it for me. That was the anime. And every once in a while, I'll go back to it. Maybe once every 6-7 years, I'll go back and watch it like it's new. Mm-hmm. Right. So yeah, Outlaw Star did it for me. Yeah. There's some of these animes are really
good too, though. Demon Slayer is really good. That's a good one to get into. Where's Naruto? I really damn. Crunchyroll should have it.
To answer Edward Shivers says, D, did you ban Neymar from your channel last year? If so, I called you before it happened. No, I didn't ban him.
Neymar in the middle of.
Neymar got into his feelings because people would pay to essentially have somebody interrupted and they can't talk for a little while, and so you know I would have people would do it to me on the Roger Report channel. People would do it to the Roger Report on my channel, and so somebody paid for it to happen to Neymar a couple of times, but Trell paid for it to happen to Neymar. And Neymar was still trying to talk. I'm like, no, Neymar. The whole point of the thing is, if somebody pays $5 and say interrupt Neymar in the middle of his statement, I gotta interrupt you, and then you can't talk for like 10 minutes. And so Neymar was still trying to talk, and so I dropped him. And then I dropped him, and then he was throwing a fit backstage, and then he just never came back to my panel. And that was maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, maybe about 5 months ago, maybe 6,
maybe
6. Yeah, and he's been mad ever since.
In the middle of moving, but well, he's already moved. But when it comes like, I haven't seen the Roger Report since he got back, but there's a certain.
Roger was on my channel maybe a panel or two ago. He was there.
Yeah, last week he was arguing.
I'll rock with Roger forever because Roger has really looked out.
It's not Roger. It's sometimes it's the viewership where if you articulate things in a certain type of way, they're not trying to hear it in that way. So I think it's like a class type of thing. If you kind of get what I'm saying when it comes to like nameless, because I prefer, you know what I prefer? I prefer listening to someone like Nameless or you when it's freestyle. I listen to people for particular things, and I don't think the Roger Report community is kind of hearing what Nameless is saying because it's over their head.
Wait, Namer or Nameless?
Oh, Namer. I thought you were talking about
Oh, okay.
Nameless. My bad.
No,
Oh, no.
they
We know
talking
we
about
talking about
Oh,
Namer.
no. Yeah.
Oh,
Namer and Namer is two
Namer.
different.
Okay,
Yeah.
my
But
bad.
but yeah. No. No. I like I said. The thing with Namer like
I remember.
and Edward Seaver says he perceives himself as the punching bag of the channel, and I never wanted that. So like and I rock with Namer, but once again, like bro, like that was the whole thing. Somebody paid for you, like to, and like we've all had it done. Well, me and Raj was kind of playing that game with each other, but bro, like it just you just get interrupted and you can't talk for like 10, 15 minutes, and that's just what it is. And Naaman was literally saying, he was like, no, let me get this on, let me. I was like, no, Naaman,
Yeah.
that's not how this works. And he was so
I
angry,
remember.
but I'm like, bro, like
You
Yeah,
would hold
you
the mic. My
literally
thing with
defeating the
Namer,
whole purpose.
yeah. My thing
yeah.
with Namer,
Namer
I'm
cool.
like,
Namer
you my
cool.
dog, but Namer
No,
will
yeah.
hold the mic for like forever.
Yeah.
I think he just gets frustrated when he gets talked over or he wants to talk.
Yeah.
And
But we
it's,
all
and
were talking.
sometimes
We
it's not even
look
on subject.
on exactly. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
annoying. But we all talk over each other,
Yeah.
and it'll be up to me to kind of wrangle us back or whatever the hell. Or when we're on BTS channel, he'll be the one to wrangle us back to the topic or whatever the hell. And that's just the way it goes. But and sometimes we jump over each other. That's why you hear BTS say one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. Like
Yeah.
that's just how it goes. But Neymar got in his feelings that day. I don't know what happened,
Yeah, he
and that
did.
was
He ain't
just
been
it.
back since.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
so y'all tell me I got to thug it out for 4 seasons with Naruto? Damn.
Bruh, do it. You can skip it. I'm saying you can skip it because there's so many flashbacks that it really doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? So I would like it's just a better show altogether. That's what I'm telling you. You can
Oh,
skip it or you
Shippuden
can
is the
choose to
better
watch
show?
it. Oh shit, landslide.
Mm.
When I tell you, me and the wife be like, we need to go to bed in 20 minutes. Look, it's an hour. We can watch 15 more minutes of this episode. Like every single fucking time.
Yes, I got Crunchyroll like bought through Prime, so I'm trying to watch all the animes I didn't watch, and I'm watching them.
No. Cancel that and just get Disney, bro. It's
I
on
got
Disney.
Disney too, but Disney don't
It's
have them
already
all.
on there. Yeah, they do have it on there because I have it
No,
on there.
they got them. But there's certain ones that I want to watch that they don't have. But I know what you're talking about. Hulu, yeah, through
Oh,
Disney,
yeah.
like Hulu does have a category because that's the difference. Hulu does have Bleach. Crunchyroll don't have Bleach, and I find that odd though. No, I find that odd that Bleach is not here, but Hulu has Bleach. That's weird.
Yeah, it's worth it.
I'll watch it though. I just say it to my list, but let me finish this other show and then I'll jump into this one.
And he's older in the show. He's like 17 or 16, 17 instead of like 10.
Okay. So I can
Yeah.
skip it. All right. I get an idea. I'm like, that's good. Because I don't want to sit. I really don't want to. Come on. Yeah, Jobless Incarnation. Yeah, I heard about that too. That's on my list.
See, you niggas don't get no pussy because you be watching anime. That's y'all niggas' problem. I know somebody around the way. See, these niggas watching anime.
These niggas they got no games. These niggas talking about
You talking about anime? You talking Naruto? That shit funny.
So? I'm like, yeah, so what? Kiss my eyes, so what? Yeah, but I'm gonna watch it though. I'm gonna finish this Black Lagoon, then I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna jump into that. I'm just glad that this Kaijin's back, so that they back every Thursday. So,
Man, I be hating off days. I don't know what. When I'm supposed to be off, it feel weird as hell.
yeah, because you're not used to being off.
Yeah.
Because you off and you don't know what to do with yourself. You're like, damn, what do I want to do? It'd be like that. For me, off days, these days, like being off, even on weekends, starting to feel like brief intermissions.
Shit, yeah.
It's Friday, and next thing you know, it's Sunday night.
about them hoes? Oh. Burnt out from the conversation.
Yeah, hoes gonna be hoes. Hoes gonna keep going. Let them be. I mean, at this point, it seems like men are embracing hoes because they rather rent. They like. It's almost like the housing market. Niggas would rather rent than buy the home. Niggas would rather rent. The dating market is pretty much like the housing market. Niggas would rather rent.
No, I was trying to explain that. I was in the Discord, and it is like they were trying to get at me for what I said about a relationship, and I said, well, y'all not there still. And preach heard what I said and didn't like it, and I said, yo, are y'all sitting here trying to talk about equality with me? So if I go out and do some shit, my wife should be able to go out and do the same thing. And I say the result is, if I find out, I hope that he's willing to pay what I'm willing to pay. If he's not, then why are you dealing with him?
Yeah.
Like I tried to tell him, I'm like, some of y'all just have some whack dick, maybe, I don't know, but if that's your issue, y'all talking to the wrong person because y'all talking to me like that's not my issue. And so I was like, yeah, if I find out, I hope that he's willing to pay.
Yeah.
And they couldn't comprehend it. They're like, well, that sounds like misogyny and that's not fair. I was like, what are we talking about fair?
Fairness? What?
I was like, if I go out and do dirt, I'm gonna do it on my time. That on my kids' time. And so they said something about well, you're not making sense. I said, yo, the primary thing I need my woman to do is continue to make sure my kids get smarter. Like I don't need to have sex with her. Even though I do, I don't need to. It's not a necessity at this point. I was like, the main thing is them boys, and they couldn't even comprehend it.
No, just because dudes, I mean, dudes are Disney too. About love, all that shit. I keep it simple. I don't even have kids. I'm not even there where you're at, but I'm like, I just need you to not be a headache.
Yeah.
I just need you to not be a headache. That's all I ask.
I'm gonna go be a family man when Z ends his stream. You notice she hasn't bothered me since I've been on here. She slept at like 2:00, and I had the boys since like 9 in the morning playing with them. And she got to them, hang out with them, and we're gonna hang out, watch some TV or do something.
I'm debating. Speaking of what money, when you sit here debating when there's food in the fridge, but you kind of want to go somewhere.
Oh, I got food all in the fridge. It was my son. We celebrated my son's birthday yesterday. We got pizza, fucking Wingstop.
Yeah. Oh, you got. I mean, I got options in here too, but I want a burrito. I kind of want a burrito from Chipotle.
Chipotle burrito.
Yeah, I kind of want a Chipotle burrito.
Go get you some real Mexican, man. That Chipotle, man. That shit fuck up your stomach, man. Get some real Mexican burritos, man. Steak.
All the real spots are closed. I know what you mean. All the real spots are closed around this time.
Yeah, I guess Chipotle it is.
Yeah, either that or freaking. Oh, I forgot about Cava. Cava's open.
Shit, Cava. What's that? Just a regular restaurant, or?
That's another restaurant. Yeah, it's a little more high end, but it's pretty much the same shit though. But you can I get the bowl from them, and they got just a little bit more variety.
Man.
And Toya, thank you for the super sticker. Yeah, talking about them hoes. Leon randomly bringing up the hoes. Look, we just gotta call this thing a thing. I kind of was mulling this over the past few days, which is essentially the system is telling us without telling us, okay, you know these hoes don't actually mean equal. We know it, you know it, but you a bitch nigga for not going anyway. So in other words, Look, stop being a bitch, nigga, and expecting her to mean equal. That's bitchy of you. Stop asking.
No, she really
Just
don't
do
mean
it,
that.
nigga. And
She really.
that's what the system's really telling us. The system's really telling us, just support this hoe. We know she a hoe. We know this is not what you want. But low key, she
Actually,
don't want you like that either. She wants you, but she don't really
nah,
want you like that.
Z. This is where we're
So
at.
just support the bitch. Go ahead.
Nah, the dating market is pretty much the housing market. They dudes just want to rent, but they want you to. But for the women, they want you to take out these 50-year mortgages.
Yeah, no, essentially, no, but for real though.
Seriously
Wait, I
though.
heard you when you said that. But yeah, no, that's really the play is to have you subsidize the women, regardless of their weight, their attitude, their demeanor, their whether they're a spendthrift, whether they're an
Yep.
asshole. Just pay for them anyway, because nigga, we need you to do it, and you're a bitch for not doing it and for asking for what's fair. Only bitch niggas ask for what's fair.
Yeah.
Like the system's saying that without saying that.
They want you to take out 50-year. They want you to take out 50-year mortgages, and you're surrounded by crack houses.
No, really think about the bare minimum. Say if you move in with a woman with the rates of rent right now, you can't afford another rent. she got a subscription to you. Then right when that lease is about to end, you're gonna see an improvement in her behavior. Once you sign that new lease, it's gonna go right back down. Yo, don't fuck around and sound like a 3-year lease. You're fine.
Well, pretty much.
You got a subscription to a stay-at-home chick. Okay.
No, I'm like
So-
Martin. Martin didn't marry Gina for 3 years. That's how long she got.
I'm for real. Like just even when you think in the short term, how that locks you in.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you think back to like 2014, 15, say if you had a lease with a chick, you just move out, get another place. You might still pay like $200 on there because your name's on it.
Yeah.
Now today, you might be looking at, if your name is on that lease, and that's borderline child support. That's a mortgage.
Pretty
If you're
much.
trying to get another apartment.
And it's getting bad to the point I don't know. I might just pay the child support and just not do the marriage. I'll just be a single father out here.
Either way works, I guess. It don't matter.
Mm-hmm. It's cheaper to be a father than it is to be a husband.
No, it's the same price. It would be the same price. It's just the perception and how people take it. It's like like no one, like if you listen to that message, nobody was expecting me to settle down in 2017. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I guess the like that's the separation. If your chick know who you are, and the reason that I moved to this city particularly because it was a lot of disrespect. I went out to Genghis Grill one time, and I don't have to say her name, but she worked there, and I ate there previously. She walks up to me, and I'm with Andrea. She's like, "Hey, my homegirl wanted to holler at you. She was wondering if you're single." And my wife's sitting right there, and she's showing her the ring. Like, I'm like, yeah. And she's like, I didn't know. And she's like, anyhow, how you been? She didn't even acknowledge it. And I'm telling you, bro. Anyway, she gave me a hug. And so Andrea, like, we finished eating and all that type of stuff. Andrea asked me, she's like, you gonna say bye to your friend? And I'm looking at her like,
women.
See you later. See you later. I'm telling you, they grimy, bro. I was like, damn, you just gonna get it? But you thought it was my sister or something? Like, come on.
No one talks about that though, Leon. No one talks about how conniving women are when it comes to a man they're actually attracted to. And there's another woman there in the way. It's like, yo, they're so damn conniving.
You have to paint women as they don't. Like I said this on a stream. They don't submit to their carnal desires. that's a man thing. The women are not sneaky because first of all, that's a negative stereotype about women. But if we minimize that, if we say and if we tell women, if we tell women to decenter men, women won't do these things because they're only doing it for the male gaze, right? They're only so if you tell her work on like when they tell men work on yourself, love yourself, then she'll love herself enough to never do no shit like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a bunch of things that they minimize women's negative proclivities and they hyper focus on men's negative proclivities because this is informed by intersectionality. It doesn't matter what an individual woman does wrong. The system is fucked and the system is patriarchy. So if we get rid of patriarchy, then we'll get to see true women who don't have to submit to the patriarchy or the male gaze, and she could just do whatever the fuck she want to do. And a man, well, we're not gonna expect him to do whatever the fuck he want to do, but he'll do whatever the fuck he want to do, and they'll meet up with each other on the way up life's ladder after they've worked on themselves and they seek therapy and they love themselves and they're perfect individuals and then they'll be perfect together type bullshit. This is literally what is sold to women. This is literally what is sold to women. Go ahead.
But to that point, I'm like, and yet here we are, and men are telling you, yo, I just want the sandwich. I don't want the fries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want the sandwich. Because that's what happens when you want to do away with patriarchy. I'm like, fine. You want to do away with patriarchy? You want to do away with patriarchy? Fine, but that's going to cost you.
They don't want to do away with patriarchy. They want a patriarchy that works for the women. A patriarchy that they can relabel egalitarianism. They want a patriarchy by feminist specifications. They don't actually want to get rid of patriarchy. They want protect, provide, shut up patriarchy.
My thing, you know what? I was wanted to say something to that. My thing about that protect, provide, to shut up. Like I miss the days of protect, provide, and shut up. You know why that man was shutting up? Because that man could put hands on you and shut you up. So as long as you weren't talking, he was talking. So you sure you want to go back to those days? Because that's why you know why he was quiet? Because she was quiet. And there was a reason why she was quiet. So you talk about those days like, okay, you sure you want to go back to that?
I think it's a little deeper than that because it's like I talked about my grandma. My grandma was a gangster. Okay, she like Googleable court cases in the '90s and everything. They put her away. They finally put her away, but she told me she regretted sending like my cousins and my uncles on dummy missions to go run her baby daddy out of the state, which she did. You know what I'm saying? And women don't really get that your power comes from being communal and having kids and cousins around, because that's really what it is. But then you still have to. They still when they say patriarchy by a feminist specification, now it's almost like matriarchy by a feminist specification, where they're not within the same controlling mechanisms that my grandma and her mom would use against them to keep them in line. That's the part that they don't want to talk about. And BGS says they have those papers. They just don't publish them because the real breakdown is the matrilineal line hierarchy. And that's what they don't want a part of, because that means, you would have to negotiate with your mom, watching your kids, not depend on state programs or welfare to where you can say, this is my baby, you're gonna act appropriate, or you're just not gonna see your grandson. Believe me, that side of it is what they don't talk about. Straight up, they don't talk about it.
Because maybe you sacrifice that to be more like the men. So I do think this is a project to essentially androgynize us, and you don't tell the women what they gave up for their quest for male power. You never tell them what they gave up. That's why you got to sell them on they can have it all. And very few women are like Anne-Marie Slaughter, who say, actually, you cannot have it all, and you definitely can't have it all at the same time. That you definitely can't do. But what is sold to ladies is they can have it all, and if worse come to worse, what you can then do is be Amanda Seales and throw your little temper tantrum and go live with your 5 cats and your dog and be like, well, I'm happy and I'm at peace. Or you could do your Ebony K. Williams if you earn enough
and just do your test tube baby and pick out for a girl because you know they're gonna pick out for a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Last thing one of them women want is a son. Because then you're gonna have to raise the son in this world and be met with female hypocrisy in your face with female teachers, with female principals, with random little girls and women talking to your son all type of crazy. You're gonna have to be met with wait for it, you.
Yeah.
Well, what's the word that Black Guru always uses when he talks about community? What's that word? You don't have, or you have. What's the damn word? I hate when that happens. It's a word that he uses about
female.
What'd you say?
Mammalian female.
Yeah, mammalial. What is the word? Mammalial.
Mammalian.
Yes. So, does Ebony K actually have that in 10 years for her daughter, or 20 years? That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, she has money. So,
you mean matriarchal or no? You mean matrifocal?
Familial. No, familial relationships.
Okay, yeah.
That's what Black Guru says. I think that's how he pronounces it, but yeah, familial, relationships. We're seeing that totally gone when you're reading these reports about people not having aunties or uncles or cousins, and the longer this goes on, like as that breaks down, it doesn't matter when it comes to the ladies. Y'all are a whole bunch of commodified individuals that are going to try to have to like pull together. They're not even tribes. They're not even clans anymore. My family's a clan, but these ladies aren't even tribes. They're individuals that hang out because they get along with each other to some extent.
But they don't. Yeah, I was about to say, but they don't get along. That's the kicker.
Yeah,
they don't actually get along. They have a few handful of interests that they share together, and it usually be like one, two, and that only lasts for maybe a year or two, and then they can't stand each other. No, bro. They like you said, they don't. Ain't no tribe, ain't no clan, ain't no nothing. It will be though. I do think eventually it will be for many of them because they don't really have a choice if we're not around.
Yeah, I think that's the part that they're not grasping, that they've really lost. Okay, yeah, you have the freedom to do this, but you're still not taking note of like the majority of your parents grew up with your auntie, your uncle, your nephew, the neighbor, eating over this house, eating over that house. Your mom bringing greens over, your uncle getting some chicken, and somehow your ratchet asshole auntie brought some turkey or a large piece of ham when all y'all had was bread and mayo. I just don't think people remember. They're starting to forget, because my grand. That's why I always talk about, when I used to talk to my grandfather and my grandma. I talk to them about just trying to understand that. When I lived in Mississippi, like living with my cousins, yeah. Think about if that auntie didn't have those cousins. Think about it that if my auntie didn't have her mom and my mom and all those people with that little light skinned baby.
Oh, you mean you had an auntie with you had a single cat lady auntie?
Well, no, I'm saying if my auntie with the mixed baby didn't have like her mom, the cousins.
Okay. She didn't have the network.
Yeah, she didn't have the network. Yeah, that's what they're facing. That's what they're in. So what will be what will be their network in the next 15 years? Especially when grandma dies.
That's a real question.
And BGS said, we talked about it. He said, no, there's studies and documents on it. They just don't publish them because they don't want to publish that side of it. But it's there. We kind of heard the white ladies talk about it when they were talking about the community and not having it, and those three white ladies talking.
Did I see this?
It was the three white ladies, and they were talking about community and how it's breaking down and blah blah blah. And, women are always trying to align with the state and getting daycares and all that kind of stuff. It was those 3 white ladies that were talking about,
Well, that's the
women
trade-off,
not having
and
babies.
all we're seeing is the trade-off. That's all.
Yeah, but the trade-offs aren't truly being talked about. They're going from the male perspective of this traditional household still, instead of actually talking about that part of it. What community is actually for women?
Because they never thought that far ahead. Because they still expect men to sustain. It's easy to try and browbeat men than actually like women actually go ahead and form them mascara.
I think it's part of the. I wish name of this was here. Name is protagonist. I believe, just like he believes, it's part of the communistic Marxist elite class of people playing a game where they've broken down these families already using feminism and negative liberty, which Mr. Z would use, because when you have to use your grandma, that means you have to agree with things you don't want to agree with your kids and
Exactly.
everything. You have to actually politic.
It's the cost. Put it this way, and I maintain this: the average woman, particularly average black women, they're just living their life and they're doing whatever the hell they want to do, and they could do that, and they've been able to do that because everything else backstopped them. The U.S. military backstopped them. The U.S. dollar backstopped them. Men they don't know backstopped them. Older women backstopped them, and so they just do whatever the fuck they want to do. But that shit is expensive. And so we're getting
Yeah.
to the place now where you're no longer going to be backstopped, and so you're going to have to feel the full brunt and consequences of your action, inaction, thoughts, feelings, ideas, and the way you speak. And that's what we're slowly living through. And we're going to see who really about it and who really knew it.
Yeah, that's gonna need a real published study, bro. Because I save so much money. Like when not one day of daycare, guys, in my life for my sons. Not one day. Think
And
just
that's good.
let that sink in to how much money. Then I gotta tell the grandparents to keep toys and clothes at their house, because it's like there's no reason. I got 40. I got 100 shirts that are T5. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't need more of them. I found clothes that my son never wore just because they were in the back of the closet. And you fold clothes and just put them on top because they buy shit just because they're bored. So just once you do the math, and my kids eat over the house, they take them places, they sleep over. Just do the math. Understand, like you're talking about bare minimum for a decent daycare is what, 1,200 right now?
Yeah, that daycare cost is killing people. But once again, that goes to what you're saying, where that's the cost of like not having a network or whatnot. Like and what it does is it separates the haves from the not haves, and that's another thing. So the cost of everything is being adjusted for that top 20%. That's some of the videos I played earlier in the streams, which is like, yo, the top 20%, everything is being designed for them. And so if you're not in that, then you just gotta have to figure out what you're gonna have to figure out, however you have to figure it out. And so yeah, that goes to what we're talking about. Go ahead.
That's all I think, bro. I'm just like, yo, because we see the videos where the women actually speak on their moms and how much they don't like their moms, and they have no, and you're just like, okay, so what happens when you have kids? Well, she won't be seeing them, and it's just like, geez, like, how are you gonna? Where's the money gonna come from?
Can I say something?
Do you think, brother?
Yeah. You gotta keep in mind. Now I'm gonna talk close to the mic. I'm just doing something multitasking. These women, and we should be better as black men, and we're more intelligent than that. Let's keep real. Do you think these bitches are foresight for the future? You think they plan things out?
No, no, they don't.
Meant to do that for
So when we ask these questions, it's already concluded that they never think this through. Period. And you know why they don't think this through? Because we live in America. America, which is more catered to the bitch than anything else. The purpose of this country is to create an environment to take all your money and cater to the more least weaker sex to keep spending it back with the top. End of story. Anything less than that, they don't want nothing to do with it. If it's not, if they're not collecting the money from the small groups of people and keep it all the way up in the top of the pyramid, it don't make sense to them. So how you keep the pyramid going?
But there's supposed to be a deal.
You already concluded that these women spend money. They're not thinking 5, 10, 20 years down the line, and they need somebody to fit the bill. So what they're going to find the few men that's still going to start invest in the system, regardless how they get it, to keep funneling the top. So what they do these shaming tactics. They do all these little games just to convince the small men that either make 30 or 40 or wherever they make to keep piling money to them so they can get to the top of the pyramid scheme. That's the end of the story.
No, the thing with that is that the problem is that deal was supposed to be made on the women's end of the bargain was they were supposed to have children. Now they're not having children. So saying that, so since they're not having children, now there's a tax that has to be paid.
Listen, this country's not concerned about children at this point. They already ruled out anybody having children. If they can't import them, then it's going to get somewhere else. They're not concerned.
That's why immigration is the thing. That's why immigration is the thing. But really, the end game, they don't really care about if they're people replacement. They already said by default that they got all the money, and whoever gets it, gets it. But all I know is you give me back my money. I don't care how you get it. They want it. If children was the thing that was the most essential part, especially here in the West, and most white people try and say so-called hold on, they would do what's necessary to replace people. Now, we're not going to talk about the so-called pods and stuff. They already got that ready. So anytime when there's a real problem, they already got plans and precautions already lined up for that shit. They're not concerned about human beings reproducing asexually or whatever you want to call it. They already got the all they focus on is I need the money, bring back to me. They want your labor without paying you. Y'all forgot that other dude, that guy from Philly. You know who I'm talking about. Thomas said they wanted the labor but not paying nobody. That's the end game. You're not paying nobody. We know what we do with the money. Our money.
He's talking about Sarge Willie. He's talking about Sarge, yo. Sarge Willie Pete.
I said the person from Philadelphia. You know what I'm talking about? Let me see. Him. All right. The guy in Philadelphia. He been saying this, and I don't know anybody said it, but he been saying this most. So y'all continue. I'm gonna try and grab this.
Shoot, we might as well wrap it up. It's already 7 o'clock. Pretty much.
Yeah, no. It's 8 for me. It's 8 for me. I actually do gotta wrap it up. So let's do this, y'all. We will pause right there. Love, peace, and chicken grease. I know it's kind of a weird ending. I'm gonna have to do a part 3 to this, kind of clean some stuff up. I'm gonna play a bunch of the stuff I played today, some of the stuff I played last time, for What Money Part 1, and some new stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna have even more new stuff. So we're gonna see. And that's gonna be a long ass intro then. So we'll get to it. So we'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I know it's loud in my background. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Minister content, other non-Minister content, or love of God. All right, y'all. This is the out. Y'all have a great rest of your night.
You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.